はい。
Silence, silence.
Falando, falando.
Earth is flat.
Those are good questions. I ran the moon phases question through ChatGPT or Grok actually, just for fun, and it actually says that it's the full moon, so they can't even get any help if they use AI. I mean, we should try it out on AI to make sure we ask questions that AI answers wrong. All right, let's read some chat today. Why is it so quiet in here, by the way? Because Plain and Truth
Hey,
has.
Plain Truth, how do you know when AI gives you the wrong answer? Just curious.
Yeah, that's true. But funny too, and it might be tuned to my questions. I mean, I think it keeps some kind of history, so maybe it's tuned to me and gives me what it thinks I want to hear. You never know.
Yeah, go ahead and read your chat. I just thought I'd throw in that stupid question real quick.
All cool, all cool.
Is there anybody on here that thinks they live on a spinning ball in the middle of literally nothing? Doesn't look
Yeah,
like it.
if there is, we want to talk to you.
Looks like all lobe deniers on here, so go ahead, I'll shut up.
Okay, I have to get some breakfast, but I'll be back.
Just like the Terminator, he'll be back. That's a very bad Arnold Schwarzenegger impression by me. Let's see who's on the panel. Who can I pick on? Don't recognize the name Andrew S.P. Do you believe you live on a globe, sir? If you want to say. And he's gone. I'm 0 for 1. Now we got Dyer 4126. Welcome to the server. What say you? If anything. Hello? All right, then keep your secrets. Everybody else looks like a globe denier. I could pick on somebody like T-Dub. He's upside down antipolar for me at the moment. So the blood is rushing to his brain, so he probably can't talk. Must not be at his mic, or he would have responded to that. Anyway, Dead Air Dave reporting from Kentucky. It's a cold, rainy day, and as far as I can tell, what reality is telling me, I don't live on a spinning ball. Somebody's got evidence to the contrary, feel free to join. Thank you. Welcome to the Flat Earth server, Tanmay. Would you like to speak?
Hey man, how's it going?
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing very good as well.
Good to hear. Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
I'm open to listening to your guys' thoughts.
Well, that's fine. I mean, currently, right now, do you have that belief that you live on a globe?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, we all did. It's not a big deal. We're not here to be
All right.
conscious. We're not here to be judgmental and adversarial. We're just trying to share information with people. So, do you have any questions? There's plenty of guys here that can answer questions. If we can't answer them, we'll tell you we don't know. So, go ahead.
Appreciate it, man. So yeah, what makes you think that we're in a flat plane?
Well, if you're asking me personally, the main thing that keeps me off of the globe is the behavior and natural physics of bodies of water. Like a body of water does not maintain or display convexity on its surface. I mean, that's a true statement. And to have a globe, you have to have a body of water do that. And bodies of water don't do that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
All right. I hear what you were saying.
So, for example, the Pacific Ocean, it's generally level. That's how we get mean sea level. I mean, there's waves and stuff, but it's not sitting there in a ball in the middle of a space vacuum, as far as I can tell. Go ahead.
All right, I hear you. Anybody else?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's countless amounts of long distance laser tests, long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe. Okay, and there's also zero tests out of the probably in the thousands of tests that have been done that show that there's any curvature over the surface of water or over the surface of the earth over large distances where there would have to be a calculatable amount of curvature. And yeah, anyone can go and test this for themselves as well. So yeah, that would be one very, very solid reason. And just quickly as well, flat earthers aren't claiming to know the shape of the earth. Flat's not a shape, and we're definitely not claiming a flat disk planet or anything like that. Just wanted to throw that in there.
Interesting. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
just
get
to
what you're
follow
saying.
up, DJ, it's important if you're under the impression you can't take the globe cosmology and just stick a flat planet in there. That's not what we're talking about. Go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
Exactly, Dave. Yeah, like that's what a lot of people, like even outside, sometimes forgets to sort of clear up that common misconception. And sometimes the conversation will be going on for like an hour, and people will be wondering, oh, how come this person's not taking what I'm saying seriously? Because in the globe earther's head, they're thinking, oh, this person thinks that there's like a flat planet floating around in space. That's ridiculous, right? But that's absolutely not the claim.
Yeah, I get you. Very interesting. Would you mind if I ask a question about the laser experiment?
Yeah, please.
I've heard about an experiment that some scientists or some people tried to prove that the Earth was flat, and they ended up proving that it was a globe. Do you know something about that?
Yeah. There's like a stoner named Jaren who got tricked to go on like a hit piece show called Behind the Curve on Netflix. And that was supposed to do a laser test. And Jaren actually left the laser on and melted the laser, broke it, right? So because they had everything set up and everyone was there, they decided that they were still going to try to do some type of test. So they used a flashlight instead, which is kind of ridiculous tool to use for such a test. And and then the way that they edited the show, it made it look like it validated a globe. If you actually have a decent look into it, it's literally 50 seconds of footage They're using a flashlight, not a laser, and they really don't even show the setup. The guy that's doing the test, right, the flat earther Jaren, he's a total moron. Okay, we're not claiming all flat earthers are geniuses or anything like that. This guy, Jaren, he got tricked basically, and even people that try to debunk flat Earth for a living, right? Like Craig from Fight the Flat Earth, even he looked into it and he said it's just edited in a way to make it seem like he's debunking the flat Earth, but it's just kind of ridiculous. We're talking about professionally done laser tests where we're using high end equipment. Some of these are done by teams of field engineers going out with extremely expensive laser beams and weather stations and accounting for all the variables and shooting them over huge distances like 40 kilometers, and documenting the whole process, in the form of technical PDFs as well as video to go along with it. So yeah, there's a ton that have been done now. The Netflix thing's just a bit of a mockumentary hit piece against flat Earth.
I get you.
Well
I get
said,
you.
DJ.
Yeah.
If I could add real quick that it's kind of sad that we have literally thousands of well done documented laser tests that prove no Earth curvature, but millions of people have seen that Netflix documentary, and that's their first question. But anyway, go ahead.
Even in the test, they got all the math wrong, right? The people that made the documentary, they didn't get the math right. The whole thing was just ridiculous. Apparently, they even stitched the footage together of Jaren saying things that he had actually said 4 hours earlier, completely unrelated to that test. Like when he says "interesting" at the end, apparently he didn't even say it then. He said it 4 hours earlier, and they just stitched that footage together. But yeah, anyway, it's not really a test that anyone that looks into it is going to take seriously. Personally, I like the long
Yeah,
distance
they messed up the
observations.
golden opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. I like the long distance
Yeah.
observations where we get a really, really clear day and someone will set up a camera at a certain height and then zoom across a large body of water with a landmark at a known distance. And then we can calculate how much should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth and how far away the horizon should be. And then, run the observation and see what we can see and see if it matches up with the globe. And you'll find that it never does. And we can see thousands of percent further than you should be able to see if the Earth were a globe, and there's no sign of any curvature. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff to look into if you're interested.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. And now, why would you say most of the people in the world believe that they're living in a globe?
Purely because that's something that they were taught from a young age. Most people don't really know anything. They don't know any of the basics about the globe. They've never questioned it. They've never really been presented with an alternative worldview, or not one that they would take seriously, because most people are presented with propaganda surrounding flat Earth. Okay, so it's aimed to turn people away, and that they're not going to take it seriously, right? Like claiming that we think the Earth's a big flat disk with water falling off the edges, floating in space, that kind of thing. But yeah, most people have never questioned the globe. Most people have been sort of conditioned to just regurgitate what they learn in the textbooks at school and not to really question the mainstream under fear of being ridiculed and that
Yeah,
kind of
I
thing.
agree with you on that. Yeah, totally agree. Nobody really questions anything. But I'm open to it. I'm open to it. And why would you think they're pushing it so much that the Earth is a globe and not a flat Earth?
Um, hmm. Well, it's something that's been getting pushed for a long time, so it's part of the curriculum. Um, Pushing outer space travel, I mean, it's all connected, isn't it? So, I mean, when you say they pushing it, do you mean like in movies, or do you mean like in the education system, or what?
Yeah, I mean the biggest space agencies like NASA.
Well, NASA, gets $80 million a day, wherever that money's really going. We're not sure, but uh, NASA's not really doing much. I mean, they've cut their funding. They've reclassified NASA's position as a intelligence agency, like a spy agency. Even if you go to nasa.gov right now, it says this website's not being updated anymore due to funding cuts. So I don't know. It's maybe for self-preservation. I'm not sure, because if it would be in the government's interest to keep pushing for the globe, right? Because they can't admit that they were lying, can they? They lied about the moon landing. If they lied about the moon landing, then it would be in their interest for self-preservation. People already don't trust the government. So imagine if they came out tomorrow and said, "Oh, actually, guys, we've been lying about outer space travel and about the globe," and I think they would crumble instantly, because you could ask just about anyone, "Do you trust the government?" They're going to say no. Do you think the government lies? They're going to say yes. So for self-preservation, maybe for money, for power, for control, to push their narrative of placing themselves as the people to look up to, rather than maybe religions and things like that, right? They're teaching in schools, along with the globe goes evolution and the Big Bang Theory, which is essentially that we're here by accident, just by chance. We're tiny specks on a universal scale. We could get killed at any second, like the dinosaurs did, by a big rock that's going to come from space. And we'll tell you everything about space and everything about this universe, and look up to us, and if you go against it, you get mocked and ridiculed. So I don't know. We can only speculate about those kinds of things, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. Very interesting, I must say. Very interesting conversation so far. And now, if you mind, I can ask a couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah. Any questions, man?
Hey, awesome. So we are debating that the Earth is a flat plane, right? Not the shape, but just it's not a globe. And
Yeah.
if we look to the other celestial objects like the moon, which is the closest one, and the other planets in the solar system, they all appear to be round or spherical, right? So why would you think that the Earth would be an exception?
Well, I would say that when you're saying other planets, you would be pre-assuming that the Earth is also a planet floating around inside of the space vacuum. Okay, so it's a fair question. It's a fair way to think about it, because we've been conditioned growing up to think that there's this big giant vacuum of outer space, and then there's all of these objects floating around in it, and we're one of them. That's once again trying to insert flat Earth inside the globe model, inside the theoretical concept of outer space, the big space vacuum. And we've been told stories about specifics regarding what we're seeing in the sky. We'll see a little blurry light through a telescope, and we'll say, "Oh, this is X distance away. It's in the space vacuum, and it's this certain size, and it's this. This is what it's made out of, and that kind of thing." So I would say that there's no evidence that the Earth has any characteristics in common with anything in the sky. In fact, comparing, say, the moon or the sun or anything to Earth, it's just a false comparison. It's like if I go out in nature and I see trees everywhere. Okay, that obviously I'm not a tree, or something else isn't a tree just because I can see trees off in the distance. It's even sounds silly just to give an analogy like that, but it's the same kind of thing. Okay, so if we can go and empirically test the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, it doesn't work with a globe. Okay, if you have like a 20-mile body of water and there's zero curvature, that's not possible on a globe.
Okay, I get you. So you're not even considering that the Earth is a planet among the others, right?
Well, planet, I mean, if you look at the original, like what planet really means, the ancients would call planets wandering stars. And
Sorry, your audio's getting a bit cut off. Could you please check that? Or if it's just my internet.
is my audio, can anyone else check if my audio's good? Is it cutting out?
Dude, you're perfect.
Yeah, maybe it's just
Hey,
maybe it was
probably
just
it's
on
my
your
internet.
end.
Yeah, let me fix that. Okay, should be good. Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wanted to claim that the heliocentric model is true and that Earth is a planet that's a globe shape, then that would be on them. We're not making that claim. So yeah, like we're more empiricists going and actually checking things in the real world rather than wild speculations about planets and space vacuums and things like that.
Anche se
Yeah, it's funny. I could hear both of you very clearly, so it must have been a local problem for him.
It is the only country in the Nile.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? Does all 17 members believe in flat Earth?
Not everyone. We have a mixture of people here that think it's a globe or think it's flat. So,
Oh,
what about yourself?
I believe in round.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we all used to believe in the globe Earth as well. But after
Oh.
years of research and testing, I've come to the conclusion that it cannot possibly be a globe
Why?
because there's no empirical evidence to suggest that it's a globe. It's just a belief or a mathematical concept that people have been taught
What about
since
the
they were
ships that go
children.
on the ocean? The farther they go, that we can only see the top of the ocean, the ships, right?
Well, I grew up next to the ocean my whole life on the east coast of Australia at a
Okay.
hub where cruise ships leave to go out into the ocean, and I've never seen that happen unless we have big ocean swells. So I don't know where people hear that argument and then they just repeat it, but I don't think people really see boats disappearing over the horizon very often unless there's ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean, or there's a miraging effect named sinking or an inferior mirage that can cause that to happen sometimes. But I can show you footage now where that absolutely doesn't happen.
So do you think NASA was lying to us?
Yeah, NASA faked the moon missions pretty obviously. But at the end of the day, we don't even have to claim that because
So
we can
how do you
actually
explain this
measure.
universe then? About the
What's that?
gravity and how do you explain the universe? The Earth was flat. about the
Yeah,
gravity and
the
everything.
universe is a mathematical concept as we've been taught. Okay, so you've been taught a big story about the things that you can see in the sky. Okay, and most of it's pseudoscience by definition. Okay, most of it exists as theoretical claims, not actual empirical evidence that's been tested. So we've all been taught the same story about the universe, the Big Bang Theory, the distance to the sun, the distance to Mars, how big they are, the space vacuum, all of this. You know, we're all well aware of the story that's related to what we can see in the sky, but it doesn't match up with the Earth. Okay, the Earth is measurably not a globe. Okay, so the heliocentric model is false. And it wasn't something that was proven, it's something that's theorized into existence.
If NASA was lying, as there are some videos in YouTube where some people went to space for some people send a bread to space. They captured with GoPro that Earth was round. Haven't seen those videos?
Yeah, but they're using wide angle lenses, okay, and they're not going up very high. It just looks high because they're using a GoPro. If you have a close look at the footage, you'll notice that sometimes the Earth looks like it's curving, and then sometimes the Earth looks like it's curving the wrong way. Okay, as the camera pans around, you'll notice the horizon line will be warping and distorting. So if the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving, like a globe. And if the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it looks like it starts to curve the other direction. So it's
So they
inconclusive
claim
evidence.
the Earth was circle, but it was flat, as your theories.
No, we don't claim it's a circle. We don't claim it's a flat planet. It's what you're thinking about is trying to change the globe to a flat planet, and that's not what we're claiming. This is a completely different system, a different worldview, a different way of thinking about the entire system. Try not to think about the globe Earth version of outer space and then try to insert the flat Earth inside of that. It doesn't work. That's not what we're claiming. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, flat is not a shape. We're talking about the surface area that we can test, not measuring any curvature. Okay, so if you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat. And that's what we mean in that context of flat Earth. If you have a look in the side chat, FLW has posted some examples of what the GoPro lens and any wide angle lens will do to a horizon.
Oh,
And then Stark has posted a nice zoom footage of a ship. Okay, so when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship. But then as he zooms in, all of a sudden the ship wasn't gone. There was no ship gone over the curvature. You just couldn't see the ship because the ship was too far away for your eyes to be able to resolve. When he zooms in, you can see the entire ship again.
then why moon is globe? I mean
hmm
circle. Why moon is round?
Well, because the moon's the moon. I mean, that's like asking like why is a tree a certain shape and then something else is not that shape. The moon is round. It looks round, but the moon and the earth aren't similar. But I understand your question because we get taught from a young age that the earth is also an object in space. Okay, and then you see all of these other round objects and then you think why is the earth different than these other objects? Okay,
I got a question.
the earth is more like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in, and it doesn't have any resemblance to the things in the sky.
If the Earth was flat, why if in India it was daytime, but why in America it was nighttime? It should be round, right?
Well, once again, if it's the globe model, okay, we have the sun is giant and the sun's 93 million miles away. That's not what we're claiming. If the sun was closer, okay, and the sun moves over the surface of the earth, just like we experience, okay, we see the sun moving across the sky, and it will take a particular circuit over the surface of the earth, and it will light up different areas of the earth. So when it's daytime in Australia, for me, it's nighttime in Europe for my friend, you know? So, and then when it's daytime for my friend, it's nighttime for me, because the sun is smaller and the sun is having to push its light through all of the atmosphere. Okay. And the atmosphere will absorb the light as the light pushes through the atmosphere. And also the intensity of the light as it moves away from the source will diminish exponentially as it moves away from the source, right? It gets less bright as it moves away from the source of the light. So yeah, if we have a closer sun, okay, and it's just moving over the surface of the earth above us, then it's going to light up different sections of the flat plane that we live on. So it's once again, try not to insert the flat earth inside the globe earth model of outer space, because yes, if you did that, then it wouldn't work. It would be daytime all the time.
What Bible say about flat Earth?
Well, the Bible, I'm not religious personally, but the Bible depicts a flat earth, and a flat earth with a firmament, and then you have the sun and the moon and the stars within the firmament. The sun and the moon are much smaller than the earth, and they move in cycles above us. So it's very same thing, right? All of the ancient cultures mostly depicted a flat earth, and religions. All of the ancient cultures had a very similar depiction of this system that we live in. If you want to have a look in the side chat, I'll show you a chart that has the different cultures around the world's ancient depictions of the earth. So they all depicted a flat plane within a contained system. And the Bible depicts a similar thing. So as you can see, the Hebrew depiction there on the right-hand side.
You, what's up?
Did I just hear someone?
No.
No. Alrighty. How are you?
Good, how are you?
It's a little early. Just had some breakfast, but I think we're in for a good day here today. Have you been here before? I think I recognize your name.
I've been,
Yeah.
I don't know if it was on the English shop or politics and religion.
Yeah, we have those servers in common, I see. Looking at your profile right now. Ah, religious guy, huh? Colossians 2:8. Beware lest anyone cheat you through philosophy. I like it. I am the Lord, that is my name, and my glory I will not give to another, nor my praise to carved images. Excellent. So do you believe you're on a spinning globe, or do you think you're on a flat plane?
Like, what do I believe?
Yes.
Difficult, maybe. I think I've learned we're on a spinning globe. But let's say I would like it to be a flat.
Yeah. 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 You see, since you have scriptures in your profile, you should probably, look into the flat part. There's a lot of scriptures talking about the stationary earth. Joshua 10, 12, and 13, for example, where God stopped the sun. But hey, I don't want to sidetrack us here. So if you look at the horizon, does it look horizontal to you?
Mm, yes, like it looks horizontal, yeah.
Yeah. And when you stand there on the beach looking out over the ocean, it's a beautiful day. Do you feel like you're moving, like the earth is spinning, or do you feel like you're stationary?
Hmm. Stationary.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't really feel that the Earth is moving.
right. That is what we all experience. We have the same exact experience. We don't even have to agree on, the shape of the earth. We don't even have to talk about that right now. I'm just talking about logically. Like, how does it feel? It feels like it's stationary and it looks horizontal, right? We agree on that logically, even if we don't have to agree on the shape of the earth at this point. Am I?
Yes.
Yeah. And when you see the sun coming in from the east and it's going past you over this in the sky and it leaves in the west, do you think that's the sun moving? Do you experience that that's the sun moving, or do you experience that it's the earth moving underneath it? Logically.
Logically, it's the sun moving.
Right, because that's what
So
we
the sun
see.
comes and rises, moves, and then, yeah.
Yeah, and then it goes away. So logically, even there, we agree on that. Um, I don't know if you have a look at the side chat. I was going to bring something cool up. Do you see the picture that I posted of the Earth?
Mm,
The round ball?
I'm talking to Planet and Truth. Yeah.
Yeah, you see it, right? You've seen that.
Mhm.
You've seen those before. NASA sends them out all the time. They call it the
Mm.
blue marble. Do you
I've seen
see
this
it?
before. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Do you see all the blue stuff? What is that?
Supposed to be water.
Yeah, water. And you also notice that it curves around that ball. All that blue water curves around it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's funny. I
But
talked to a lot of people here, right? And
isn't this like in the picture, like you see it from this part, it's depicted probably like America, South America, and like it's more or less water. How did you say it? Like, I'm sorry, my English is a little bit limited.
it looks like the water is curving around that ball.
Yeah, but it's just represented this way more or less, probably because you cannot see the like they cannot. If you would be looking at a whole ball, you would see the land masses or water side, but now you're just seeing like water ringing around it because you cannot depict it either way.
Right. Well, what I usually like to ask people is that even if we grant people, and I'm not talking specifically to you, I'm talking to the royal you, not to royal us or whatever. Like even if we agree that this is the Earth, yep, this is it. This is a picture from space. It has all that water curves. The nice thing about this claim is that they have told us the size of the Earth, and they have told us the radius. Do you happen to know what the claimed radius is? It's actually in the picture, so it's a little bit cheating. You can see it there at one point.
Yeah, 3,959 miles. Yeah.
Yeah. So when
It's a
we
long
know
time
that,
ago, but yeah.
right? But that's the claim. So it also has a little diagram. If Earth curves and water actually curves, we should be able to confirm it down here on the ground. So, for example, if we look at 10 miles in that diagram, the drop, you understand that it has to curve away from you if you're on a ball. So, if you, for example, take a laser and you go to a lake that's 10-mile wide, if you shoot that laser from 1 foot above the sea level on your side, it should end up 66 foot in the air on the other side of that lake. Or if you have a friend standing on the beach on the other side, he needs to be over 66 foot tall for you to see him, because the curvature of the earth requires that, if the number they have given us is correct. But the thing is, when we do those laser tests, you shoot it from 1 foot above the ground on your side, it actually ends up 1 foot on the destination beach as well, above the sea level. So we don't detect this earth curvature when we do these tests in reality. DJ, right under my picture, posted the 21-mile observation, which is even worse because that requires 293 foot of curve. That's like a 20 storage building or something, insanely big. But you can actually see the beach. You can zoom in on it. So I can post the full test. But you've been around. Maybe you've seen these tests before. So I'm not exactly speaking only to you. I'm speaking to the listeners on YouTube right now as well. But it's pretty interesting, right? That we can't confirm it down here. That's the reason why most of us in here are flat earthers, because when we took their claims and we looked into it, we can't confirm it. We find no curving water anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, I like talking to you.
I've seen
like a
this
reasonable guy.
Great Salt Lake laser test.
Yeah.
I think I've
What do
seen
you-
this one.
It's pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, it is very interesting.
Yeah.
Funny how through history the humanity has been thinking it's flat, and at some point it became bald.
Yeah.
Even though
It's-
some people have been prosecuted for saying those things at a certain period of
Yeah.
time.
Right. DJ knows more about this. He talks about the Pythagorean cult, for example. They started preaching this concept, and it just kind of stuck, because they didn't have high power zoom cameras back then. When they sat down and looked out over the beach, maybe they saw a ship disappear, and they thought, oh, that must be the Earth curve. When in reality, it was just perspective, right?
Okay, but if let's say we assume the Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the point in like teaching us that it's a globe?
You know, at this is in this day and age, I don't think they're actually lying to lie about it. Most people just believe it because their teacher told them, and that teacher, she was taught or he was taught by somebody else, 20 years earlier, that it was that they live on a ball, and no one actually questions it anymore. So I don't believe the whole thing. They're lying on purpose anymore. There might be someone who actually knows that we don't live on a ball, and they keep propagating it for political reasons, maybe for control. I mean, because if you're on a ball, you can easily imagine that there's no way for us to go, right? We've already explored everything, so it's easier to control people. You stay in your playpen and play around, pay your taxes, and do whatever we say. And if you can fool people where they actually live, you can fool them into doing all kinds of weird things, fight their wars. Oh no, the resources, we need to, save the ozone layer, and we can't use up all the oil, and blah blah blah. It's much easier to control people. So, but now we're in speculation territory. I don't like that, but I'm just mentioning it just in case somebody came in. And I think that's something we say that we know. We don't know. We don't know the reason. I mean, it's impossible to know why someone would lie about it. But I think for the most part, most people don't lie. They just believe it.
Yeah, we all probably live some lies because we have teach so, but don't know other way.
Right. Yeah, I also posted one of those things. People ask about the boats. Here you can see that we can zoom into it, and all of a sudden it appears. It has to do with angular resolution. Why do they vanish bottom up? I don't know if I should post this. I actually want DJ's comment on this picture because I'm not sure if it's good or not.
It's okay. You can see like zooming inside. It's probably miles away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, if
According to
you're
theory, we shouldn't be able to see it, but at some point,
yeah,
our human eye cannot see, but the camera can see.
right. If you're 6 foot tall, you should only be see about 3 miles out before the curvature should start curving away from you. But both you and I know that if you go to the ocean, you can see way further than 3 miles. And I'm guessing we're both maybe 2 meters tall or 180 centimeters or something like that. That's about 6 foot. And I know for sure I have seen further than 3 miles. I mean, I can see the beach in Denmark from Sweden. That's 16 kilometers, or in empirical 10 miles. So pretty
Yeah, I've
crazy.
been also to the North Sea. I could see like from one island to I think almost the other side.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a tall order to accept.
Funny how in Montenegro there is one point like a hill where
Mhm.
supposedly after rain, when the air and water is really nice and clear, you can see Italy.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's I don't know. To me, it's logical. Water doesn't curve, but people have a hard time accepting it. It also changes your life a little bit because if you tell someone you're a flat earther or you believe that water doesn't curve, they're sometimes they get really angry and upset with you, and sometimes they call you crazy and dumb, and so you don't just wake up one morning and decide, oh, I'm going to become a flat earther because it's so socially acceptable and fun.
Yeah, true. Like if someone on the street asks me, I would probably tell them what I've learned, but
Yeah,
just to keep out of discussion.
right. Yeah, you got to read the room. I'm not allowed to talk about flat earth on family gatherings. My wife would go crazy. She doesn't She doesn't understand it yet, but I hope she will one day. Do you have any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to start reading chat from YouTube because I like those people and they never get any love from us. So I want to give them a chance to ask questions in the chat now and then.
If I click on those YouTube or YouTube 24/7 live,
Yeah, we broadcast live.
will I be directed?
Yeah, it'll take you to the YouTube channel and it's
How do I do
live.
that? When I click on wait, there is it
Yep, there it
on the
is.
side.
Yep, you got it.
Oh, I've been live.
Mm. So yeah, we have 2 channels, and I think both bots are in here broadcasting right now. I'm looking at the one, and we have 13 viewers on YouTube. Hello, guys. Astute Gentleman says flat. I don't know what he answered to. Tim the Gamer 3516 says, yeah, DJ, way to go, buddy. So apparently he liked what GJ said. So you guys on YouTube, now is your shot. If you want to ask questions or if you want to interact a little bit with us Discord guys, you can just type it in the chat and I will read your comments. On the other stream, we have 6 viewers. Flat Lloyd Wright runs that channel and he says, moment of silence for the globe. Yeah, well, if there's dead air, I'm going to speak up a little bit till someone that's better than me takes over. So where are you from anyway? You have pretty good English. I mean, I'm from Sweden. You can hear it in my accent.
Not really. Like, you have really good accent. I live in Germany, but I'm from ex-Yugoslavia.
Können Sie Deutsch sprechen?
Klar.
Klar. All right. When I went to I went to school in Sweden, we had to pick another language, and I picked German, but I only studied it for 1 semester, so I can basically say hello and mein Name ist, and so forth, right? And you're not supposed to say du. You're supposed to say sie, right?
Depends who you're talking to. It's
if you're familiar with someone, you can say du, right?
It's more personal if you say du.
Yeah.
Like, I would sometimes also use it speaking to people I don't know, but usually you use sie, like more distant way.
More
In
formal.
English, yeah, more formal.
All right.
You can use du.
Yeah. Yeah, we used du in Sweden. We stopped using the formal one, I don't know, mid 1900, maybe 1950s or something.
Are you familiar with Beyonders Discord server, or that guy, Italian PNC? He has YouTube channel.
I am not, actually.
Like, he puts a video out, I was watching and I was like, wow, the story are amazing. Like, he puts a whole map of different rings. And why is it flat? And the land behind some rings and stuff.
Yeah. It's a little different in here. When I started, I mean, I looked into flat Earth when COVID hit, right? Because I had some time to spare, and I didn't do anything about the recommendations or anything like that. We can't talk about it here because we're on YouTube, right? But that's the time period. That's the time period where I started to look into it, and you are hit with all those things like extra lamps and so forth. But in this channel, we don't speculate. We only stick to empirical evidence. So here, except on Sundays, you can come in on speculation Sunday, and people will talk about those things on Sundays. But since we can't prove it, I can't. I don't know. I stay away from it usually, and only stick to water curving and so forth, things that I can actually prove.
That's good. That's good. For the time being, like only what we can see, feel, or like what you just said.
Yeah,
Because
what you can what you
when
can
you go
actually,
into this kind like of stories, then it feels like I think kind of unbelievable.
right? Because you just came. I mean, especially when you're new to flat Earth, and you come in, and the day you realize it, oh shoot, I am actually on a flat plane. It's such a big change to the way you think that you can't. I remember I couldn't take another single lie, because I realized that I had been living a lie my whole life, right? I thought I was living on a spinning ball that travels through space millions of miles per second or whatever. They actually say it's like faster than the speed of light because the universe has to expand super fast. It's called Olber's paradox. If Earth didn't expand away faster than light, then everything will be completely lit up, because they say there are trillions of stars and stuff like that. Now we're getting away from the topic a little bit, but I'm just saying the story was so crazy that when I realized, okay, I'm not on that spinning ball, I couldn't take one more single lie about anything. Everything had to have evidence for it. When someone started a sentence with 50 billion years ago, there was ice covering the Earth, I was like, shut up. I can't take it. No, you have absolutely no empirical evidence for that. So when you're new to it and someone starts to say things like there is more land outside of the ice wall or whatever, right? I was like, no, stop it. Don't. I need stuff to make sense, and I need there to be proof for everything, and it bleeds over into all the other areas in life too. So if someone says something that they can't empirically prove, I'll just roll my eyes and I stop listening.
True, true.
We have planar
Speaking,
reality. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I want to say, speaking of Corona, like whoever, I don't know how you feel about it, but in that time, whoever did not realize some stuff, then it's so
They are
yeah,
regretting those decisions today, aren't they?
probably
Yeah.
yeah, most of them. I know people.
I think we're on the same page there. Planar Reality on YouTube says, have you watched the debate with Apollo 16 astronaut Charlie Duke and Bart Sibrel? As a matter of fact, I watched it last night. It is one of the most entertaining interviews I have ever seen. It was so funny. They were there for 3 hours, and occasionally, every 15 minutes or so, Charlie Duke says, why am I here? Well, what is this debate about? I mean, it was just so funny. They talked about how many rockets would they have to send up. Um, how many rockets do they have to send up to refuel? Because the Werner von Braun, there's a video. Yeah, it was epic. It was epic. Werner von Braun said that we can get to low. We can go up to, I don't know, maybe the Kármán line or something like that, or what the Globers would call low orbit, right? It's not we can't prove an orbit either, but anyway, that's what they say. We can go to low orbit with one tank of fuel, and then we would have to send up several rockets, six or more, to refuel before we can, so-called, that they say, escape Earth's gravity and go into space and go to the moon. And Charlie Duke was like, I've never heard about that. Yeah, because you never been there, says Bart Sibrel. And then they had the moon rocks discussion. DJ sent me something about the moon rocks. They gave, yeah, I'm laughing about that. Uh, yeah, that was Charlie Duke's answer. But I brought home 200 pounds of moon rocks, and of course they showed some picture, and it looked like a normal rock. And apparently NASA has a lab where they can make those things, and I don't know how they date them or how they even tell the difference between a Earth rock and a moon rock. It's completely ridiculous. I recommend it for anyone who wants, a few hours of entertainment. Watch that interview. Super fun. Barty Brell, I mean, he did a good job. He is not the flat earther as far as I know, but he knows that they did not go to the moon. What do you think, Doc? Do you believe in the moon landing? I assume you don't, because it's ridiculous.
I have been in this like some kind of some point. Can we call some things conspiracy? But yeah, in this world they found this world conspiracy, which I don't like. No, I don't believe in moon landing.
Yeah. No, CIA coined that term, conspiracy theorist, I think during the moon landing days. I mean, we all
it
know.
started with the killing of JFK.
Oh, that could be in it too, yeah. Yeah. It's funny. All right, we have 16 people watching on YouTube. If you guys want to chime in, go right ahead. I'm reading your chat there right now.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. Nice talking to you. I need to go now.
Yeah. Appreciate
Maybe
it.
I'll
Come
be
back
later here.
anytime.
Yeah.
All right. Have a
Take care.
good day.
You too. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. All right. So let's read the chat here on Discord. Hey, listen, everybody. You know how I run this thing when I have time to ramble. You can cut me off at any point. There are so many people in here who knows a lot more than I do and deal with the Globers better than I do too. So don't let me steal airtime here if you have something more important to say. But if we have some dead air, I'm going to talk and I'm going to read the chat and I'm going to scroll up because I've been sleeping. So I want to see what's been happening during the night. Have we had any good discussions tonight? Oh, we had to end our event because they were going to have karaoke night. Yeah, that's reasonable. But he also said that 30 minutes from now, we can start another event. What did Let's say? I have a question for the panel. He says at 6:30, 8:38, why are flat earthers more beautiful and more handsome than globies? I don't know, man. I don't know. But it's like you can almost tell people's political affiliation by looking at them, and I think you can tell flat earthers from globers too. But I don't want to speculate. Okay, let's see. I need someone to read my question on VC. Well, I just read it. Someone is going to spaz and it won't be so quiet anymore. Well, okay. And then we had Marco Commando. That guy has been chat skanking for a long day, like 3 days now. Why doesn't he come into the VC? Oh, was he banned? Or just chat banned from chat, maybe? Helios Skeptic posted the stream. Yep. Scrolling. Looking through some memes here. Oh, that's a funny meme. On this doll, where did the flat earth hurt you? Yeah. All right, I think I've gone far enough up here. Let's check YouTube again. Yoder posted, flat earth in infrared, 255 miles. Yeah, we can see way too far. That's a good meme. I like it. It makes people think. They don't understand that infrared is like one of the best evidences we have for the flat surface. Can you even imagine 255 miles? Where is all that curvature? I have to go to my calculator to figure out how much curve there should be on 255 miles. Let's see if the infographic up there has it. 300 miles is 721,000 foot of curvature that's gone missing. So I'm guessing 250 would be maybe something like 500,000 foot. That's like insane. Why do we see that far if the Earth is a ball? All right, maybe we're going to restart an event. Okay, great. Thanks for posting that, Yoder. It's thought-provoking. And our YouTube friends can see it too for a little while. Here's some links for... Oh, okay. All right. Nice. There's the links for a 255-mile infrared flat Earth. It's a Facebook link. Oh, I'm so old school that I don't even have Facebook, but I think I can still view it. I was super paranoid about social media a few years back. I'm still a little bit, they collect our information and so forth. So just on principle, I didn't actually create the Facebook account. Now I don't care too much about it, so maybe I'll do that. We have a Reddit post. Oh, there's the turning torso. That's in Malmö, Sweden. What is that video about? I have never seen it. Maybe I should have a look at it. Is it pro flat Earth or is it against it? I guess he's zooming in from Denmark.
Well, I figured you're from Sweden, so we should use Sweden-style videos here. I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but they don't understand the law of reflection, because when Matthias KP, when he did these observations, he did them from the north looking south, and the sun reflects off the waters, and that reflection of the sun off the water will pretty much obliterate anything close to the water.
Isn't that exactly what this picture illustrates? Let's see if I can find it here. Isn't that exactly what this thing explains?
Yeah.
Do you see?
Yeah, it's similar to that, but there's, like I said, there's multiple reasons why you can't see the bottom, and
Yeah.
most of it is the diffraction limit, especially of the human eye. Our eyes are very, very small. Like, the physical limit of the human eye is about 5,000 meters. After that, everything gets fuzzy. But if I wanted to be able to resolve a 1 meter object at 50 kilometers, the iris of my eyeball would have to be almost 4 centimeters.
Right.
Instead of just like 5 millimeters. You'd have to increase the size of your eyeball by 8 times in order to see something further away.
And I've been to Turning Torso many times because there's a nice restaurant out there we go to when I'm home, and I am my hometown is 1 hour from Malmö, where it's at, and I don't think there is 6 storage of curvature covering that thing even. Because 66 foot, it looks like it's maybe 20 foot covered only, 30. I think you still see too much of it in
Yeah.
his video.
And like I said, that building has electricity, so the best time to actually take photographs of it would be on a windless night. There's no wind to affect the water, and no sun reflecting off the water. And now take a photograph of it, and you'll find that more of the building should be visible.
And I mean, if we look at that flatearth.vws, or BS as I call it, the bullshit website, they have some distances there, 15 miles, 17, 21, 25. You would have to be inland by 5 miles even to take those pictures, because the beach is only 10 miles away in Denmark on the other side. So this is just theory. Maybe I'll try to get out there this summer. Clearly, the good people at flatearth.wvs has never even seen this thing in reality. On a good day, you might even be able to see the very bottom of that tower. I think this is cherry picked from.
Depends on the distance.
Yeah. I mean, you would have to be. I mean, is that 21 miles away from it? He was 10 miles inland in Denmark when he took this picture. If this is what he claims, that is crazy. We can probably look it up on Google Earth as well and do the distance, see where he was at. He was taking it from the north of to the south. How is that possible? Denmark is to the east of Sweden. Copenhagen is to the east. Where did he take this from?
You know, I'd like to know who actually owns that flatearth.ws site.
I always thought there was the CIA, but I don't know. Sorry, now I'm speculating again.
Well, I know it's morons because everything
Yeah,
on their website typically is wrong.
Yeah, I agree. It used to piss me off to a point where if anybody brought up a WS picture on Twitter or X, I would have blocked them immediately because I hate that site so much. I thought it was stupid and dumb, and it is. But now I'm more like, they post so much dumb shit that it's just fun to debunk it in front of people. It's almost like they're doing us a favor at this point. Here's a nighttime picture of Toronto. Okay. Where's it taken from? Far away?
It's about 48 kilometers across the lake.
Oh, wow. That's
And
nice.
the Rogers Center, the signs on the Rogers Center are visible.
Yeah, and they should not
And
be from that
and
distance.
they're less than half the height of the building because most of the building is the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull up one of my close-up photos I took of that where I got it. Hopefully. This is the problem with having too many photos.
Right. DJ says, vertical temperature gradients needs to be measured to make a claim of Earth curve and not simply sinking, in combination with other things, such as angular resolution and a bit of magnification. That's Andrew Young. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I've heard that before. Very good one. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. This effect results from vertical refractive index gradients near the surface that produce curved ray paths. Yeah, absolutely. What do we know about Andrew Young? Is he a glober? Oh, he is a glober. Interesting. I wonder how he squares his observations and his knowledge about this with the globe. Yeah, he's a great hostile witness, says DJ. Absolutely. I love it when you talk about these things here. Oh, I got a text. Sorry. Let me grab that. I'm going to read my text out. No, I'm not. Let's see. Sorry about this. I have to answer for work. Just one text. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Working from home today. I hope you guys can still hear me. I'm in my text app, so I don't think I muted myself in the background. Let's look at YouTube while I'm waiting for the reply here. Plain Reality on YouTube says, we used to say across the pond. Yeah. 17 viewers over on YouTube. Feel free to type in the chat. I'm going to read it. Thank you, DJ. He says, plain and truth, great hosting as usual. Appreciate that coming from you, especially since you are much better at this than I am. Toronto says Ray Light Criterion. Okay. Yeah, it was from Toronto. This photo is taken from the City Island Airport. How far away?
Yeah, the island airport is not too far away. Only a few kilometers from, maybe 2 or so kilometers.
Right. Do we have any new people? In here who wants to talk to us today? We have Mano Emano. We have Luluka 77. I've seen you guys here before. Well, at least Luluka. I'm not sure about Mano Emano. How you doing?
Oh no, I've been here quite long before as well.
You've been here. All right, cool. Well, if you have something to say, feel free. We can chat a little bit with anyone who wants to.
I mean, nothing much.
Or you can listen. And we have Dyer 4126. How are you? I think I recognize that away. Also, what else do we have here today? Morvis Ordo Cyclorum. What does that mean? I feel like I should know that out. He's a flat earther. I know that.
Ordo Seclorum, I believe, means new order.
The new order, huh? Okay.
Sort of. Something in that range.
Flat Earth New Order. That's the new name for our Community. When people come in here and say we're a flat Earth society, I feel like I want to go ballistic about that because it's such a insult almost. Flat Earth society, insane. They believe that the Earth is continually rising up. Hope I didn't strawman any of them now. But just so you know, YouTube, don't associate us with the Flat Earth Society. I personally think that's some kind of psyop, or that maybe it started out,
Sounds like
honestly.
sounds like a cult name, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it started out
Yeah,
generally, maybe, but I
stupid.
think it's been co-opted now, maybe by some three-letter agency. I don't know. He has to say across pond. All right, YouTube, talk to me. Let's check the other channel. Got to switch between the both of them. Live chat. Nope. Still, we have 10 viewers on that one as well. So if you guys on the other stream, the 10 of you want to interact, feel free to do so, and I'm going to read it. So I'll stick around on this channel for a little while, and I'll switch back to the other one. What else do we have in here today?
I am Spartacus.
We have Spartacus with us, also known
We
as
are Spartacus.
Crit. Good morning, Crit.
Good morning.
It was good to listen to you last night. My brain shuts down after, say, 6 p.m. or something, and then I'm just in listener mode. In the morning, right now, I'm full of piss and vinegar.
I have this unique thought that comes to my brain whenever they talk about Newton discovering gravity. Right? I was like, wait, so the apple fell on his head, and that's how it discovered gravity. What the fuck was he doing his entire life before that? Did he never see things falling before? Like, it doesn't make any sense when people say Newton discovered gravity when apple fell on his head. It seems like such a bullshit.
I thought that was always just a story that other people. Did he actually claim that himself?
I mean, there are portion of the text online where this thing is repeated again and again, and
I guess.
it really sounded very stupid whenever somebody said to me that that's how Newton discovered gravity. I was like, what the fuck was he doing all his life before that?
I mean, yeah, because of that, people use that as an example all the time. It's like they become so brainwashed that they just
Yeah,
repeat.
exactly. It even sounds stupid. Guess how he discovered gravity? Because the apple fell. So if the apple never fell on his head, he would have never gone further. And oh wait, what gravity? What? Where did that come from?
Yeah, it's weird. I've told this story before. Maybe there are some new listeners. When I came out to my wife that I was a flat earther, I had to, confess at the point.
Damn, bro!
Yeah,
I
I
want
had
to
to.
hear it.
I had to confess. She took some metal item from the counter, from one of those kitchen mixers or whatever, the blade, and she dropped it right into the floor, and it's pretty fragile. So I was like, it's ceramic, right? So I thought, oh no. She said, look, things fall down. How can you be so stupid to think that there is no gravity? So that was her best example, and of course she probably picked that up from the apple of the tree. And I realized fairly quickly that, okay, she's not ready for this discussion quite yet. So we'll see. But it's been a few years, and I think she's warming up to it. What else do we have here today? Beware the Laluca it's a shifty one. Okay, old dude says. I don't know anything about that, but it sounds funny. And Rayleigh Criterion says, as one can see, the Rogers Center red letters are close to the ground. Yeah, absolutely. That can't be more than what, 4, 3. Let's see. Let's figure it out. 2, 4, 6, 8. No, 20 meters, 30 meters up, maybe. What's that? 90
Yeah,
feet?
I use the size of the doors,
Mhm.
which are your typical 80 inches.
Yeah, I just use the people.
Using the pixel count, I estimated the signs are in between 25 and 30 meters off the ground.
Yeah, yeah. And 40, what was the picture was taken 40 kilometers away or no?
Yeah, 48 kilometers.
Yeah. So way below the curve and we still see them. That's fantastic. I'm gonna have to say
Because there should be over 100 meters of obstruction at 48 kilometers. So
right.
yeah, so a minimum of 100 meters should never be seen. So the Rogers Center should never be seen from the South Shore ever.
And 100 meters is about what, 350 foot or something?
Yeah, something like that.
I have
It's
to
like
convert.
almost 4,000 inches.
It's funny. I've lived in America for 20 years, and now I know the measurement system here better than I know the metric system. So
yeah, that's sad.
yeah, it is. It is actually.
Now see
When
what sealed it for me for knowing the Earth was absolutely flat was because I was sitting down at the beach and looking with my own eyes, the naked eye. I didn't have to use my camera, and I could see the Rogers Center dome with the naked eye. And that sealed it because I'm sitting down on the beach. I'm not even standing, and I can see it.
Wow. Yeah, I've had a similar experience, not over that far of a distance, but when I go home to my hometown, I'm actually risking my work just speaking on this channel if someone recognizes my voice, but I mean, I'm starting to care less and less about it the older I get because hopefully I can retire at some point. But when I went back to my hometown, there's a piece of water, there's a lake there. It's actually connected to the sea, so I don't even know if it's a lake, it's something else. But there is a landmass about 6 miles over from the beach where we go to, let the kids play and so forth. And I was sitting in my beach chair, and I can see the white sand 6 miles away, and I thought that was weird because when you're sitting on a beach chair, you're basically, what are you, 2 foot up above off of the ground. And I thought I shouldn't be able to see the white sand on the other side, but it's there. So that made me think about it. And then I thought a little bit about the helicopter. Why can't we just go up there and sit there for a while and land somewhere else if the Earth is spinning underneath it? And I did believe that thing that they say that the atmosphere is kind of in lockstep for a long time. But we all know it isn't. So, all right. We have some chat here. Quantum Ice Skater says, if everyone, Globers, okay, are you okay? If any flat earther makes you angry, please contact me. Yeah, I mean, we should be fair to everyone. This isn't a place to make people angry. We just want to answer your questions, have a good time, and explain our position. Why we know that the Earth is flat. Beyond the Ice Wall says to Quantum Karen, there is trouble in the home server. Someone who got banned come back with the new alt to troll. Won't raise the flag. Okay, I don't know what's that about. Ray Criterion says this photo was taken from me sitting down on the beach and balancing my camera on my knee, so about 1 foot above the water. Yeah, exactly. And if anybody just came in and you're wondering why I'm reading the chat, well, for the simple reason that I am a coder and I listen to YouTube in the background. So I cannot monitor the chat, and there is some interesting stuff going around. So when we have dead air, I'm just reading the chat for you guys, and I hope you enjoy it over on YouTube. And I'm going to switch to the other stream and see if somebody has said anything. Nobody, and we only have 12 viewers there right now. Hope you guys are doing great. I can't keep up with all the funny names that DJ puts on himself. Quantum Karen is DJ. He's gonna check it out. trouble in the home server. Sheriff is coming. You have been warned. Give me your clothes, your gun, and your motorcycle. 13 people on YouTube right now. Please chat a little bit. Where are all the YouTube trolls? Gum777. He's usually there when I'm there. Chat skanking. Do we have an event running now? Let me check. No, yet. Let's check the other servers. Sometimes people hang out in the other servers as well. We have, I know we have a YouTube bot at all times on the home server. You sucks too. Oh, that's the one that can play music, I guess. Nobody's in there. Sometimes people follow me here, and I have no idea who they are, and I'm just trying to be nice. They send a wave. I usually send a wave back. But guys, when you send me DMs and I don't know you, I can't just sit and chat. So you better get to the point real quick. Not trying to be rude or anything, but there's a lot of people who does this. So. And I also got to be careful. I got to tell you, if you're a beautiful lady and you send me a DM, I got to tell you I am happily married and I don't want to offend anyone. And I'm also super paranoid, so I'm always thinking that's my wife. She's testing me. All right. And I have been married for 30 years, if you can believe that. So I am doing something right. Very loyal, I guess. Maybe to the point of stupidity. All right. What do we have here? It's a little slow today. Let's see what they're up to on the TikTok channel. I thought maybe we were broadcasting to TikTok as well. Are we? I followed the Flat Earth Discord there a few days ago. It has 13 followers, but there's nothing there. So I guess we're not broadcasting there. TikTok is a little different. They are very much into esoteric things. They speculate a lot, and I haven't come across a channel on TikTok where they are empiricists like we are here. But I'm trying to do my best in the groups that I belong to there to just make them stop speculating so much and stick to what we can prove. But it is a fun place sometimes. We had Indio debating Dr. Blitz. Unfortunately, that ended up with him. Not Indio, but Dr. Blitz started to talk about that he didn't know if he had hands or not. It was very entertaining.
Completely embarrassing. He doesn't know anything. It completely broke this Dr. Blitz's worldview. Like, he didn't know if he was on Discord, if he has hands, if he's not a brain in the vat.
Yeah.
He didn't know any, like, at some point he completely lost, not the plot, but all plots.
Yeah, Cogdis kicked in as well, so that didn't help him.
Yeah,
That was
it's quite interesting because he said at the end that he won the debate, which wasn't a debate. He framed it as a conversation with flat earthers, which was a debate, which wasn't a debate, which he didn't know if it was a debate, but he won the debate and he ended the flat earth, was defeated. Like his thing was flat earth defeated, which
Mhm.
resulted in him not ending the flat earth and then posting the video, then taking the video down, then reposting it because he's not scared to show people what he really talks about because of flat earthers or something. Like, and this is supposed to be academic. This is supposed to be like like a doctor of some sort of like science type field. And the dude is just in the endless perpetual freak out because he doesn't know anything, but he knows he doesn't know anything, but he doesn't know that at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, it was content, but if you have to declare yourself the winner when you clearly lost, that's just pathetic.
Yeah, he did this really cringe thing too, where he muted us on Discord and then said he was muted on to his audience and started talking to his audience rather than talk to us. Then once India was done talking, then he unmuted Discord and then just drove on with his like voodoo, like just verbal diarrhea, not responding to anything Indio said, not listening, not paying attention, none of it.
Yeah,
So
and he
even his
freaked.
idea of debate and conversation are both in question now. Like, what, Dr. Blitz, what is a debate? What is a conversation? Because
Right,
your take,
he gets into like the debate bro tactics. Like it was insane. Instead of staying on topic, they just can't do it. They have to like define debate, define so and so, and they just keep doing that instead of talking about what's actually important and why they're there. It's crazy. Define hands. Guess who's back? Back again. Josh is back. He is on his best behavior. Okay, we'll see how that turns
Bonjour.
out. Bonjour. Did I cut your project?
Catch. What do you mean?
Well, I thought I read something about the Kuiper project has been cancelled. Is that fake news?
No, we're still chugging along. We rebranded as Amazon Leo. Everything's purple
All right.
now. Now, but another Atlas 5 going up on the 15th, and then after that, there's an Ariane 6 going up from French Guiana shortly after the new year.
When are you guys going to put cameras in those that aren't fisheye?
Working on it.
Sounds good. Who else do we have? We have about a couple of people here. Drake is not my uncle. How are you doing? Why do I recognize that name? I feel like I'm the noob here who can't remember people who have been here or not. I should maybe take some notes. All right. Let's see what the YouTube people have for us. Nothing. Come on, people. I'm counting on you. 13 viewers. Can't you guys at least say hello? Yeah, anyway, we're talking about Dr. Blitz. What a clown. What a complete clown. It must be so embarrassing to be a Glober when you send a PhD and he gets completely destroyed.
Who is
yeah,
this?
he tries to appeal to his credentials, like just one logical fallacy after another. Like he tries to ridicule something he doesn't understand. He thinks he wants to have a debate, which he calls a discussion. He's muting people, then saying he's being muted when he's self-muting, then blaming other people for that. Like, the whole thing is just a hot mess. I mean, these people are very upset by Flat Earth, but they won't ever discuss why. Why does Flat Earth make you so angry and so belligerent? That here you are, a professional educator, but yet you can't even learn yourself. Like, steelman the position. Like, understand where Flat Earthers are coming from. Understand before you respond. Like, how are you going to debunk a topic that you can't even define? Like, he says he's some sort of physicist, and in physics, the word flat is clearly defined, but when you hear him talk in context of Earth in physics, suddenly now flat becomes a shape, a noun. So even internally, his worldview is just clearly fucked up. Because if he tries to use a physics lens, he tries to use a debate lens, tries to use a discussion lens, any lens that you view through his worldview, he ends up with, as you saw, a spectacular meltdown where he'll stream himself talking on camera with his hands, but he doesn't know if he has hands or not. Even though you tell them, I can see you on camera with hands, he still wouldn't know for sure.
I know. It was hilarious.
Yeah, and this is why this topic is so powerful, because it cuts through the bullshit. It exposes the debate bro. It exposes people with flawed epistemology. It cuts right down to the heart of what do you know and why.
Can you even imagine, Crit, if you had a PhD and you have a big TikTok channel? Look, even if you started to buy into the concept and starting to understand what we're saying and get that water doesn't curve, what do you do at that point? Your whole livelihood. I mean, he makes money off of this, right? This is what he does. He doesn't teach. He doesn't work for a university. He just has his PhD, and how is he capitalizing on it? He cannot go back, and he can't leave it. He's going to have to, do his shtick on TikTok for the rest of his life, just to be able to provide, even if he found out that it's false.
I was going to say,
Right?
have y'all actually read his dissertation? Like, that's usually the first thing I ask for if somebody's claiming they have a PhD is,
no
can I
one's
read your
seen it because
dissertation?
he doesn't want to, like, a quote unquote dox himself or something like that. So no one knows if he even has a PhD. Apparently he does. But I've heard through other accounts that he was a PhD candidate, like or something like that. Like he is like he's taken some
Oh,
sort
so
of
he passed quals. Yeah, so he passed qualifying exams, but
Yeah.
if he doesn't have a dissertation, like you could, I don't know. That's shady. Like if you're gonna like try to lean on your credentials, or you should be able to back it up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
unfortunately,
I mean, even more so, like if he's that smart and that educated, he should be able to straw man, or I'm sorry, steal the Freudian slip, steel man the flat Earth position. If he's, that he should be able to understand what other people are saying, and then tell us why we're right for the wrong reasons, or wrong for the right reason, or whatever. But he can't even get to the point where we're saying an adjective, but he hears a noun. Like, I clicked on his YouTube channel, just a morbid curiosity, and he has a hit piece about DJ calling flat a adjective. And he does no problem posting that video. Completely no, look, flat earthers think flat is an adjective. Yes, it is. The word flat is an adjective. Unless you're talking about your apartment or some shit. When you describe flat earth, that is adjective, noun. And if you think otherwise, I'm going to call into question your so-called credentials. Because this is like English 101. This is like, high school level of writing. Even more so, the physics definition of the word flat is also an adjective. So even if he says, I'm a doctorate in physics, and I view all things through physics, you're like, all things boil down to physics. What does the word flat mean inside physics? What is the definition of that word? Like here, I'll read it word for word for you guys. Flat, lacking curvature, the mathematical equivalent of Euclidean space where parallel lines stay parallel and the sums of triangles equal 180 degrees. No curvature. Like this is in physics, the physics definition of flat.
That's strange. When's the last time he poked around?
Oh, I haven't heard him come by. He basically does what he does now is he'll like hear us talking on YouTube and like send you a link to his whatever social media space that he does, like X space or Twitter space or or whatever it is. I can't remember where he hosts his talks, but he'll hear one of us say something. Okay, he's on TikTok. So he'll send you a TikTok link with no context. Just he'll hear, like maybe he'll hear me talking today. It'll trigger him. Then he'll DM me a link to his TikTok, and then when I don't show up, say I'm a coward. And I'm like, well, if you think I'm a coward, why did you send a link? Didn't it break? If you think I'm a coward, then you would know the answer. I wouldn't click on your link. So why'd you send a link if you already know I'm a coward? Like that sort of, it goes right into his count. He's incog. What he should be like, hey, I heard you talking on Discord. It was interesting what you said. Can you come talk to me on my platform? Here's a reason why I want you to join. Instead, he'll give you a reason to not join. I'm triggered by what you said on Discord and YouTube, so here's a link so I can try to get even with you, and if you don't join, you're a coward. Huh. Well, it sounds like you gave me a bunch of reasons not to join. Also, to maintain your fucked up worldview, I won't join. Whatever version of me you want or don't want, fine, whatever. Just sign into your TikTok space and just freak out there. And I don't want anything to do with it. Now, if you want to talk to me, because I don't want to talk to you, because you're obviously, a ridiculous ass clown. So if you want to talk to me, come talk to me. You know where to find me. You sent a DM to me. You know it's easy to find me. Or convince me that I actually want to talk to you. Those will be your two choices. Oh, you don't want to do that. Oh, well, sucks. So go over there and freak out until you want. Go, like, as we used to have a guy called Reconor. The Reconor used to say, now take your toys and go put them on the carpet.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah, he's a strange guy. Crit,
Yeah, he's a goofy looking.
He's
a goofy dude. And I mean, it's okay. I'm okay with weird. I like weird people. I just don't want to entertain them saying that somehow I victimized you. No, dude, I enjoy being weird. I think it is weird that someone thinks they're a brain in the vat and they have no hands. I'm kind of curious about that. But I'm not going to sit there and try to entertain somebody freaking out because of something they think I said rather than what I've actually said, which the word flat is an adjective. That's what I actually said. I didn't say flat is a disk in space. That's not what I said. Yeah, excuse me if I'm going on too long. Just interrupt me. I'll yield the mic.
No. You're doing great. As a matter of fact, you have some feedback on YouTube. TVH4387 says, "Crit always makes sense. Pleasure to listen to and very funny." So there's some feedback for you, Crit.
All right, there we go. Yeah, I felt like I was maybe kind of stealing the show, but yeah, it's good to get some feedback.
You're doing awesome. As a matter of fact, it's a sigh of relief when other people talk. Then I don't have to ramble on for too long. We also have Sebs on YouTube. He says, "Hi, I got my hands full. in my garden doing garden stuff. Yeah, you're on the flat earth doing some flat earth stuff in your flat garden. Fantastic. You guys keep interacting on YouTube if you want to. We have live chat monitoring for you guys right now. 11 people on Flat Lloyd's channel, and on the other one we have there. Let's see. No, nothing there yet, but 21 people. It's going up. The day is progressing nicely. And I almost want to go back to Dr. Blitz's TikTok and see what stupid things he has to say. Maybe read some of his chat there. I don't want to give him the I don't want to give a shout out. As a matter of fact, also just so you guys know, we can't dox anyone. So if you do find out who he is, don't tell us here. You can easily do a reverse image search for his face, right? So, and then when you have that, you know his name, and then you can figure out if he has a dissertation or not. And I think it would be totally acceptable to say, I know who he is, and I found out that he doesn't have a dissertation. So if any of you want to do that, that's fine. But just don't tell us his real name, because I don't want to dox people who wants to be anonymous. That's not okay.
The other part of this too is that we have to, a way of plausible deniability. We don't want to say who somebody is, because if something fucked up happens in their life, like he gets called into the guidance office for saying some stuff, they'll end up blaming flat earthers for that.
Exactly, and the
so
Globers
that way
do
we
that.
know that nothing came from us, from this channel or whatever, because no one here cares who he is. I don't want to know who you are and all that. Like sometimes that you've seen, like someone will come on here and say, hey, my name is X, I work at this place. And then they get called in, something happens, like their car gets egged or something like that. And then they'll just automatically assume it must have been those flat earthers. We're like, why? Why would you say that? Oh, because I was here and I told you what car I had and where I worked, and next thing I know, there's an egg on my car. And I'm like, well, well, if someone just dropped an egg, what if it was a bird? A bird, laid an egg. What if it was some random person on YouTube? What if it was some other person, some other, how did you narrow it down that it must have been a flat earther? And that sometimes they just say it. They just automatically assume it's like the ultimate scapegoat. They need to find someone to blame for everything that happens in their life. Anything bad that happens, it must have been a flat earther. Like, really, dude. But I thought we're also a minority group who mind their own business and have nothing that no one's listening to, no one's paying attention to, no one cares about. And they're this ultimate evil in the world that's causing all these horrible things to happen to you. There's another contradiction. So therefore, let's make it very simple and easy. I don't want to know who you are. It doesn't matter who you are. That's either a genetic fallacy or appeal to authority fallacy. There's some sort of fallacious argument in there. Your words and your evidence that you're talking about, your talking points, can be said by anybody. It doesn't matter. So you don't need to add that in. In anything. Let's keep it anonymous. That way there's a buffer zone for why you're able to talk in this space about things that people could be upset by.
I agree 100%. And it has happened before, probably happened more often to flat earthers, that Globers find out who you are, contact your employer or whatever, and all of a sudden you're out of a job. So we should respect Globers and flat earthers' right to be anonymous.
Yeah, they've done that before, where they think that this topic is so hurtful and so damaging to humanity that they want to expose you to the real world, that people should know what you're doing. And I'm like, okay, but I thought you said that no one's listening to us. No, it doesn't matter. So why are you that upset by me saying something that doesn't matter?
I know that I posted on X at some point some children's book about flat Earth, and I immediately got DM'd from people saying, if I find out who you are, you're mistreating your children when you teach them about flat Earth, I'm going to report you and so forth, right? So it's very dangerous, because you can get your kids taken away over this. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They used to, back early, like I think it was like 2017, 2018, they did this thing called the Children of Flat Earth Initiative. and the globalists were trying to figure out which flat Earth families had children in the household. And what they would do is they'd find out if they could figure out who they were and where they were, they would send in false reports to Child Protective Services to get Child Protective Services to at least pull the kids out of the family for a little while to do an investigation. And even if the family got cleared, like there's no harm being done, they still wanted to make it painful for those families. Like, sure, you can talk about flat Earth online, but we'll find some way to harm you if you do so. You might beat the rap and you might beat our false accusations, but look how it was painful for you. So I suggest you just shut up and keep your opinions to yourself.
Right.
Another thing too, like to tie back with how the globalists would blame flat earthers for things. They felt justified in doing so because one of the things they said that happened was one of the guys said a flat earther killed his dog. They were like, well, how do you know that? How do you know that a flat earther did that? He said because he was on a flat earth Discord server or some social media and he was like making fun of flat earthers, and the next day like his dog got ran over by a car. Like he had his dog chained up in his yard and someone drove up on his yard and hit his dog. So it must have been a flat earther who did it. I'm like, sure it just wasn't a distracted driver, like someone in your neighborhood who was like, driving to work and spilled coffee on themselves and lost control of their vehicle for a second and your dog just happened to be the wrong place at the wrong time? Nope, absolutely not. Couldn't have been that. I'm like, so you think within one day, all it took was one day that some flat earthers who you think are complete nincompoops, who can't tie their shoes or like, can't chew bubblegum and walk at the same time, complete other clowns, absolute idiots, the dumbest of the dumb, were able to effectively, plan the execution of your dog without any evidence or trace he left behind. And he's like, yeah, absolutely. And I'm like, incredible, absolutely incredible how your mind works. And you call us the conspiracy theorists. We're somehow the conspiracy theory. You invented a complete boogeyman out of nowhere.
I shouldn't be laughing at this, but it reminds me of the "You kicked my dog" Carpal.
Yeah, like I'd be that
You must
I'm
be a
willing to
flat
say that he
earther.
lied the whole time. There was no dog even involved, none of it. All this was some kind of rampant appeal to emotion, complete fictitious story. All of it was complete horseshit. It's just him trying to justify why he's so toxic to flat earthers.
Right. And old dude says anti-flats will go to any length to shut us down as a movement or individuals. Yeah, I think there's something to that, old dude. DJ says, Matthew Learns, why did you rage quit last time when I was simply trying to read out some potential explanations for bottom-up obstruction? The citations were from Oxford and Andrew Thomas Young. What say you,
I
Matthew?
usually quit when somebody threatens to ban me because I don't know who's mods and who's not, and they're like, "You shouldn't even be here. We should just ban you for saying that." And then I don't know if they're just saying that or if they actually can ban me. So that's usually why I rage quit. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specific example. Let me see. Some potential explanation, bottom up obstruction. Yeah, I'm sorry, Karen. I don't remember that.
Alrighty. I do remember the quit and the conversation, actually. Ooh, I got a picture from my wife. What is this? Ooh, okay. Nice. Okay. Yep. Alrighty. Yeah, she's bored at work.
It sounds like I could go AFK for a little bit.
Yeah. Sebs on YouTube says brutal. I don't know exactly what he is referring to, but that's what he said, and he gives us a little emoji, lol, and an air. Okay. Hope you're enjoying the show over on YouTube. We have 12 people there on Flat Lloyd's channel right now. And DJ posts a Globy logic. Matthew rage quits over nothing. Oh, it's a clip. Fun. Let's listen to it. All right, I remember that conversation actually. Matthew Learns says, and I'm reading these for the YouTube people who are listening in the background. We have a little back and forth here between DJ and Matthew. He says, sorry, I don't remember. It's usually either if it feels like someone is going to ban me, or maybe I get angry about something else. It's maybe a few minutes in. Yeah, I listened to it. Sorry, I don't remember. I usually either feels with it or get angry about something else. DJ says, no, it wasn't that. Matthew says, okay, cool. A recording. I'll listen to see if I can remember that instance. Well, I think it was less than 24 hours ago. You will probably get your memory back here if you listen to it. Interesting. We got a little drama going on
24
here. Always interesting.
So the clip I was mentioning about the full moon, and saying it was 7 hours from then, and then I don't think I rage quit. I think I just had to go in that instance.
No, you literally rage quit.
So
You like had
I
a little
have
tantrum. You had a little tantrum, and you're like, "This is ridiculous. I'm leaving." And then you just like ran away.
Yeah, I do that
Like because
sometimes,
you
but
said because of bottom up obstruction, we know the Earth's a globe. Okay, and I was like, okay, I'm going to read out some citations that give potential other explanations, even according to mainstream globe earthers and subject matter experts in refraction and optics and things like that, right? And then I started reading out some citations, and you just like ran away mid conversation, which I found very rude. And then you just come back, the next time, like now, and pretend it never happened. But I remember. That's all. That's all I'm saying, dude. It's bad faith.
oh no, I get it. I
Right? It's
don't
like a
deny
weird
that.
little tantrum just because you didn't want to hear like a rebuttal or something.
Oh yeah, no, I have weird tantrums and rage quit all the time.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know
I try
that.
not to.
Well, it's no big deal. It's
Okay.
not a big deal, Matthew. It's all good. Can move on.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, we got that sorted. Good. We have some feedback here from the YouTube people. Seb says it was brutal, and then I asked what was brutal, and he said the story Crit told about the animal. Yeah, it was brutal. And then we have TVH4387. He says, I had to keep the subject of flat Earth secret for more than 10 years. Not a good idea to tell everybody about it. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way it is. Flat Earthers are like the last unprotected group. You can make you can make fun of them, you can demeanor, you can call them names, and it's totally acceptable in society. But you say one bad word about any of the other protected classes, and you can't get away with that in this day and age. And I think you should be able to say anything about anyone, if anything, but flat earthers, last unprotected class.
Very true.
A little bit funny. I have people on Twitter in their profile. Yes, I hate bigotry, for example, and then they call me dumbass and stupid and dumb flurf, and it's okay to be a bigot against flat earthers, but not anybody else. And he also has the rainbow flag, and you cannot be bigoted against those people for some reason. But flat earthers, it is totally okay, obviously. All right, interesting reflection, I guess. 11 people watching on YouTube. Hey guys, we love it when you interact with us. Feel free to post your comments there and I will read them. "19 on the other one. All right, let's check out the user list here. Oh, no thanks. You joined. Welcome again. See you here all the time. He's a flat earther for sure. Stark is here. Didn't we have a good discussion yesterday? Wait, I can't remember. I think I saw you posting things. He's flat too. Oh, and here we have the link for that interview with Bart Sibrel. Oh, I had so much fun. I was going to go to bed at midnight, and then I decided I'm going to listen to that thing, and I ended up going to bed at 3 a.m. because I had to finish the whole thing. So it is fun for sure. Moon rocks was his best argument for why they've been there. And they brought up the Van Allen belts. He had to change his story a few times. Well, how fast was the rocket going? Well, it took 72 hours to get there, so about 3,000 miles per hour. And then they were like, but do you know the Van Allen belt starts 1,000 miles up and they go for almost up to 37,000 miles? So you must have been in that thing for 10 hours. And then he said, well, when we went through that, we accelerated the rocket somehow. And we actually went through it at 25,000 miles per hour. So he said, well, that's still more than an hour. You had to be inside of it. And then you had to be inside of that belt for another hour when you were going back. And he was like, I've never heard anything about this. Or we knew the belt existed, but yeah, he totally flipped out and couldn't explain it at all. And when they brought up how much gas they would need, or propellant, he also was like, I haven't heard about that before. And both Werner von Braun and Elon Musk and someone else, like a physicist, said that it's impossible. We would have to have 12 rockets to go up there to.
Hi guys.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
So, is this your first time in the room?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Where are you from?
I'm from Sweden, but I have lived in America for 20 years. Where are you from?
I'm from Kazakhstan. You know?
Kazakhstan?
Yes, yes.
Which language do they speak there?
Kazakh language.
Yeah.
Russian
Can you say something in your own language, like hello, how are you?
Привет, как дела?
Again,
Салем,
one more.
how are you? It's language
Okay.
Russian and Kazakh.
Is it like Russian?
Yes.
Okay.
Привет.
Do
It's
you
mean hi.
Okay.
Hello.
Меня зовут Plain and Truth. Как вас зовут?
Меня зовут Касиет.
Как дела?
Очень приятно познакомиться.
Хорошо. Okay. Very, very, very good. And I'm guessing you want to practice your English, maybe?
Yes.
Yes. But I'm going to tell you something, my friend. In this room, we talk about the Earth. Do you believe that you are on a spinning ball in space, or do you think that you live on a flat plane?
What's the play?
Do you think that you live on a spinning ball in space? Earth, is it a ball or is it flat?
Что это значит? Что жизнь, типа Земля плоская или ты живешь в spinning ball? Вокруг типа галактика. Spinning
Ball?
ball.
You
Spinning
think you
ball.
live on a ball?
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
It's
Would you
correct.
like? Yeah. Have you? Yeah, you think you live on a ball, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, look, I'm going to post something. Are you able to see the chat?
Uh-huh.
Can you see the chat?
Yeah, I see.
You see the ball? You see ball?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see the ball.
Yeah. Do you see the blue thing? The blue stuff? Do you know what that is? Blue? Is it water?
Yeah, blue sky.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sky, but it's also water, right? The blue thing, blue stuff is water. Agree?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you see that it curves around the ball?
Where is that curse?
You see water, it goes around the ball.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So there's a problem with that because when we try to look at the water here on Earth, it does not curve. It looks flat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. So if you go to the beach and you take a laser, you know what the laser is? Laser.
laser.
Yes. Do you know laser?
No.
Pew, pew. Star Wars. Pew. Lasers. Light.
Star Wars.
No, yeah. Do you know if you can you Google? I'm gonna write it. A laser. See if you
Laser.
understand. Yes.
One performance.
If I type it,
Laser. Laser. Laser.
yeah. What is a laser?
Laser. LS the R. Laser. It's being laser. Russian language mean.
Because it's laser is light. It's a light
Laser
beam.
light. Star Wars.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna type something for you, my friend, that you can type into a translator. If we shoot a laser over 10 miles of water, it should be ending up on the other side, 66 foot in the air. That's a 6-story building.
Laser.
Yes.
Yeah.
You understand now?
Yeah. No. Everyone are only going to post memes about flat Earth.
I am talking to you about flat Earth. Can, can you read the text that I wrote in the chat?
If we shoot a laser over water 10 mils, it should be ending up and 16x foot in the air on the other side, but it doesn't because water doesn't curve.
That's correct. So this is why we are flat earthers, because we cannot confirm that water curves. Here's a video for you, and you can watch that.
Hello guys, that's Saban.
Hello, how are you? All right, so that's my recommendation to you. If you want to learn English, you should watch that video, and then you can Google it
I'm
if you need
fine.
translation. All right.
Mhm.
You sound a little young to be here. Let's see. Who is talking? So that's my recommendation to you, Cass. See it. Watch that video, and if you have questions about flat Earth after you have seen it, you can come back and talk to us some more.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, is this like the only thing that you can prove that the Earth is flat by just by observing? Like, I don't understand it. Like, there's so many different like uh experiments that were made by like other people, like other scientists that show that the Earth is like more, you know, like not spherical rather than flat. Like, I just understand why you believe that what you see could like tell you that the Earth is like flat. I just don't understand it.
Well, I think you came in the middle of the discussion, so I don't know if you heard my argument, but if I show you, you think you live on a ball in space. Do we agree?
Not like on the bowl, but something more spherical.
Yeah, it's a spherical.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, just for the logic's sake. Do you see the picture I posted? Something like that, right?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. And all the blue stuff on that ball is water, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And it also curves around the ball. So we agree logically, right? The water
It
curves
does, yeah.
around the, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So the problem here is that when we try to confirm this down here, we go to a 10-mile wide lake. You put the laser up 1 foot off of the ground on the beach, right, at the water, and you shoot it to the other side. If we live on a ball, that laser needs to be 66 foot up in the air on the other side of the lake, but it's only 1 foot up on the other side as well as on the same as the source side. It ends up on the destination side on the other beach at also 1 foot over. So those 66 foot of curvature, they're missing. We don't have it. And that is the reason why we are flat earthers, because we can't confirm it. Nobody has measured curvature. Unless you have some example of someone who has done that, we are going to have to disregard the claim that we live on a ball.
But
Yeah.
okay, but how come in France, I don't remember the time, but when they came up with the new like metric system, they measured the earth by, like the distance between one city and another. And I don't understand how they did that, but like this is how the metric system was made, just because like of the curvature of the earth. And I don't think that this proves that the earth is flat, like by what you're saying. I just don't think, like, take an example of um like the stars on the sky. In the northern hemisphere, the stars go like they move clockwise or counterclockwise. I don't remember, like one way. And if we looked at the southern hemisphere, the star moved in the other direction. I don't understand how you can like prove that the Earth is flat by saying like by literally seeing that the stars are moving in different directions, and this like proves that the Earth is flat. I mean, spherical because of that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like I think I have pictures somewhere, like
Yeah. I
taken, but
understand. Yeah, I understand you. You're basically saying the stars rotate above us, and that proves the shape of the Earth below
they
them.
move in different directions depending on the hemisphere that we're in.
Right. It sounds like a fallacy to me, because if you can't prove that you're on a sphere first, then you can't claim that you're on a sphere just because of how the stars rotate above us. So we tried to measure it. We looked at water. It is flat. It doesn't curve. So whatever goes up
Bro, it's
on,
just literally you
if
observe
anything,
it.
if anything, it proves that the stars rotate, but it doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth.
It does.
Logically
It
speaking.
does. Okay, let me share it with you.
Sure, go
I don't
ahead.
know if I could. Please do.
Yeah, so
No.
in the northern part of the Earth, right, they rotate east to west. Do you think that in the southern part of the Earth they don't rotate east to west? They go west to east?
Is there like a way I can like paste the picture in the chat, because I don't know how to do it. I have literally a picture
You
that
need
shows
to
it.
be in the server for a certain amount of time before you automatically get image permissions.
Okay, then I can't do it.
But did you hear what I said?
No, I mean, if you are located, if you look at the stars from like the northern side, like in northern hemisphere, you see the stars rotating counterclockwise. But if you look at the stars in southern hemisphere, they rotate in another direction.
Yeah,
And
it
this
depends
ultimately
which way you're
proves
looking at them, though. Okay, so I'm
just
from the
you
southern
looking straight at
hemisphere.
the sky.
Yeah, but they all rotate east to west. Okay, so they're going east, right? They're rising in the east and they're setting in the west, whether you're in the north or in the south. So even if you're in the north, okay, and you're facing towards the north, right, say towards Polaris, and you do star trails, they're going to look like they're going counterclockwise. Even if you're in the north and you just turn around and do star trail photography looking south, all of a sudden they're going to appear like they're going clockwise, even though you
It
haven't
doesn't
changed.
matter where you look. It doesn't matter where you
Yeah, it
look.
does matter where you look. I can show you a video now where someone they face north while standing in the north, okay, and it looks like they're rotating counterclockwise, and then all they do is change their orientation, and now all of a sudden it looks like they're going the opposite direction. Like they looks like they're
What if you're
going.
just laying down on the ground and look at the sky
They're going to be going east to west.
in both hemispheres?
East to west in both hemispheres. Yep, you can look that up
Show
if
it
you
to
want
me.
to. Or just look it up. Just go to Google right now and
Okay.
say, do the stars rotate east to west in the northern and southern hemispheres? It'll say yes, they do. I can do it if you want. Read it out. And the metric system didn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth either. It was just like a human-made measurement convention, and it's just based on an assumed globe, a pre-assumed globe.
Why would they assume that the Earth is like globe then? Why would
Because
they?
the ancient Greeks assumed that it was a globe by the way that they would interpret
Yeah, and they
looking
already
at the
had like
sky.
some like I don't know methods of how to measure it and how to
Yeah,
like prove
that's what
it.
I thought as well. But if you have a look into it, no one actually has ever measured any Earth curvature. Okay, it's just assumed,
They
and
measured
then you're
like by
doing
using some math,
that's
formulas
you
or
don't
something.
use math to measure things, right? You make a measurement and then you do calculations based off the measurement, right? You do the math after you do the physical measurement of the Earth, the empirical testing. No one's ever claimed to have done that throughout history and actually measured the Earth curvature.
What do you mean by
It's
measuring? Like going around the equator and measure like their
yeah, like if I say
it's not possible like
no,
to
no,
do
no.
it.
Okay, so you're talking about measuring the Earth, right? So who throughout all of history do you think went out and measured the Earth?
They
Okay, so you
measure
can measure. There's different ways to measure things.
Yeah.
Okay, you could use laser measuring tools, right? You could use high-end optical devices and have distance markers. Okay, so you could calculate how far away something is and how much it should be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth at a certain distance. And then you could go to different locations and double check that that curvature remains the same over large bodies of water, because it should if the Earth were a globe. But when we go out and check for this, we're just finding flatness. So we're going out and there's thousands of tests that have been done, okay, shooting high-end optics and measuring devices over huge distances where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, and it's coming back with nil, like no curvature every single time. So that's what we're asking the globe side for, is like, find us the person throughout all of history that went out and validated this, rather than just assuming it and doing math based off assumptions.
I still don't get it. Like I don't understand how you cannot like trust someone who knows what they're doing like with math problems and stuff. Like
Okay, well,
I don't
we're not about faith here. So you can have faith and trust if you want. That's
Wait,
fine.
but do you wait, so I know that many like flat earthers they don't believe in like gravitation and gravitational force.
Okay,
You don't
so
believe in
the
that
long
either,
distance observations would debunk mass attracting mass gravitation, like you're talking about, because it would mean that let's say we have a 20-mile body of water, just as an example. Okay, if gravity existed as told, mass attracting mass, there would be precisely 293 foot of curvature over that. Sorry, 267 feet of curvature over that 20 miles. Okay, but
What are
when
you
we
talking
go
about?
and
Wait.
test it, it's not there. It would have to be there if gravity and the globe existed. It would
How do
have
you
to be.
test it by? How do you test it?
You can use high-powered lasers. You could use optics, right? You could use infrared cameras, infrared lenses. You could use telescopes. You could use shoot radio signals. You can use light transfer, like mirror flashes and things like that. All sorts of different ways it's been done and validated that there's no curvature.
Who did that? Did you do that?
Yeah, I've done it over 20 kilometers where there should be over 100 feet of curvature. But yeah, we've had PhDs like Dr. John D go out using different spectrums of lasers, using high-end zoom cameras, and looking for the obstruction and
Who
curvature
did that
that should be
again?
there.
What doctor?
Dr. John D. Yeah, he's
Who
a
is he?
PhD, and he's tried to set out originally to try to debunk flat Earth. So we can share you his content. We also had a team of field engineers go out, a group called Field Engineers Corps, and they went out with a $30,000 laser, and they did a whole series of different laser tests where they had a whole bunch of high-tech equipment, and they were shooting the laser beam over 40-kilometer distances, and it was hitting the target every single time on the other
Wait, do
side
they
of the
have? Wait, do they have any like degree in science and
Yeah, they're
like, who are
engineers.
they? They're engineers.
Yeah, groups of
And
field engineers. You can look up what field engineers do. And there's a video that Plain Truth just put in the side chat. That's the video of the observation. It shows everything start to finish. And then there's a 180-page technical PDF document that goes over all of the technical information. And they used weather stations, and they accounted for all of the variables and whatnot. So, yeah, these have been done. They've been repeated and over again. So we're looking for evidence of this standard from the globe side, anyone throughout all of history. But when people actually go out and test for this in reality, they don't come up with any curvature. That's why there aren't any observations or laser tests or anything like this that validate that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, and degrees don't mean anything because there's been thousands of PhDs in math, and they got shown up by high school students.
wait, so were they these like dudes who did this experiment? Did they previously believe that the Earth is flat or the Earth is spherical? What were their
I think it
like,
was
thoughts
it's
about
like
it?
a mixture of people. It was a whole team of people
The
that
whole
went and
team?
did it. Yeah, but regardless of their personal belief system or whatever, right? They're just
Yeah.
empirically testing it, whether it be globe earthers or flat earthers. You know, some people go out to try to debunk flat Earth and have no choice but to become flat earthers in the process. That's what happened with Dr. John D. Okay, so he lives in the UK, and he's an expert in optics and refraction and things like that. So he actually went out to try to debunk flat Earth, and he was shooting different spectrum lasers over huge distances to try to find the curvature of the Earth to debunk flat Earth. And he was kind of forced to become a flat earther in the process. And he has a YouTube channel now where he goes over all of these observations in technical detail and shows the whole process start to finish, and shows people that, look, you can actually go out and do these tests yourself. You don't have to have faith. You don't have to believe him. You can go and replicate these types of things.
But I still don't believe that the Earth is how you picture it to be. Like, it cannot be flat in any sense. Like,
Well,
if
we all
even
experience it. We all experience it as flat, right?
bro,
They've just told us that from a young age, right? That we're so
okay, but
small
like,
that
if we
we wouldn't
take
see the curve.
you like base your like overall observation based on like observation, and I don't think that this
No, this
experiment
isn't
that
based on
happened
observation.
It's measured flat, dude.
Yeah, these are
Huh?
measurements. These are measurements, right? So look, this is checking what the
But you
globe
know, you're
tells
saying
us.
that you experience flat Earth,
No,
like
yeah, but that's not
living on a flat
proof.
Earth.
That's not proof, because if you
Yeah.
let me finish, I would have said that even if the Earth were a globe, of the size that they tell us, from your personal perspective, you would experience it as flat. That's what they tell us. Like, we all experience it as flat. That's just a starting point. That's not proof that that's what it is. That's just like the objective reality that we all experience. Now, we would have to go out and actually test it, right, for the curvature that would be there. Now, most people don't really look into this and they never question it. But when you actually go out and say, okay, over 10 miles of distance, how much curvature should there be? And there's actually 66 feet of curvature over that distance. That's like a 6-story building. So if you stand on one side of a lake or a section of the ocean, you shouldn't be able to see someone that's standing 10 miles away from you on the other side of the lake. They would be hidden by about 50 foot of obstruction behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, that's not what happens when we go out and test for the curvature. There isn't any.
Show me the video if you have any.
Yeah, I'll show you an example, a quick example of what I'm talking about. Okay, so Dr. John D, I was talking about a second ago. I have some clips from his video, and I can share the full video as well. But it's an hour-and-a-half video, so I don't expect you to watch an hour-and-a-half video right now and then, So just here's a couple of clips out of it. Okay, so this one's done in Worthing in the United Kingdom, and he goes out on a really, really nice, calm, still day where there's no waves and very nice weather conditions. Okay, and he sets his camera up at a certain height. So he sets his camera up just 1 meter, which is 3.5 foot, on a tripod just at the shoreline. And he's going to be zooming out into the ocean to test for where the horizon would be if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so here is a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. You can use any Earth curvature calculator. If you just go to Google, type in Earth curvature calculator, you can put in the eye height level, 3.5 foot, and then it wants you to put in the distance to the object. Okay, so he's looking out at some windmills that are out in the ocean. Okay, and we know the distance to the windmills, the furthest one on the right is 11.2 miles away from where he's standing. Okay, so the calculator will calculate on a globe how far away would the horizon be. So the horizon should be at 2.29 miles away. Okay, because the windmill tower is at a certain distance away, we can tell that the horizon's actually well beyond the windmill towers. And we can see the bottom of the windmill towers touching the water. There's no obstruction whatsoever. And there's no horizon at 2.3 miles where it would have to be if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so the bottom, right? The bottom of that windmill tower should be obstructed by 52 feet, like the calculator says there. The bottom 52 feet should be missing. And it should be just the top of the windmill sticking out over the horizon. But that's not what we're seeing in reality when we go out and test for the Earth curvature. Okay, and because of gravity and because of the size of the globe, it has to be there. That geometric horizon has to be there. And that obstruction has to be there if the Earth were a globe and if gravity is true.
But how does he know the distance from where he stands and to the
Because so you can just go on like Google Earth or Google Maps or any mapping system, and you can you can even go on Google Earth and stand exactly where he's standing, and you can do a distance marker out to the windmill farm. Okay, so it's called Rampion Windmill Farm. Here's a diagram, an official diagram of the windmill farm. Okay, and you can go and do a distance marcation. I do have screenshots of when I went on Google Earth and actually checked the distances if you want to see that. Okay, so we know that the windmill farm's 8 miles out. Okay, so the closest windmill tower is 8 miles away, and then the furthest one is 11.2 miles away. Okay, so even the closest one is almost 3 times further away than the horizon should be. Okay, because you know what a horizon is on a globe, right? It's like the furthest distance that you can see, and it's the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
I still feel like there has to be some like variables that change depending on.
Yeah, so what variables would you want to take into account? You can take a small amount of atmospheric refraction into account, but we're not seeing any crazy distortion or anything like that. We're seeing what it looks like close up. Okay, here, have a look at what the windmills look like close up. Okay, here's a close-up photograph of the bottom of the windmills. Okay, so when it's low tide, we can see the black part at the bottom of the windmill tower where the paint's stripped off by the salt water. Okay, so here's a picture from the observation, just so you can compare the two. Okay, this is what it looks like in the observation. We can see the bottom of the windmill tower, right? We can see that black bit where the paint stripped off. And then we can actually see a boat way beyond the windmill towers. And he tracked that boat on shipping radar. And it's called the Shetland Trader, and it's like 14 miles away, something like that. You shouldn't be able to see it at all if the Earth were a globe. It'd be completely hidden. But the bottom 52 feet of the windmill tower should be hidden as well. The horizon should be at 2.3 miles away.
Okay, but how come, like, if why can't we see like even further than that? Like, why can't we see, like, if we're, for example, standing in a
Yeah, we can't see further because of the air. Okay, because air is not completely transparent. As you can see in the distance, it starts to get hazy. That's because you're looking through a ton of atmosphere, basically, and in the atmosphere we have like water vapor and dust and pollution and all of that sort of stuff. So it's kind of like if you stand on a big mountain and you look out over mountains that are going off into the distance, each one will get a little bit more hazy until it just kind of fades off into nothing because the air isn't completely opaque over distance. And that's why we can't see forever. So you could look up right now, you could say, like, what's the visibility rating on the weather report? And it will tell you, like, oh, it's like 20 miles or 30 miles or 10 miles or something like that, depending on the conditions of the day. So even if you had like perfect weather conditions, I think the maximum distance you can see is like less than 200 miles. But that's just in like technically perfect conditions. Usually it's 50 miles or less.
Okay. Another
And
question:
yeah.
how can you explain, for example, in Alaska, some like the day there could be either longer than, like, I don't know how to like phrase it,
It's
but
easy to explain that. Like
yeah.
some of these things, you're gonna find explanations that work just fine on a globe, and also work just fine if you treat the Earth as flat. Okay, like seasons and daytime and nighttime. That's a good example. So when it's summer, like wherever you're at, like when it's summer, you'll see the sun going east to west in the sky. But when it's midday, you'll see it like pretty much directly above your head. As it starts to get towards winter, each day the sun will be a little bit lower in the sky. Okay, and then when it's winter, it'll be very low in the sky. It'll never be above your head ever. So the path of the sun changes throughout the year. Okay, so when it's midday in summer in your location, the sun's going to be directly above your head. But someone, say in Australia, the sun's going to be really low in the sky. So it's going to be summer for you and it's going to be winter for me in Australia. 6 months later, right, as you're seeing the sun take a slightly different path, it's gonna slowly become winter for you, and it's gonna become
But
summer
like,
for me.
how come like in Antarctica, for example, there's times where the sun never goes down. Like you can see the sun throughout the day, like 24 hours.
Yeah, the
straight.
same thing happens in the north. Okay, but so you'll have 24 hours of darkness in the north when you have 24 hours of light in the south. It's because of the cycle that the sun takes in the sky. So when you're having 24 hours, like when the sun's taking a particular path that's closer to the north, okay, you're gonna see, like, we've got a friend, a flat earther in here named Drace, who lives in Iceland, and he has the midnight sun, the 24-hour sun. When he has the midnight sun, the days are really short in the south. Like in Australia, we have really short days, and then the further you go south, you're gonna have 24 hours of darkness in the far south. Okay, and as the sun slowly changes its course, it's going to become the opposite 6 months later.
But okay, so how do you think the sun is moving, like,
We
on
don't even
flat
know,
Earth?
like, we can't confirm exactly how the sky works. We don't make claims about things that we can't empirically validate. So I think that when people make claims about the sun, usually it's based on a whole series of assumptions, okay, to make the explanation. we try not to just make baseless explanations that we can't empirically validate. So exactly how far away is the sun? How big is the sun? What is the sun? Like, what's it made out of? Exactly how does it work?
I don't care about that, but like, how is it moving?
Yeah,
like,
we don't.
Based on. Oh, you don't know. Okay.
Yeah, we don't know. Like, we try not to make claims about things that we can't empirically validate. What we can confirm is that whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a surface that measures flat over distance, right? Obviously, we have hills and valleys and mountains, but most of the surface is made up of water. And every time we test that, there's zero curvature. So whatever's happening on the ceiling or the sky, right, it doesn't change that the Earth measures flat below that.
Okay, so what else? I don't really
Yeah,
get
you're
the
asking good questions, by the way. Like,
thing.
and you're composing yourself well. A lot of people get super angry, so good stuff.
No, I just wanted to know like what you guys think about it. Like, I don't want to like have arguments and all that.
Yeah, we're not trying to
Mhm.
convince people. Like, just if you could walk away having a better understanding of what we're claiming, that would be
Sure.
all. Like, my goal would be to just tell you, it's like, because some people think we're claiming crazy stuff, like the Earth's like a big flat disk floating around in space or something like that. That's not what we're claiming. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We admit what we don't know and can't test. Okay, we're claiming that the surface of the Earth measures flat when we go out and test it. Okay, large bodies of water at rest.
You basically believe that the not the distance, but the overall like shape of the Earth and the how big is measured wrong, and like
It's
it's
not
hard
been
to
measured.
measure.
It's not been measured, and I don't think it's possible to know the entirety of the Earth's surface. Like, what shape is it? What size is it? That kind of thing. I don't think anyone knows that for sure.
Okay.
It's not possible to. Like, we can only get so high up in the air, and people have only explored so far south. So we have a limited knowledge when it comes to that. It's actually very difficult to travel beyond 60 degrees south because of the Antarctic Treaty and also because of the weather conditions. It's super dangerous and cold
Yeah.
and crazy. But you need a special permit to just be able to get past a certain latitude south. And then same with the sky. Like, that's why you'll never find like an independent company that's launched rockets or satellites up above a certain height, because it's actually illegal. There's something called the Outer Space Treaty that prevents people from actually going up and even filming above a certain height. So we can only get up to a certain height. When we send up a camera on a weather balloon to like 120,000 feet, we see a completely flat horizon from that height. So it's as far as we can really empirically sort of validate.
Okay.
It would be great to have a god's eye view of this whole place, but it's just not possible.
Okay, there's another question that I have about like if we look at the telescope like at other planets, like for example Saturn or like any other planets that we can see with the telescope, how come we can see them be spherical and the overall the Earth would not
Yeah,
be
so
spherical?
it's a fair question, even though I would say it's illogical if you really think about it. It's kind of like just because we see some celestial bodies in the sky, okay, and then because we've been sort of told that everything exists in this big giant space vacuum and that we're also one of the objects we see in the sky, people say like, oh, what about all of the other planets around? How come the planet that we're on is flat? And that's what I was trying to get at before. That's when people try to fit the flat Earth inside the heliocentric model of outer space, which is a big giant space vacuum with all these big balls orbiting around and whatnot. Okay, so we're not claiming that the flat Earth exists within the heliocentric model. This would be a whole different way of thinking about the system that we live in. Okay, so that you could think of the Earth more like the floor or the foundation of the contained system that we live in, rather than being like the lights in the sky that we see. Okay, we don't have any resemblance to those things that you're looking at in the sky. Kind of like going out into the forest and seeing trees everywhere and saying, "Oh, how come am I also a tree?" It's like, of course not.
Do
You
you
don't
think
share
that
any. Yep.
wait, do you think if other planets are mostly spherical, we like our Earth isn't spherical because of that? Like, but
Well,
there's
we're
a
not a
lot of
planet.
chances
I would say that we're not a planet, and there's no
we're not a
evidence that we are a planet. Okay, and we've been fed a big giant story, a theoretical story about what's going on in the sky. That when you see this little light in the sky, right? You look at Mars through even the best quality telescope, you'll see a little blurry, round-looking red light in the sky. Okay, and then we've been fed a big giant story about how far away that is, and we get CGI pictures about, oh, this is what it really looks like in CGI form. This is just an artist depiction, but this is really what it looks like, and it's this X distance away, and it's made out of X, and it's, this certain size, and this is how everything works in the universe, and they tell us it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune, and all sorts of stuff that people just kind of believe because they think some scientists empirically validated all of that stuff, but that's just an unverifiable story that you can choose to believe or not believe. What we would say is that the Earth measures flat. Okay, it doesn't. There's no evidence that it's moving, just like we all experience. And the celestial bodies in the sky move like a big giant cosmic clock in the sky. Okay, we would say that the sun, the moon, and the stars are all moving in cycles, right? Repeating cycles. Like you could go out tonight and you could pick one star in the sky and measure exactly where it is with a little star chart, and then go out 1 year from today at the same time, and that star will be back in the same spot again, right? Everything in the sky moves in cycles. Okay, and there's a lot of
Yeah, and I
mystery.
believe that's true.
Yeah. So, I mean, on the globe, this is what they tell us, like, the stars are these ridiculous distances away, and they're all suns, right? Burning balls of plasma gas in a vacuum. And we're actually on a globe that's spinning through space at 1,000 miles per hour. At the same time we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, they tell us we're also orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Okay, 1,000 miles per hour, that's faster than a 9mm bullet, faster than the speed of sound. That's just the motion of the Earth, right? Then, like I said, the orbiting around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour. All of a sudden, our brains start to short circuit here because we can't even fathom. That's like 80 times the speed of a bullet. Okay, that's pretty fast. And then at the same time, we're doing those two motions. We're actually chasing the sun because the sun's meant to be shooting through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. Okay, and then
But
there's
I feel like
more.
we move like with it, so like we wouldn't really feel it because
Well,
of
they
that.
say the
Like,
stars. Well, we don't, because they say that those the stars that we're seeing in the sky, right? They're like millions of light years away and that kind of thing. They're not part of our
well, we
little
just see the light of
system.
it, not like the star itself. We see the light
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it.
There's a big story attached to what's going on with the stars in the sky. But think about this, okay? We're moving through the universe at millions of miles per hour, never to return to the same spot again. But all of the stars take a perfect cycle in the sky every year, and they're back in the same spot. Now,
But
we
do
can
they claim that?
speculate about what's going on all we like, but we're never going to be able to empirically validate exactly what's going on and how the sky works. It's just whether you want to believe the story that you get told about it.
But like, I don't know if they claim that the stars are moving with the Earth, or it's just the Earth that is moving in the overall like Milky Way.
Yeah, the
Like
stars aren't like part of our system where they're like orbiting around with the Earth, with the other planets and that kind of thing. No.
But isn't the galaxy like moves with us, like the overall, like the galaxy itself moves
They don't even
for
really know
itself?
what's going on, right? They can't even agree on what shape the universe is. You'll look up what shape is the universe. NASA will say the universe is flat, like a sheet of paper. Stanford and Harvard and whatnot, they'll say, oh, the universe is flat. Then you go on a different website and it'll say, oh, scientists have confirmed that actually the universe is actually spherical. It's not flat. And then you'll find some other theoretical physicists that will say, well, actually, it's like a torus. It's actually like a donut shape. And then other people will say, oh, it's actually, no, we think it could be like a cylinder. Like they have no idea. It's all like speculation and what they call, it's not, they don't use the scientific method. It's textbook definition pseudoscience. Even theoretical physicists like Michio Kaku, the Japanese guy, he's like American, but he's Japanese. with the white hair, very famous guy, right? He says that nobody in his field uses the scientific method. It's based off logic and guesswork, and it's kind of crazy once you actually look into it. But most people don't look into it; they just kind of believe what they get told, right? They'll tell us crazy things like it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune, and there's exoplanets that are unfathomable distance away where it rains glass, like sideways glass rain, and there's like black holes, and then there's hairy black holes, all sorts of crazy stuff. It's like if flat earthers were claiming this stuff, like you'd think we were batshit crazy. But people hear it on the media and they're like, oh wow, science.
Yeah. I feel like, yeah, like overall, like the galaxy, like our universe is really hard to like, you know, have right tools to like measure all of that and like
Yeah,
predict.
they'll once you look into the actual claims that they're making and look into the empirical evidence behind the claims, you'll find there's a lot of guesswork, a lot of assumptions are being made in their calculations, and they're constantly changing these things as well. Like if you have a look at how many times they've actually changed how far away they think the sun is, right? From Newton onward, they'll be like, it'll change from like, oh, it's 2 million miles away. Oh, now we think it's 120 miles away. Now they'll be like, oh, actually, it's 38 to 40 million miles away. Like it's they keep changing their gravitational models and things like that. They'll work out the math is like, oh, well, the math is like 96% wrong to try to explain what's going on in space. So now they have to invent dark energy and dark matter, which they have absolutely no empirical evidence of whatsoever, just to make the math work. The more you look
Wait,
into it, the
about the
less you'll.
sun, about the
Uh-huh.
sun, like what are they
Yep.
saying about the sun? It's like
A big
like
burning ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum. It's
Okay.
yeah, it's kind of crazy claim.
Well, like they think that it's overall
They
like
tell us
the
it's
way.
93 million miles away now, but they have changed that tons of times over the years.
Do they think it's closer now or like farther?
Well, they've said it's further in the past, and then they've also said it's much closer. I do have like
It's closer now?
yeah,
Oh.
I have like a chart here somewhere of like
I
who
heard
said
that the
it's.
sun is like gets like bigger and bigger over the time because like it consumes like some like matter and like it becomes bigger. So wouldn't that be the
Yeah,
case?
here's what I was looking for in the side chat. So, okay, so Copernicus thought it was 3 million miles away. Tycho Brahe thought it was 13 millions. Kepler, 13 million. Newton thought it was 28 million miles away, then 54. And as you can see, it just changes a bunch. Now they're saying it's 93 million miles away. But it's based off assumptions, right? It's based off assuming the size of Venus is roughly the same size of Earth, and then they're basing calculations off a whole bunch of assumptions. And the core variable that you're going to find in all of these calculations is the R value. You're going to see the R, and that means the radius of the Earth, which is 3,959 miles. If the radius value is incorrect, then all of the rest of the math can be also thrown out along with that. And now then, like, that's the easiest thing for us to test for here on the Earth. So first thing you would do is go looking throughout all of history. How did they validate the radius value? How did that become a thing? Who said the radius is 3959 miles? And who measured that? And what did they do? And when did they do it? And that's when you're going to start running into a whole bunch of assumptions and calculations based off those assumptions. And then when we go and empirically check that in the real world, it doesn't match up at all. Okay, when there should be 300 foot of curvature over a 20 mile distance, roughly. Okay, and there's zero curvature. It doesn't work. It doesn't work with the gravitational model. It doesn't work with the R value. It just doesn't work at all. So we're just trying to show people the real world tests where we're actually putting these core variables to the test and saying, look, like, explain this. Go out and show us that we're wrong by doing counter tests and showing it really it's a globe. And we don't get anything. We get more flat
Okay.
earthers actually when people go out and test it. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
But I know people who were like planet Earthers before, but then they went like to Antarctica and they saw the
Yeah, there was a guy named Jaren. Okay, he's like a massive stoner and a total dumbass. He's been making there's dumb flat earthers out there. Okay, you're gonna get
Okay.
dumb globe earthers and you're gonna get dumb flat earthers.
Yeah,
Jaren's
that's
one of
his
the
job. That's how he makes money. So that's how his whole life is to make dumb videos.
Exactly. So Jaren made up this flat Earth model that he followed, where he took a globe map, which is called the AE map. You might have seen it. It's like a round map. Okay, and it's got
Yeah.
looks like an ice wall around the outside. And then
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
said that this is the real flat Earth. Okay, this globe map's really the flat Earth. And then he's like, and this is how the sun and the moon orbit over the surface of the flat Earth, and it would be impossible to have a 24-hour sun in the south. Okay, so people like that make debunking videos, they'll find these dumbasses like Jaren, and then they'll say, well, all of the flat earthers claim this model, and we're going to go and debunk it. Okay, so Jaren went there with them, and it didn't, he saw the 24-hour sun apparently. Okay, so he's like, well, that can't work on my model, so I must have been wrong all of this time. And then I'm going to go back to the globe, right? But he was like, we're happy that Jaren's gone back to the globe because if you look up Flat Earther debunks himself, all of the videos that you're going to see is this Jaren guy, this stoner guy, doing different things to where he like debunks himself and that kind of thing. So it's kind of good that like it shut down a bad flat Earth argument, which was saying that this is a particular flat Earth model, and we don't claim that. We don't claim that that's the flat Earth model. Okay, so that's kind of what that was. That wasn't anything to do with measuring curvature. It was just observing the 24-hour sun in the sky.
Okay, that makes sense now.
You know,
I honestly thought that everyone, like every
They
single
did
planet Earther
they
thinks
did
that.
measure angles to the sun, though. That's what they measured was angles to the sun while they were there.
Oh.
yeah, so there's a lot of mystery. Like when it comes to the sky, we don't try to have like an explanation for things that we can't test. Like, you know, things that are too far south or things that are too high in the sky. We don't make claims about that because people will say, "Oh, prove your claim. Back your claim up with an experiment or something like that." And we don't want to be able to. We don't want to come up empty-handed. Like, say we can just show that okay, if the Earth is not a globe, then whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface. Okay, you can have round lights on your ceiling, and your floor measures flat. Same kind of logic. Doesn't matter what happens on the ceiling. It's just your floor is still flat. Okay, so we would kind of think you could think of the known area of the Earth kind of like a big lake, with continents in the lake. Okay, picture a big lake. Picture islands in the lake. Okay, make that on a giant scale, and that's an easy way of just picturing somewhat like this known area of the Earth is like. And then you can travel from one place to another place. You can circumnavigate around east to west all the way around and come back to where you started. You can go from island to island or continent to continent. And it's perfectly logical, okay? A big body of water like a puddle or a pond or a lake or a pool, right? They all require a container. A sea or an ocean is the same thing. You need to have a container to have a body of water, and then the surface of the water is flat. It's exactly like what we all experience and exactly what we can all test in reality. It's not a crazy claim.
Okay, and there's one more question I have about like solar eclipses and stuff. How can we see the shade that is like reflecting on the
Yeah. So it's once again,
ground?
it's a good question as well. Solar eclipses. So, there's a lot of inconsistencies when it comes to eclipses, and once again, it's just presupposing the fact, like it's presupposing that the Earth's a globe in the first place, and then they're saying it's because the Earth's a globe, and that's what's causing this effect on the moon that we're seeing. But there's no evidence of that. Okay, and when we test the Earth, it's absolutely not a globe. And then there's other problems, like we have certain types of eclipses, like the impossible eclipse. It's also called the Selenilian eclipse, and they call it the impossible eclipse because during the eclipse, right, the sun, the moon, and the earth are supposed to be lined up. Okay, and that's what causes the eclipse. But during the eclipse, the impossible eclipse, we actually can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse. Okay, so the lineup of the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun, it doesn't work. It doesn't fit how they explain how eclipses work. And also during some of these eclipses, the shadow on the Moon that's meant to be of the Earth is completely upside down. Okay, so if you're looking out at the horizon should be curving, right? Like convex. But we can see the alleged shadow on the Moon is actually upside down. So there's a bunch of inconsistencies when it comes to eclipses. There's also the problem that when you try to use a ball, like just say you get a light source and then you have one ball and then you have another ball like away from it, right? Kind of like how an eclipse works. A spherical object will not cast a shadow on another spherical object that looks anything like what we see during an eclipse. It actually forms like a sine wave type of shadow. And there's examples of people demonstrating this as well. Like you can use like a flat surface to cast a shadow on a ball and make it look like what we see during the eclipse. But if you try to set it up where you're using one ball to cast a shadow on another ball, it doesn't work. It doesn't look anything like what we see during the eclipse. So yeah, there's a lot of mystery when it comes to exactly what the eclipse is.
Mhm.
Okay, but to be able to make the claim that the eclipse is caused by the globe, then we need that curvature. We need that curvature measurement.
Okay. Alright. That's all from me. That's all questions I had. Thank you
Yeah, no
for
problem. I appreciate the
answering.
listening to the responses. Hopefully you know a bit more about where flat earthers are coming from.
Yeah.
Some of the
Thank
arguments.
you.
You're welcome.
Well, that was a very nice discussion. I just finished my breakfast here, or actually brunch or lunch or whatever it is. Fried up a few eggs, flat eggs. Now I need to go to the gym and make sure my stomach is flat as the earth. So I'll probably be listening in the background. Hopefully, someone comes in and there can be a good discussion. So I have something to listen to while I do that. Before I go, maybe I could read some comments. If we have any new listeners over on YouTube, feel free to type in your comments there and I will read a few before I go. I still have a few more minutes. Then I'm going to hang out in the background. We have one comment over on YouTube from Flatsumaki. Are you from Finland, my friend? Sumaki sounds Finnish. I don't know. So when you're in the southern hemi, are you looking towards the south or looking north when you see the stars going counterclockwise? I don't know. I've never been there. Maybe someone has a good answer for that, but I don't, so I cannot comment on it, or it would be speculation. Are
Tell him
you
I'll post a video that shows examples of both the north and the south.
nice? Okay, perfect. Flatsumaki, you will get a video here real soon. Are you going to post that to the YouTube channel or?
I'm gonna post it. Yeah, which YouTube are you looking at? Helioskeptic?
Let me see. I'm in Flatloyd's channel right
Oh,
now.
Flatloyd's one. Yeah, I can post it in Flatloyd's one. I think I'm a mod in there.
Nice. I know someone made me a mod for the other one, so I know I can post links there. But anyway, good. Thank you, Flatsumaki, for interacting with us. We have 11 viewers on Flatloyd's channel. If any of you guys wants to say something or want to have a comment read, I will do that. I'm going to check the other channel as well. I thought we had 19 or 20 viewers over there. 19 or 20 viewers over there. Okay, so 21 people watching us on the other live stream. And if anybody wants to have a look at the moving stars in the northern hemisphere, there's a video from DJ. I can probably post that to the other YouTube if I copy it. All right. We do have some new comments. Dr. Bass Reverse Psychologist says Charlie Duke got buried by Bart. He did for sure. That was it's a fun watch. That's it's very fun debate. Steve G43 UK, Steve G43 UK says, can ASJ? I don't know what ASJ mean. I don't know that acronym. Can I ask about circumnavigation? Go right ahead. Go right ahead. If we can address it, we will. This is fun. We're getting a little action from the YouTube viewers. Love you guys. I'm one of you. And when I was active in the YouTube as a YouTube viewer, I always wanted to ask things without having to log into Discord. And now you guys have that chance. I posted the video to Helioskeptics YouTube channel, and it's Flatloids that I don't have any mod rights in, so I couldn't post it there. Steve G43 UK says north to south. I was told no one called Blair did it. Yeah, I'm trying to decode your typos, my friend. I was told someone called Blair did it north to south. I very much doubt that, but I would probably grant them that they went all the way down to south and then they went up to the north again. I have absolutely never heard of anybody going south, continued on, and arrived back in the north again. Blair sounds familiar. Steve G43 UK says yes. Oh, it's all right. I decoded it. Sorry about the typo. Yeah, that's all right. We all do those. I don't know what happened to my iPhone, but I have a really annoying spell checker thing that every time I write on, it changes it to ON for some reason. Yeah, you Googled it, okay? And what did Google have to say about it? We're reading comments now from Steve G43 UK on YouTube unless there's, we have a little dead air time on Discord right now. But I don't want to interrupt anyone. If somebody else wants to say something reasonable, just let me know and I'll shut up because I'm going to go anyway in a few minutes. I just thought I'd entertain YouTube people for a little while. See if we have any new people in the room. Kenji, how are you?
Hi, how's it going?
Good. Good. What's up with you today?
I'm good too. I'm
Yeah?
just listening. I'm beginning with English. I'm just
English.
listening, guys. I'm Brazilian, so
Okay, nice. Brazilian. Do you know that Brazil has 13% of the populations think that they live on a flat earth?
here in Brazil,
Yeah.
I don't understand.
13% of the people in your country think that they live on a flat earth. That's a lot. It's a lot of people. Do you think you live on a ball or is it a flat plane?
I don't know. I don't think about that.
You don't think about it. Have you ever seen pictures of the earth from space?
Yeah.
Do they look like something like this? Are you able to see the chat?
In the chat. This picture. Oh my God.
Does it look like something you have seen before? Is it Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the picture?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, have you ever thought about all the blue stuff in the picture? What is that? What do you think the blue stuff is?
Water?
Yes, it's water. And you notice how it curves around the ball?
What is the curve?
The water curve around the ball in that picture, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So here's the thing. When we try to confirm that curve, if Earth is a ball and we go down to the water line, for example, you go to a lake or you can go to the ocean, it has to curve away from you by a specific rate. Over a 10-mile wide lake, if you take a laser, you know what the laser is, right? Laser.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. You take that laser and you put it 30 centimeters over the ground on one side, and you shoot it to the other side. If you were on a ball, the laser on the other side should be 66 foot up in the air. That's a 6-story high building. Or maybe
Okay.
you use metric, right? So you should have 20 meters up in the air. That's where your laser should end up. But guess what? It ends up 30 centimeters over the on the beach on the other side as well. Isn't that weird?
Let me think.
Yeah, it's something to think about for sure. So we can't confirm that ball in reality.
Nobody make the experience yet.
Yeah, we have made experiments and we can't confirm it. For example, I have a video of someone who did a laser test over 21 miles. And there should be 100 meters of curvature over that distance, right? So here it is, the Great Salt Lake laser test, 260 feet.
Okay, let me see. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll watch this video.
Yeah, you do it, brother, and then come back and let us know what you thought about it. Nice
Okay.
talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
You're awesome. All right, perfect. All right, guys. We have last comment from YouTube. He says it was Lisa Blair. Yeah, I read about that, and I'm pretty sure that if we could find the path that she circumnavigated, we would see that she goes down to Antarctica and then she kind of turns around and goes back up north again. So I don't think there is much to it. Oh wait, no, Lisa Blair. Did she go in a boat, or is she the one who she walked across it? I can't remember the details, Steve. So sorry about that. I'm pretty sure I have looked into it, and there was nothing to it. If someone could find the path, we could possibly plot it and see where it's at. But I don't put much credibility into that story, actually. All right, friends, enemies, foes, whatever. I need to go to the gym now. I will be listening in. We have some new people here. Emma Amayori. Hi, how are you? Maybe you want to grab a mic and talk to someone else in the room. Please do, so I have something to do when I'm at the gym. It was Lisa Blair. She took a boat, yeah, and I'm pretty sure I've seen that boat journey plotted, and it was down and back up. All right, everyone. I'll be back a little later. I'm going into listening mode. No, me neither. Yeah. Yeah. I think we might be on the same page here, Steve. All right. Talk to you guys a little bit later.
Later.
السلام عليكم. hello 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 hello. طيب تكلموا إيش فيكم يعني داخلين الحين روم ما تتكلمون؟ يا ربي كله زي لا هذا ما أقدر أتكلم معاه لأنه وضع حاليا مرة محترم.
Hello. የእነሱ ፕሮግራም እስከ መቼ እንዲያልቅ ነው መሰለኝ? ይሄ ዝግጅት በዚሁ ይቀጥል እንደዚሁ በቃ እኔ ሌላ ከሆነ ነገ እንትን ውክልና ሰጥቼልኝ ሂድና ቢሮ እኔ እኮ ባለፈ አልተወሰነም ሲባል ውክልና ልሰጥ አሰብኩኝና የሆነ ስራ መሸሽ ይመስልብኛል እንጂ እዛ ቢሮ ደግሞ አንዳንድ ሰርች ብለን የጀመርናቸው ነበሩ። ሀይል ኢንቴንሲቭ የሆነ ማንበብ ምናምን የሚጠይቅ ማለት ነው። አሁን ልጆች እኔ ውክልና ሰጥቼ የሚሄድ ከሆነ እሱ ምንም አውቆ አስገብቶም እየሸሸ ነው ይሉኛል ብዬ ልጽፍ አልኩኝና አሁን ጽፌ ከሰጠው ደግሞ ለምን እንትን አይልም የሚል ነገር ባለሙያዎቹ ጋር ጥያቄ ይነሳል ብዬ አሰብኩኝና ተው ትቼው ነበር። ግን የሚቆይ ከሆነ ግድ ይቆያል። ዋናው ሙቀት እየገባን ነው። አሁን ወዲያው ኮብክበን ይመሳት ነው እኔ ምናልባት ከነሱ የሚመጣ ሌላ አቅጣጫ ይኖራል ወይ ነገር አስቤ ነበር። እንደዚሁ አሁን ቅድም ባልከኝ መሰረት ከሆነ እስኪ ያው እንደገና ያለ አይመስለኝም። እንደዛ ላይ ውይይታችሁ ከሆነ በቃ ያው በዚሁ ባለህበት እርገጥ ይመስላል። አሁን ነገ ታክሶኖሚዎች ጥያቄ እንዳይጠይቁ እንትን ብሏል መሰለኝ ወይስ እንትኑን ለማቅለል ፍራቻ ከሆነ ምናልባት አፋጠጡን እንዳይሉ ነው እንጂ አሁን ቤዚካሊ የሰሩበት ወይ አጠያያቂ ነው። በጣም አሁን በተለይ ድንበሩ የት ነው ብለህ ብትጠይቃቸው አሁን አሁን እነሱ ታክሶኖሚ የሚሰሩ ከሆነ ኮሚቴዎች የአደረጃጀት የሙያ ምደባ የማያውቅ ነበር። እናንተ ይሄን አሁን ምደባ ሰርታችኋል አልሰራችሁም ብለህ ከጠየቃቸው ፎር ሹር እርግጠኛ ሆነው የሚመልሱት አይመስለኝም።
እስኪ እንግዲህ አይ እኛማ መጠየቅ አለ በኋላ እኛው ላይ ነው
ፋየርባክ ያደርጋል እሱ።
መጠየቅ ያለብን። ያው እዚህ ውስጥ በደንብ የሚያዘጋጁት ምላሽ ለዛም ለበኋላም ያገለግላቸዋል።
እዛ ለሚሄዱበት ነው የማስበው። አሁን እነሱ ጋር እንደዚህ አይነት ፎከስ ያለ
What's up with this guy who's muted? Was he just hot micing or what?
ቅድም አንተ ያነሳው
Yeah, there's some
Hot mic.
miking going on there.
Yeah. I unmuted him for a second, so I'm mute him back again.
Oh.
No.
صح أكون لا مش نسمع. Hello guys.
Hey, what up?
This is Flat Earth Discord.
Yep.
Come on.
What's up?
Convince me.
Of what?
Flat Earth, of course.
Which is
What do you think the flat Earth is?
Yeah, what is that?
Sphere.
The flat Earth is a sphere?
No, the Earth. The Earth.
Okay, what's a flat Earth though? What is that?
I don't know. I think it's a religious thing.
Because
Not scientific.
Because
in all religion they say this. It's one
say what?
idea.
You still there?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is it a religion again?
I think it's only religious.
Because
Give me scientific proof, evidence that the Earth is flat.
give you what?
Proof, evidence.
Does science deal with proof?
Yes, science.
What type of proof does science deal with?
I don't know. Just give me one. Any.
Yeah, you're coming in kind of quiet. Is it me or is he quiet?
What?
He's
Are
low.
you? He's low. Oh, you're kind of low. Can you turn it up a little bit?
I didn't understand.
Your mic level is low.
Yeah, your mic is kind of quiet. Can you turn up a little bit?
This is hard as possible. Is it good?
Yeah, I think
That-
so. I turned you up on my end too. So you're
That's
looking for
improved.
scientific
I
proof.
have a really bad mic.
Yeah, so you're looking for scientific proof. What does
Yes.
science deal with? What type of proof does science adjudicate?
Physics.
Okay, is it cause and effect? Does science deal with cause and effect or not cause and effect?
Please, one moment, please. I have
Okay.
one little issue. Physics, like how you can have a flat Earth, it's against all gravity laws we know.
Okay, which gravity law?
From Newton's law to the relative of Einstein.
Okay, so which one? You said all of them. Let's pick one and go with one at a time.
I don't know, like I know basically, but you can't have something that doesn't have a center.
Okay, I lost you. So something about centering? Which center are you talking about?
Like how it cannot collapse into the center in flat Earth.
Okay, what's going to collapse in the center?
The Earth.
Okay, so the Earth would collapse into a center of what? Itself?
Yes.
Okay, why would that happen?
Gravity. Hello.
Okay, you're quiet again. Did you walk away from your mic?
I have a bad connection. Is it good now?
There we go. Yeah, stay just like that. Okay, so Earth has a center, but the Earth would also collapse into the center of itself.
I think
So like a
so.
black hole? The Earth is like a black hole?
No, not like a black hole, but
Okay, what is it like then?
so listen, I don't know anything. Just sure. When you say the Earth is flat, okay?
Okay, dude, you're away from your mic again. You're walking away or something because you're quiet.
Is this good now?
There we go. Stay right there. Okay.
Listen. All I'm saying is this: when you say the Earth is flat, I'm not saying that you are wrong, but when you say the Earth is flat,
You did it again. You walked away from your mic.
is it good now?
Yeah, stay right there. Okay, don't move.
All
Like
right.
stay right
Okay.
there.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, you might want to turn off your automatic level because maybe it's not working correctly.
Sitting. Is this good now?
Yep. Stay right there.
All right. All I'm saying is when you say a flat Earth, the Earth is a flat Earth, you are saying that every laws we've learned is wrong.
Incorrect.
I don't say that.
Absolutely
I don't
incorrect.
say.
When I say the Earth is flat, I'm talking about the Earth is flat, not laws. That laws aren't the Earth. Those things are two very different things. The Earth would be a concrete noun, capital E Earth. A law would be an idea, an abstraction. Those things aren't even comparable apples to apples. They're apples to oranges. They're two very different things. Completely different. Not even close in the ballpark.
So there is no space.
Okay, what I missed it. You lost face?
So there is no space.
Yeah, there's space. Height, width, depth. That's how you find space. Is there outer space? No, there's no
Yes.
outer space. That would be a contradiction. Space outside of space.
That's
That's a
what I mean.
contradiction.
So what's beyond the sky?
There's nothing beyond the sky. The sky is the sky, and that's the sky.
So there is nothing above it.
The sky is above. Is that
Not
wrong?
above.
Is the sky not above? Where's the sky at? Is it up or down?
Up.
Okay, there we go.
So there is nothing up the sky.
Yeah, that sounds like a religion. Are you talking about some sort of sky daddy? Some heaven? Like a metaphysical world that you can travel to once you die?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I would say no. That there's no that doesn't exist in our physical reality. That'd be a metaphysical claim. It would match your outer space, a space that you can't travel to that exists outside of the physical and natural world. So I would say a hard no. There's no sky magical heavenly kingdom that does. I would say that doesn't exist. Or do you have proof of said kingdom? Do you know anyone who's been there and came back and like brought the T-shirt?
No, but why? I have this. Look, I'm from Algeria. You're right, and when we are born, we're Muslims, right? Are you listening?
Yeah, when you're born, you're from Algeria, and you have a government that is a Muslim nation.
Yes.
Okay, yep.
I have my brother, my father, almost all my family believe that the earth is flat. And I'm not saying that this is wrong.
Because why? Why do they say that? Because of their religion?
Yes, the religion.
Okay, well, they maybe should look up Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni was a mathematician. I think it was Turkey. I have to look again, but somewhere in that area. And he said that his read of the Quran was that the earth was a globe, a ball in space, and that he measured it with his slaves walking out the distance away from him as he stood on the top of a mountain and measured the angular size from his mountain viewpoint to where they were at.
Never heard of the guy.
Yeah, look at it. It's Al-Biruni.
Al-Biruni.
Al-Biruni, yeah.
Burayhan Al-Biruni.
Yep, there you go.
So my question is, why does all the governments they are spending millions, billions of dollars to lie to us?
Well, you just answered your own question. They gain billions and millions of dollars by
No,
lying.
I said why they spend millions.
They're not
and billions.
spending. They're not spending. That's their money that they're using. They're using that money for some other purpose and telling you it's for the peaceful exploration of space while they're not doing that. Like they'd say, hey, look at all this peaceful shit we're doing in outer space. Meanwhile, on Earth, this endless perpetual warfare for an ever dwindling pool of natural resources. It sounds like they're bullshitting you. They're telling you one thing and doing something else.
Wait, may I please ask who we're talking about here?
Oh yeah, he wanted to be convinced of the Earth is flat, and then he didn't know what that means, and then said that he basically has family who are Muslim.
No. I was here for that part. I was just talking about this latest part where you were talking about something about outer space.
Yeah, outer space.
Okay, yeah. Before you were saying that, you're saying something about
inner space and outer space.
No, like spending money and stuff.
Yeah, why would government lie? That'd be the question. Will people lie for money? On the flat Earth, the answer is yes. That people will lie for money. On the globe Earth, apparently no. The more money you spend, the less likely they are to lie over it. Like if you give them $1 or $10, like someone might fudge, say like their tip sheet at like a waitress. A waitress might fudge a tip sheet so she can buy some extra Christmas presents for her kids. Therefore, let's make a law that would make it illegal, a tax crime, for that waitress to do so. But while you look at government spending and say that there's a shortfall, there's $1 billion shortfall, we just won't assume anyone lied about that no one would lie for that reason. But the waitress who rounded down her tip sheet, she would lie for that reason. So let's assume now on a globe Earth, we don't know. We know that people would lie for a little bit of money, but somehow they won't lie for a large amount of money.
You know, this would work if the entire Earth were just under one government. But there's a lot of governments on Earth. We're not just controlled by the government. Lots
they're
of
kind
different
of in on it,
governments.
aren't they? They're all kind
Lots
of
of
in on it.
okay, I'm speaking. Lots
Yeah,
of different.
you're it's malformed, dude. You're malformed somehow that all these governments get along. They don't. They're in constant
I'm still
geopolitical.
speaking. I'm still speaking.
Yo,
By
I
the
can
way.
fix that for you if you need me to fix the mic for you.
No, I'm saying, why are you cutting me off? Okay.
Because you're not going down a reasonable line of logic. Your line of logic is somehow
I was
broken.
continuing my line of logic before you cut me off. All right.
Okay, no, we're done. Okay, who was it? Shark? Are you still there?
Me.
Or the DJ? Oh, I can't remember who we're talking to. Was it DJ?
Jawad. It's called Jawad.
Oh, okay. All right. So go ahead. Where were we at? I don't want to get derailed with some spastic who can't figure out why government would lie to him.
Yeah, that's my question. Like, why they lie?
Well, my question would be, why would they tell the truth? You know they lie. They lie all the time. Like even inside your own worldview, you live in a Muslim country with a government that advocates for, Islamic belief and Islamic law that you think is a lie, that you don't believe these things to be true. But yet somehow all these other Muslim countries who are in conflict with each other are all pushing the same exact thing. So why would they do that? Why do you think they would do that?
Of course, to control you.
To control. There we go. So if they've got a framework, a worldview, where they tell you they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity, so you don't have to. Just stay right here in your small little box. You don't need to worry about what's beyond the ice wall. You don't need to worry about any of this stuff. They've got it covered. What would that do to you? What does that do for you? It controls you. Voltaire said it best. If you can make people believe absurdities, they'll commit atrocity. Get you thinking you're some sort of monkey on a lava ball, a water-covered lava ball, and watch how people act once they're conditioned to believe such a horrible thing.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, it's interesting that people think that these so-called authorities, agencies, whatever, these people, they're just people, like groups of people that we only ever get to see on a TV screen, that they're any kind of importance to begin with. Why on earth does anyone think that these people have something valuable to share with humanity? Why? Why?
What is it?
Why?
Yeah.
Tell me. What makes them special? Why are they special? Why should we listen to them? Why are they at this point, this apex above everybody else, that Oh, but NASA, right? So what? Seriously, who are they? Why should I listen to them? Why are there? Why is their what they present to the world of any more importance than what anybody else can present to the world? Especially people that directly experience the Earth as flat and stationary, which is what, nearly 9 billion people now?
I have a really good question. Is there anyone in the history of NASA
What about
or
my
government?
question? What about my question?
What? I
What
didn't hear.
makes
Sorry.
what makes NASA so special that I should listen to them?
You know, they say they're scientists and better
They
than you.
say, so they just say. So what if I say I am a scientist? You can listen to me because I said it.
Yeah.
Now go ahead with your question.
Uh, uh, is there anyone in the history of NASA or governments or anyone that leaked something that saying that they are wrong?
What does that have to do with anything? Can you
No,
connect the dots for me here? So if someone in government says they're wrong or they're not wrong, what does that have to do with anything?
you know, something from the inside. You know.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. So what exactly? I missed it. Maybe. What do you think they? So if there's an internal critique of somebody inside NASA saying something, what does that do for the conversation?
You know, it's just. I think it's good, you know, to prove something.
Are you? Is he coming through? I'm not hearing him. Are you there, DJ? Or did you walk away from your mic again?
Are you listening? This is good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I said it would be good if someone from the inside, you know, leaks information or something like that to prove to ordinary people that they're lying.
So you
So there
want
is
government to hold government to account for government misconduct?
no
Why would
like
that happen? Why would
someone.
somebody ever hold them to account when they know they'll never be held to account?
So what we can do or what you can do to convince lot of people in the billions of people of the truth or
The
you
truth of
can't.
what? The truth of what?
It seems that impossible. You can't fight this big companies and big you know governments.
Well, I don't need to because simple mathematics will take this down. This level of government spending is not sustainable. Some $88 million every 100 hours plus for NASA spending, that is not sustainable. Sooner or later, the system's going to collapse. This house of cards is going to come down. It's going to come down in a spectacular fashion.
And when that will happen?
I'll be there to tell you I told you so. So people say, hey, flat earthers, you guys need to do something about NASA. Not at all. I just gotta sit back and watch it happen. It's gonna collapse. This is unsustainable. This level of government spending is mathematically unsustainable. And you're seeing it already happen. This new the new director, this Jared Isaacman, had already talked about the Athena program, that he's going to rewrite NASA as nothing more than an like intellectual property and like a fundraising thing, like to give grants, a grant holding and intellectual property holding brand part of the government. So it's already coming down. It's pretty much all over but the crying at this point. There isn't anything left for people to do. This idea of a manned space flight returning back to humanity, it's over. They can't do it. The Artemis program is out of money. It's almost 10 years over budget. Some like $7 billion overfunded. I mean, they're done. At this point, they're just trying to find a way to exit.
Yeah, I always had the question, like, why we're not going to the moon?
Because you can't.
They're
That's why.
saying now, they're saying now, like, no, the next station is Mars. But if we can go to the moon, why we don't go to the moon now? You know, we have more technology now. They say.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. I need someone to speak English with. My level is A2, but I am beginner.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
كله كاتم الصوت أصلا. شوف كله كاتم الصوت. ده انت ده كله كاتم الصوت.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. All right, Amish, you there? Or no, is that Amish, right? Yeah. That is funny. Scientist, I gotta use that tomorrow. That is too good. Oh, you're in text. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely top pick for science and space news tomorrow.
Guess who's back? Back again.
How you doing?
All right. What happened here? We lost some people while I was gone. All right.
Yeah, they're doing another event on
YouTube now.
politics.
Hope
I'm not
everybody's
sure if
doing
you
fine.
did they move the bots over yet? Because there's a bunch of people on politics.
Let's see what we got over here. Oh, YouTube is pretty quiet as well. We have 5 viewers. Hello, guys. I'm watching the chat. You can interact if you want to, and I'm going to read it. Gym was nice. Oh, sometimes I just hate going, but it's worth it in the long run. You gotta force yourself. I have this philosophy. If I say I'm going to do something, I'm doing it, even if it kills me. Ugh. All right. On the other channel, we have 14 viewers. How are you guys? Feel free to chat a little bit with us. I will read your comments. I guess you guys are listening to a pre-recording right now, which is fine. It's very slow in the Discord right now. And this is some excellent stuff. Indio pre-recorded. You can't complain about that. Who's he talking to? Let's see. Hellcat. Yeah. Or as he calls himself nowadays, Grumman. I'm switching over to the other one again. Last thing we talked about before I left for the gym was Star Trails. I think that was sorted out. A lot of people bring that thing up. I don't really think it's too fun to talk about Star Trails, whatever goes on in the sky. It's pretty much irrelevant to me. I focus on the ground and the property of water, surface property of water, and water on the surface is flat, as we all know. Which by extension means that the Earth is not a ball. It cannot be if the most of the surface is covered by water. Whatever shape it is underneath that water, we have no idea about that. We don't make those kind of claims. People often confuse flat Earth with us making some kind of claim as to its shape. We don't do that. We just make a claim about the property of the surface. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the Discord and see if somebody has said anything in the chat while I was gone. Let's read it out for the listeners who don't follow along reading the chat on the YouTube channel. They are just listening most of the time. At least that's how I use it. It's in the background when I work. I work as a coder, so I have a lot of time to work from home and hang out with you guys here. All right, let's see what Master Yoda posted earlier. NASA releases rare close-up images of interstellar comet 3I Atlas. The staggering 250,000 kilometers per hour, okay, was the speed at which the comet had rushed through the inner solar system near the sun. A reminder of how extreme velocities set interstellar visitors apart from homegrown comets. I mean, this is story time. Bring out the popcorn and the hot cocoa or whatever it is you like. Actually, ooh, that sounds disgusting. Maybe popcorn and some unhealthy soda like a Coca-Cola, or my favorite when I indulge is Dr. Pepper. The velocity set the stage for NASA's newly released close-up views of 3I Atlas, captured by 3 spacecraft at Mars. Wow, this is some story. As the object swept just 18 million miles, 18 million miles, that's fantastic, from the planet. Wow, Mars is a planet now too. Here's some good space lore here. A very unusually intimate path for an object born around another star. Oh, they even know where it was born. These people are insanely good at this. Wow.
Yeah, there are no cameras that can
I
capture
think I should
18 million
post my
miles with that
picture of
kind of
planet
clarity.
Unicornia that I discovered recently. It was also born around another star about 50 billion light years away. I have absolutely no empirical evidence for that, but you can believe me.
Yeah, mic check.
And Yoder
Yep,
says
loud and
also
clear.
it looks like a picture
Yeah.
of a toasted marshmallow. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks
Plain
like.
truth. Can you hear us?
If the people on YouTube can still see it there, maybe they can.
Yeah, I guess he can't hear us.
Yes, they can. All right,
Oh,
toasted marshmallow.
okay.
Well, I've
Well,
seen more ridiculous claim than this. Have you seen the diamond planet? And there's one made of gold as well, I think. And then there's another one that smells like farts.
yeah,
Oh,
Uranus
these
smells like
people. I
farts.
mean, after you become a flat earther, you really realize how ridiculous and stupid it all is. It's just laughable. Ray Criterion posted the sloth from Zootopia. What's his name again? I can't remember, but he is funny. I took my family to the Zootopia 2 movie. It was pretty good. Even though I thought the first one was nice, and I actually liked the song. I'm a drummer. I played since I was 10 for 40 years now. So that song, Try Everything by Shakira, I thought it was nice. So I was excited to go just to see which music they were going to release for the new one. Sorry, I'm spacing out a little bit outside of the topic here, but I mean, we have Dead Air, and maybe someone likes music and drumming and so forth. I know Drace does. He's not here right now. But anyway, so that's that. The new song was called, and it was so I mean, they couldn't come up with something else. It was written by what's his name? He's a very famous musician, red-haired guy, like a real ginger, Ed Sheeran. And he is really good at writing songs. He's made a couple of good songs, I admit. My music taste is very wide. I listen to everything from like punk rock to heavy metal to Shakira and Ed Sheeran. If the music is good, I will listen to it. So I don't discriminate within the styles. Anyway, Ed Sheeran was contracted to write the song with Shakira, and I bet this is how it happened. So Ed, do you want to write this song? We'll give you $1 million or whatever it is that he charged, right? And he was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. And then months went by and weeks and so forth, and it came close to the release, and he was like, crap, I already promised I was going to write this song. What am I gonna um, what am I gonna name it? What's the name of the movie? Zootopia. All right. Song name Zoo. And it was, I mean, it was okay. It was decent, but it was just like Zoo. I don't know. It was just a little bit too on the nose, so to speak. I think they could have come up with maybe um, something more creative. But I think he was just tired of it. He wanted to get his money and just write something simple, so he came up with that. But yeah, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. But the sloth is funny. Wish I could remember his name. It's Flash, I think it is. All right. Anyway, let's talk about flat Earth instead. If we have some new people here, wow, we're only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Crazy YouTube people, you gotta help us out a little bit. I'm gonna chat a little bit with DJ as he's bringing on for me in the background. Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate that. Are you listening or are you just typing? I better write down thanks. Mission saved. As reference. Mm. Cool. Much appreciated. Thanks. All right. I think I'm allowed to say this. I mean, anybody can click on my profile. I was just granted a mod role in the channel here, and I was given some instructions how to mute people and unmute and ban and unban and so forth. And all I have to say about that is I'm very chill. I'll give people some slack and try to keep it a normal conversation going. And I'm not going to abuse my mod privileges and try to be cool about it. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. It's an honor, actually. So
Yeah.
thank you for the vote of confidence, and I'm absolutely not going to do anything stupid with this new power that I have. I've seen how you guys have taken you know how to run the channel very well in a fair way, and I'm gonna be fair as well. Appreciate that. So
And what's the point of having power if you can't abuse it, right?
all right, let's get back to work then. Have a look at the YouTube channel and see what's going on over there. Test. Yep, I'm coming through. All right, YouTube. 12 people watching now. I said hello, everyone. If you want to, you can chat in the YouTube chat, and I will read your chat and address your questions while we are waiting for more people to join. If you are new to Flat Earth and you have questions, you can on either of the two YouTube channels that are broadcasting right now. I will read your chat there. We have 13 people on one and 11 on the other. And you can also chat with me directly because I am logged in both right now. Thank you for helping me out with the instructions there, DJ. Appreciate it.
No problem at all, man.
We could go to TikTok and see if people there are. All right, we have some comments on one of the channels here now. Unfortunately, I can't read Onyx Storm's comment because it's kind of. Why are you so bleep? Who is he asking? Me? No, I don't. I don't think that was for me. Why are you so bleep? Okay. Bleep. Ugh. This information agent says turns around. I mean, some of these comments, I can't decode them and I don't know what they mean because I'm lacking the context. It was for you. All right. Why am I so bleep? Yeah, yeah. I actually think that's funny. Yeah, yeah, that's all right. Yeah. Look, I'm pronouncing things as clearly as I can. If you talk to me in real life, I probably wouldn't sound as bleep. If I am one of those persons, I don't even know if you're allowed to say that on YouTube. Isn't that derogatory or whatever? If I talk like this, slowly and calmly and pronounce clearly, because I'm from Sweden. Anyway, you maybe you have a point. Maybe you have a point. Onyx Storm on YouTube says, "Gotcha, thanks." All right, well, I guess you're welcome. I find it a little bit insulting because I don't consider myself one of those. I have 4 kids. I've been married 30 years to a very beautiful blonde wife. Very happy with her. So there is that. I guess I could be secretly closeted. Who knows? Anyway, topic. Back to the topic of the room, which is flat Earth. We have about 20 viewers combined on both of the channels. I would expect someone over there maybe have a real question about the topic of the room, and then we can address it. I'm actually going to check if anybody is over on the other server. The home server. Sometimes India hangs. No, it's empty. Politics. Nope. Empty too. Oh, actually, there is a flat Earth channel on the politics right now. Laszlo is over there. Lats is over there. Puddle Jack is over there. Riding Rider is over there. And VitK. I wonder what those guys are talking about. Should I swing over? See what's happening? Now I'm curious. Please check the chat. Okay. Let's see what's going on in the other server. I think it's been a while since we've been over on politics. AI Overlord over there says, we hang out in different places. Periodically, we are in the main server or other servers such as English Hub. Part of the crew that mainly hangs out in politics has been busy since winter's coming and the holidays. Fry says, can Oakley do anything wrong? You're talking about Oakley, okay. Why is this channel offline? I rarely see the channel up. Okay. So yeah, it's there's a couple of servers here to pick from. I'm gonna hang out in the English hub for a little while longer. Vector, how are you? Welcome. Yuki, how are you? Welcome. Did I lose my? How long have I been speaking here without having my speaker on? I haven't heard anything, I guess. Why did it turn off? I think I've seen Yuki here before. Victor as well.
Once.
Who is Vector? His About Me says, we have walked through seasons that bit like wolves and mornings that opened like gold slit wings. That almost sounds like Finnish poetry to me. Winter and wolves. Wherever you are, you're welcome here. Hector says, it's a poem from Ted Hughes. Okay. Makes sense. Yuki posts a little frog. Oh, what's his name? I can't remember. It's that meme frog.
Pepe?
Pepe. That's right. Yeah. Pepe the frog. Well, if any of you new guys want to talk a little bit, we can do that. Let's read a comment from YouTube while we wait for someone to swing by here and talk. Sebs says, so not flat shape, but just flat ground. It got to have a shape. What doesn't have a shape? The earth. Lol. Yeah, I mean, it has a shape for sure, but we don't know what it is. Mostly flat experienced. Yeah, we agree on that. Yeah, that's how we experience the earth. Everyone. So funny to me. I talk to people, hey, so if you look out over the horizon, does it look horizontal to you? And I've actually had a few people say, no, it looks curved. I mean, how far into your delusion do you have to be to actually say those words? It's so weird to me. And Josh is back again. Back with a vengeance.
No vengeance here.
No vengeance. Okay. Back very humble.
Yeah, non-confrontational.
That's good. All right. I am non-confrontational as well. I don't like to start fights, but I will finish it if I have to.
Yeah, I think Josh has never really been too confrontational. Apparently there's been a couple of incidents, but I would imagine that he was kind of pushed into a reaction, probably.
Oh no, it was 100% a bad joke that I made. I stepped on a rig.
Yeah, I heard about it. Yeah, I got told it was a bad joke. Taking it a bit too far.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but Josh, what I've noticed, he doesn't derail conversations or just start going off all triggered or something. So I'll take him on good faith, and what he says, he enjoys to listen, and he even enjoys some of the Dunning-Kruger Globers getting absolutely wrecked when they come in.
Oh, it's fucking awful. It's so bad. Like the Like if you crash out as a glober, like you really don't really know what the hell you're talking about. Or if you're threatened by this conversation, you're really not. Like you're not in a you need to, take a look in the mirror and figure your own shit out.
Yeah, what we've noticed is generally, not always, but generally, the more triggered people are by the topic, the more degenerate they are. It seems to be a common factor.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Pickled Minds on YouTube says hi. Very nice of you. Hello. How are you? Do you have any questions about flat Earth? Are you a flat earther, or do you think you live on a spinning ball? Pickled Minds. Actually, I know who Pickled Minds is. It's DJ, isn't it?
That's
Oh,
correct.
That's funny. I mean, holy cow! How can I keep track of everything like that? That's insane. All right, so it's you. Okay. I like to read the chat over there. Do we have to talk about flat earthers or just anything? Vector, my friend, we have to talk about flat Earth or globe
Okay.
Earth if you want to defend it.
I mean, I don't want to defend it, but I can like ask questions. I mean, if that's cool with you.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question then?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You don't have to
Am
defend
I?
it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear.
I'm.
You don't have to defend it. I just want to ask you a simple question. Let me post
Sure,
something in the
dude.
chat. This is my go-to. I like this one.
Honestly,
So
I'm here to improve my English, basically.
yeah, so this is perfect then. We can have a little discussion and you can learn some English at the same time.
Sure, dude. That sounds great.
Oh no. Oh Josh, you totally derailed my picture. All right, I'm just
Oh
gonna post
no,
it
I'm
again.
sorry. Rip.
No,
Yeah,
it's
repost it again.
no, it's fine. We can use yours actually. That's fine. So Vector, have you seen what Josh posted in the chat?
Uh, yeah, I can see the
You see
NASA thing.
you see a picture of Earth?
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, do you see all the blue stuff on it?
Yeah, the blue stuff. The,
There's some blue on the Earth ball there.
yeah,
Do you know what the blue stuff is?
honestly, no. Can you
It's
tell?
water. They say it's water.
Oh, no.
Are you following
That's
along?
cool. Yes, I'm following along. Go ahead.
Yes. So the blue on the Earth ball you see, they say that's water.
That's mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you also notice that it curves? Do you understand that word?
Yeah, curves. Earth
Water
curves.
curves. Water curves around the ball.
I
Do we
see.
agree? That's what it looks like, right?
Yeah, it looks like exactly that.
I'm going to tell you something funny now, or actually something really cool. If you go down here on the ground, and let's say that that's a real picture of the Earth, right? That which Josh posted. Um,
Sure.
let's say let's say it's real. Now, if we go down here on the ground and we go to a lake, we find some water, a 10-mile wide lake. Do you know what a laser is? Laser.
A laser. I mean, the I don't have a correct definition for it, but if you can tell me.
A laser is light. It's a beam of light. You can shoot it over long distances, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a flashlight, but much stronger. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So here's the thing. If you take a laser and you place that laser 1 foot above the ground or 30 centimeters, and you shoot it 10 miles over to the other beach, guess what? It's going to end up 30 centimeters above the water on the other side as well. You know what that
Mhm.
means?
I mean, I do know that the laser is going to end up on the beach, but explain that as well. It will be great.
Yeah. It means that water doesn't curve. Because
I
if
see.
water curved, that laser beam would end up 66 foot in the air, or 20 meters.
I see.
Yeah, but it doesn't. So water doesn't curve, and that's the reason why we are flat earthers. So here's a
I see.
laser test. There's a laser test over 21 miles that you can have a look at if you want to continue down this rabbit hole.
Can I see the video if you want?
Yeah, you can go watch it if you want to. It's
So I'm gonna just take a look at it.
yeah, sometimes your microphone is breaking up a little bit and it's difficult to understand you.
Live.
I want to talk to Josh a little bit now because he's posting some stuff. Do you want to explain what's going on here?
Oh yeah, no, I just got off of a 3-hour milestone review with the NASA scan office at a Glenn Research Center in Cleveland. We're working on the communication services program, or right? Yeah, project, not program. But for CSP, Amazon has a big contract to do optical communications demos using some of our 153 satellites we have up on orbit, and so we've done a bunch of tests, and we were showing
Oh.
test data to NASA, and we're doing basically the review to move on to the next phase of the program.
Okay. And what's the point of the program?
Eventually, it's basically this is NASA funding my product. So eventually, my product will be to sell these laser comm terminals to third party, like Planet or Maxar, or Earth observation, synthetic aperture radar, other people that are operating spacecraft. They buy one of my laser comm terminals. It gets mounted onto their satellite, and then they're able to connect into the Amazon laser mesh, which is in low Earth orbit, and they can move their data back down to the ground using the laser comm terminal through our network, as opposed to using a radio to get the data down. But this is NASA basically helping us fund the development of that before it's commercially available sometime next year.
And do those laser beams, do they go straight between the satellites or are they bending?
Above a certain altitude, they move straight. The instant you start dipping into the atmosphere, you get a bunch of scattering and other shenanigans.
I see. But there's some ways to focus those beams, right?
Focus. I mean, they have a beam width, so over the course of about 2,000 kilometers, it goes from a few centimeters to about 18 meters wide. The beam width. So there's a bit of a
What's the
there's a bit of
distance?
beam spreading. Oh, like 2,600 kilometers.
100 kilometers, 18 meters spread.
It goes from a few centimeters up to 18 meters over a distance of like 2,600 kilometers. So it still is. It's pretty narrow beam width, right? Like we're talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
arc seconds at this point. But
How
it
much
still does a little bit of spreading.
How much is one of those lasers?
Multi six figures.
Yeah. Man, I would love to get my hands on one of them and
Yeah,
shoot them over some water.
they're about the size of a kickball. But yeah, no, that's basically the reason I wanted to tee it up is because we just got off of that program meeting, and NASA cut us a check for about $60 million 3 or 4 years ago to run this program. And it's something I can talk about in decent detail. So I figured it would be a fun conversation.
Do they allow you to take one of those home for playing around with it?
No, we do a lot of testing in the lab though. No. I
You
wish.
see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to buy one, and you're a U.S. citizen,
No, I am. I was naturalized 2019. I have double citizenship, sworn in by President Trump himself. But anyway, that's beside the point. I'm just thinking, dude, it would be so cool to get my hands on one of those and then just find a lake that's insanely big and just see if we can, hit something on the other side. If 18 meters spread sounds like nothing.
yeah, I mean that's thousands of kilometers, right? But like
That's
I
what I'm
said,
saying. You could shoot it over an ocean if the atmosphere. No, you can't. But I mean, you could probably do 100 miles.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, it's pretty low power. We take advantage of the fact that you're firing through a near vacuum up at 600 kilometers. So, there's very, very little absorption of the beam up there. But it's nice though, because like we've closed links between two of our satellites using these terminals at over 100 gigabits per second. So it's just two of these lasers looking at each other, one mounted to each, each one of our satellites have 4 of them. So 2 of them are looking at each other about 2,000 kilometers apart, and you're able to move 100 gigabits per second across that beam in both directions, which is pretty sick.
Very impressive. I'm trying to somewhat keep us on the topic here.
you're
That's why
good.
I'm talking about the using them to test curvature over water.
No, you're
But
good.
just you people know on YouTube, we don't have that many people in here right now. So instead of just listening to dead air, you can maybe have some patience and listen to a little bit about the lasers. Do you have a name for them? So I can. Is it possible to Google it, or can you see what they look
So
like?
I
One
put
of those.
what they look like. That's a good question. I don't know if it's public. The NASA PDF I put up there is like the most information we have on the contract between us and NASA Glenn, but let me see if I can find a public image of the actual terminal.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what one of those things that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, how much they.
I mean, I can show you SpaceX's. They're way more open about their design than we are. Let's see. I mean, this is pretty close. This is one developed by Lincoln Labs. So it looks kind of like that. It's a little bit different. It's got like the size is about the same and the aperture is about the same, but ours has like a little tracking beam attached to it. Let's see if I can get the SpaceX one. That's actually probably the closest. Yeah, this is what SpaceX's look like. And they're the competition. They're kicking my ass right now because their terminal is like way faster and cheaper than ours is because they're way ahead of us as far as like production rates and the assets they have on orbit.
Is that a little bit of a concave Earth we are seeing there in the background?
Yeah. It's this lens is insane. You can see the curve of the satellite on the right too.
Yeah. Holy cow. I don't understand why they're doing that. In this day and age, we should be able to have some lenses that doesn't distort like that. But I guess that's not their primary focus, or at least that's what
No,
they
not at
say.
all. Yeah, not gonna lie, they give
Uh,
literally zero shits about y'all. Just to be blunt.
Well, or maybe they do get, yeah, maybe someone gives a shit and they don't want us to see what it actually looks like because a lot of people would start asking questions. I mean, but even here, this is a nice one to prove that it is a lens. So
Well, 100%. I mean, if you want to put a camera on a satellite, there's an office within NOAA that's called CRISRA. I'll put the link in the chat.
As a matter of fact,
CRSRA.
I think Master Yoda is making a good point here. It looks like it's a dark room with the green screen behind it. I mean, after I saw the pictures of the Tesla in space or whatever and all that crap, everything that SpaceX releases now, it's a big question mark if it's even from low orbit, which I can grant them. They can get up there. I don't even like to call it orbit, but that's what the Globers call it, so I'm just going to say that. All right, so here's a new link. Josh posted commercial remote sensing regulatory affairs. Okay, what's that
So
all about?
this is the office within NOAA that you have to get a license from if you want to put a camera on a satellite. So basically, if you wanted to put something up that didn't have a fisheye lens on it or like a huge lens, like you wanted to just strap a GoPro to a satellite, those are the folks you'd have to go talk to, and they just have a form you got to fill out.
How much do you have to pay to let's say if I wanted to get something to 350 miles up?
The going rate right now for ride shares is like $250 a kilogram.
$250?
Let me double check on
If that's
SpaceX's ride
then
share.
why
Is
haven't we done that then? Because you
Well, that's what
can
I've been saying in these spaces. Like
that's
y'all could
cheap.
crowdfund. Okay, no. It's the dedicated rideshare mission. So it's
I mean, add a couple of zeros, right?
yeah, 250 per kilo. That's with Starship, which isn't operational yet. So it's order of magnitude larger. So it's about $2,500 per kilogram.
Yeah, but a camera doesn't even weigh a kilogram, so are you even
Yeah,
allowed?
exactly. Yeah. You could basically what you could do is you could go to one of these like commercial space companies, like your Planets, your Maxars, your whatever, and propose a hosted payload, and you'd have access to that the entire way through, and it gets launched, and basically you're just paying to ride along with them.
And you're telling me that this government agency will allow you to send a rectilinear, non-distort as much as we can, every lens distorts, but you know what I'm saying, a non-fisheye for a
Yeah, I mean, let's see.
kilograms worth of payload with them for
I think
$2,500.
Mark
That's right.
Rober.
Would they even
What's it
allow
called?
that? What are they going to do when we post a picture that's completely flat horizon from 350 miles up, or even higher? What are they going to? What are they going to do? They're going to go crazy about that. I don't think they would allow it, but now I almost want to do it just to see if they deny the application. How much? What's
I'm
the
trying to look.
application fee?
It's like a couple $100.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna read. Some YouTube comments here. Astute gentleman says, "Oh, he says flat." Okay. Wait, astute gentleman. Isn't that also someone from our channel here? All right. Well, he gave us a comment. He said flat. I guess that means he knows that the Earth is flat. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to keep track of the comments there. It's I got to admit it's a little bit intriguing. A few $100 for the application fee, 2,500 for the ride share, $1,000 for the camera maybe, and it weighs less than 1 kilogram for sure. They're not that heavy. Get it up there as high as they claim it takes it, and then snap a few pictures and send them down. How do you send the picture down from up there?
It's usually that's my product is trying to switch that over to using lasers. But as of now, you're using basically a radio a radio antenna on the side of your spacecraft, like a patch antenna, or if you're big enough, a little parabolic. And then on the ground, you have parabolic antennas that receive the data. It's just like any long range wireless transmission.
Dude, those 153 satellites you have up there, are they spaced out around the ball, or are they just hanging
Correct.
around?
Well,
Really?
we're in the middle of spacing them out right now. So when they get deployed, they look like a little string of pearls.
How do
And
you
then go ahead.
how do you communicate around the ball with the lasers there?
You do multiple hops. So like, you know, if
153. You're telling me that I mean, I can probably do some math on this. 153 satellites. Even if let's make a perfect ring around.
no. The mesh isn't fully deployed yet. The full system is going to be 3,200 satellites. We have a launch in like 5 days from the Cape. So when it's fully deployed, there'll be 33,200 up there to do a full mesh network.
What's the altitude?
3 shells. One's at 630 kilometers. One's at 610, and one's at 590.
Wait, no. Let's just say 500. Just it's easier to do the math on that. With 500 kilometers up, or we could be. Maybe, wait, I probably should grant you a little bit higher. Let's say 600.
Sure.
You're 600 kilometers up. You can have 3,200 satellites, and they're going to be able to communicate around the ball. I mean, the distance between each satellite is what I want to know. Do you have any math like that? If you spread them out in a perfect ring, like you think a wedding ring, and you place that around the little ball in the middle, right? 600 kilometers out from the surface of
I
that
got a phone
ball.
call. Apologies. One sec.
Yeah, sure.
Let's
I mean,
see.
it would be. Let's do the math when you come back. It will be fun
I'll
to see.
show you a picture real quick. We
Sure.
have shown that publicly what the
Obviously,
mesh looks like.
I'm going to look into if it's actually feasible.
Oh,
It
100%. We can do the math, but let me.
Yeah. No, take your call. Take your call.
Oh no, it was just spam. I'm in the middle right now of doing a bunch of interviews, like press interviews. No. So I don't know. I never know who's actually calling me for real and who's not in the past like week or so. Amazon.
When they call, you should just say, "I can't talk to you right now. I'm on with the flat earthers."
Yeah,
And
pretty
then,
much.
and then it was your boss.
Then they leave me alone. I think I'm a loony. No, it's fine. This picture demonstrates what I just put it in the chat, what the full system will look like. And this is obviously CGI, but this is what the full system will look like when it's deployed. So you can see each one of the little streaks are.
I would like to know the spacing in between them so I can do the math and see how many you actually need to be able to go full circle around the ball.
So you're just saying one ring because this is
just
like
one ring. I don't need to see. I mean, that looks too. It's too.
All right, so let's say 600 kilometers up.
It's too complicated for me to do the math, but I want one ring.
Okay, so like 6,978 kilometers would be the radius of that circle. So 6,9. 78 times 2 times pi. 3.14159. Okay, so the circumference of a ring that's 600 kilometers above the surface is 43,844 kilometers. And so if we divide that by
3,200.
3,200. Yeah, it's only 13 kilometers, and the range of each of the satellites is, like I said, 2,600. So let's multiply. Let's go back to that 43 or like 43.8 thousand number. 3,200. And then let's divide by the range. Divide by the max range. So even if we can only point in one direction, right? Because this is a radius, not a diameter. So divide by 2,600. You would only need 16 satellites or 17 satellites to make a full ring. But if you treat it like a diameter, we would divide it by 2. Because I can shoot 2,600. Oh, actually, no, you can't divide it by 2 because it double counts that then. Okay, yeah. So it's 17 satellites at max range can create a full ring.
Right. Thank you. I'm going to have to interrupt you now a little bit. Thanks for
No,
the
you're good.
numbers. I'm going to have fun with those numbers. See what I can. Sounds reasonable, maybe. Vector, thank you. We're not ignoring you. Appreciate you having a look at the video. I see your comments there. He says it's honest. Vector says that's honestly interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. It's I bet a little bit shocking too when you haven't thought about it. So appreciate you watching the video. He also said for our YouTube listeners, great video. Appreciate the feedback. It was really nice. Bring it to your attention. So YouTube, that's what's happening here. We have a guy here, Vector, and he has been watching the 21-mile Salt Lake video, and he came back and he said it was interesting. He has never thought about it. No, not a lot of people think about it, but when you start to critically think about it, it is eye-opening to say the least. So yeah, you have some things to think about now, and we can post more of those. There are thousands of them. This isn't the only one we have. And the nice thing about it, Vector, even if you didn't think that this is real, I mean, let's just say someone faked it, you can go and confirm this easily by yourself. Find a 10-mile wide lake, bring a friend, take a couple of mirrors maybe, and you can do mirror flashes. You will notice that you can see way too far. If Earth was a ball, you should only be able to see maybe 3 miles out before it starts curving away from you. And obviously, in your life, you have seen further than 3 miles, promise you. So yeah, something to think about. DJ has also posted some more examples, and you can go find the Earth curvature calculator as well. All right. Well, appreciate the numbers, Josh. I have written them down. It is interesting, for sure. I just think that I mean, I don't know about satellites. I think they rotate above us in these circle of life patterns. I know you had some kind of objection to that, and I don't think anybody ever explained it in a way you could get it, but um, I don't know. The, the distances shouldn't change just because you plot it over a flat plane.
Yeah, hypothetically.
Yeah.
But that also assumes that the surface areas are equivalent, right? So that there's nothing beyond the ice wall.
What ice wall?
Yeah. Oh, don't start anything. Look, I'm not making a claim about a map or anything like that or whatever. Where if there is an ice wall, or if there's outside of it, I'm just saying that people often have this misconception. Like when you look at flight, like the maps that it's not even a map. What is it? What do they call the thing that pilots use? Maybe it is a projection. But there's another word I'm looking for. I can't think of it right now. But
Coordinate system projection, maybe.
Yeah, a pilot doesn't. They don't fly around with the globe.
Oh,
They
like
have,
a flight corridor chart.
yeah, they have charts.
Flight
Yeah,
charts.
yeah. So when you plot these these, I don't want to say orbit. It's so stupid. Now my language is failing me. The barrier. But when you plot the path of a satellite over a flight chart, it looks different than if you plot it over around a ball. Like I saw that ball picture that you pasted. It was CGI, obviously.
It makes like weird spirograph
Yeah, it
formations.
makes exactly. And then people say that, well, the distance changes, right? But the distance doesn't change just because you project it onto a different map projection. I mean, the physical distance is exactly the same. So I always found it so confusing. when people start bringing up flight paths and how can it be that this looks much longer than if you plot it over on a ball projection. I mean, the distance is exactly the same. It just looks longer, right? You have to measure from the center if you're going to do it over a azimuthal equidistant map, for example. So yeah, because I think I remember you said that the satellites, when they go all the way out to the what you said the ice wall, but let's for
furthest
argument,
away from the center.
yeah, let's just say furthest away from the center. You have to measure it from the center too, I think. So I mean, there's some math you have to do. You can't just look at, oh, it looks like it's further out. It is, the path is the path. No matter, you can plot it on a triangle if you like, or a pyramid, or a cube. It's not going to change the distance that they fly. You understand?
I mean, they move at constant speed, and that only works. It only works on a globe, right? Any other projection would require a ton of acceleration and deceleration as a function of latitude.
No, it just looks like it's a longer path, but it's the exact same distance. It's just that you plotted it over a flat plane, or if you plot it over a cube, or you plot it over a dinosaur-shaped, dinosaur cookie-shaped map. I mean, there are like 200 or 300 projections. The distance is not going to change. It's not going to take them longer just because it looks like that.
I guess the distance has to change, or else you can't be on a flat surface.
No, you just plot it on a different shape, right? So you plot it on a circle-shaped map, and that's what it is. You plot it on a globe. That's the path to it, but it doesn't physically take longer for it to fly that path.
I understand it wouldn't physically take longer. It would take the same amount of time, but to do that, it would have to go faster because the distance is longer.
The map's not the territory. Why are you assuming that just because you've projected something on a different map, all of a sudden, reality changes? You can project it onto a triangle, onto a square, onto a pyramid, onto a donut, but reality doesn't change just because you decided to project it onto a different surface. Do you understand
that? In the actual territory, I guess the distance from the bottom
The map
of
is not the
Argentina to
territory.
Australia. Oh, I get it, but I'm just saying, like, if you actually sail that route, like that the distance aligns with what we see on the globe, not any other flat projection.
Really?
Why is it so difficult to explain it? It shouldn't be really. I mean, you can plot. Is that the right word? Even you can plot the path over any kind of projection, and that path might look longer when you look at it, as a human. But in reality, the distance hasn't changed. That's the best way I can explain it. I mean, seriously. Does anybody have that picture of the 200 map projections that we have? Distance, the physical, you can talk to Grok or you can talk to ChatGPT, and you can get both of them to admit that the physical distance and the time it takes to traverse that distance, it's the exact same on all of the projections.
Okay.
There we go. I mean, any of those paths, the path is the exact same distance, just looks longer on some of the projections because everything is stretched out and so forth.
Yeah, I agree, but I guess I would love to see some sort of map of what the flat Earth looks like, so that we're able to have these discussions.
I mean, we can think of it as I don't know.
Right. Because if you're saying that the Gleason projection is just a map and it's not the
No,
territory, okay, then what is the territory, right?
I'm trying to do this. Like, let's say you have from point A to point B, and it's 10,000 kilometers from point A to point B. It's just a straight line. Now, if you project that straight line on your ball, you're going to end up about half the way straight over to the other side of the ball as a straight line, right? And if you project it onto equidistant azimuthal map, right, it's going to end up going from it's going to go right over it, right? The same thing. The distance hasn't changed. It's still 10,000 kilometers. If you project that line onto a triangular shaped map, like or like a cube, it's going to go over the edge, the side of the cube, and continue on one of the other sides. But if you project it onto a hot dog shaped map, it's going to go all the way over the hot dog to the other side of the hot dog, right? But the distance is still 10,000 kilometers.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. Like if you're saying that all maps are projections, right? And the map is not the territory, which I agree with. We need to figure out how to model what the territory actually is, so that we can have these discussions.
Mm.
So cartographers should go out and actually measure distances and things and try to figure out what that looks like. Because if you're going to not rely on current maps, right, you need to create the data yourself.
Yoder says, here is the British national grid system slapped onto a globe to show they don't match lat and long. Correction for Josh. All maps using lat and long are globe predictions.
Oh,
So
sure, that's fine.
Yeah, I am. I'm not claiming to be an expert or anything. I just think that it's reasonable that one distance doesn't the physical distance shouldn't change depending on the projection. It should stay exactly the same on all of them. Now, if I'm wrong, please, someone who is an expert, you can step in and correct me then. It's just something I've been thinking about since the day you said, Josh, that they would have to go faster to reach the outer rim of the map or whatever.
And that's just for mid inclinations. Like if you're in a 90-degree inclined orbit, like the Fram 2 mission was in that went up this past spring, like it's not even going faster near the edges of whatever plane we're on. It's actually teleporting from one side to the other. Like they did a mission that went directly over the North and South poles, a crewed mission for 3 days back in April. So it's not even like faster or slower, and like the projection, we have issues with projections. You end up with like discontinuity of location when you're doing an exactly 90-degree inclined orbit. It's not like it even dodges around the South Pole or whatever, as you see with some of these, higher inclined, but not exactly 90-degree orbits.
Let's read Daga's comment here. I hope you're pronouncing your name correctly. He says, what the F? WTF, I think that the danger is inherent in how we are taught to think about maps and how common it is for us to be uncritical when it comes to maps, right? When most people encounter a map, they expect it to be an objective thing. Then they don't think of it as a complex socially and culturally constructed object, which it is. No map is subjectively true, I agree. It just isn't. Even the NASA grade satellite maps, there's a huge amount of cultural baggage behind that. This is from Digital Methods in Exploration in Eurasian History with Professor Siren
That's true.
Pilov and
That's
Professor
very true.
O'Neill.
Yeah, no, that's very true. I agree with that. But I guess it's less about, how are things labeled? How are what projection we're using? Like the Mercator projection overemphasizes the global north and de-emphasizes the global south. It's developed by Western white civilization. So I agree. There is a lot of cultural baggage that goes along with decisions of how to visualize the territory. But I will say that you have to sort of close the gaps between, hey, if I sail or take a plane flight from one place to another and it takes this amount of time and this is how fast these things go. That's a direct measurement that that sort of breaks a lot of understandings of how a flat plane would work as you move further away from the North Pole or the center.
No, it doesn't. You just think it does.
How so?
Yeah.
How does that compute from your
As
perspective?
it break our understandings. The problem you've got is you just can't grasp flat. We measure flat on the ground. So you telling us it has to be a sphere because has to have satellites because you work with communications doesn't mean anything. You have to go outside and witness the ground being measured flat yourself in order for you to comprehend, hang on a minute, what I'm doing is not what I'm told I'm doing. You're only doing communication links up, point laser to point A to point B. What they're actually doing in physicality, you've looked at the brochure and you've just assumed. Unless you're up there with them, you will never know. But the problem we've got, regardless of what you claim your satellites are doing, the ground is still measured as flat. We can't escape that whether we want to or not. We're not telling you it's flat because we're getting off on it. We're telling you it's flat because that's how it's measured. Whether you like it or not, I don't know. That's not up to me. That's up to you. It sounds like a you problem. But the ground is still measured as flat. So your satellites are not doing what you believe they are doing. So flat ground, circles above us, not loops around us.
Well, Yoder, I would. You made a comment. You only have calculated distances when you're locking yourself into Latin law. I would posit that I'm not talking about a map at all. I'm talking about, if I'm on a boat or I'm on a plane and I go in one
Josh.
direction for X amount of time and I know how fast, the thing that I'm on can go. Like that's regardless of a map or regardless of GPS. Like I say, I go straight in this direction for this amount of time at this speed. I should go this distance, right? It doesn't matter what the
Reference to
map says.
what? Reference to what?
What do you mean?
Well, you go straight. In what direction? Reference
doesn't
to
matter.
what? Yes, it does. It makes a hell of a difference.
How so?
Well, I'd like to see you go directly south and then come back around the other side, which a lot of people claim that has happened. It's never happened.
Well, no.
But if you're
That's what I'm
referencing the
saying.
compass, west is a great circle.
Well, no, I'm just saying if you pick one
That's why it
direction
matters.
and go, no,
Which direction?
Okay, I appreciate the tone to change as well as the
Don't tone police me, son. You're in the wrong room for it.
Yeah, let's chill. Josh, I just want to can I remind you about something?
Go ahead. Sure.
When you answer someone who asked or commented in chat, it's better if you read the comment first so the YouTube listeners get context. So I'm going to read it now, and then you can continue on. So Yoder says, our flat Earth measurements debunk your unmitigated globe, calculated Latin long distances. This is due to a topology mismatch. You only have calculated distances when you are locking yourself into Latin long. This applies to GPS. This applies to Mercator. Yes, that means flat Earth measurements debunk any system reliant on WGS 84. That's correct. Coordinate distances or any ellipsoidal datum. It also debunks orientation. Now you can address it because now we got to think about the listeners here. So
I did read the particular point that I was addressing. I apologize. I'll read the whole thing in the future.
That's all. We should all do it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I guess I don't care about the WGS in this mode. Like if I get on a boat and I pick one direction and I go in that direction for a certain amount of time at a certain amount of speed, I should know how far I've gone, right? It doesn't matter as long as I know my speed, right? It wouldn't matter what direction I picked or what map I'm on. I should know how far I went.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. Yoder says, how do you know your speed in a boat on the water? I mean, yeah, it's fluid.
Yeah, I mean, you take you integrate the acceleration over time. You have an accelerometer on the boat, and you integrate the readings off of that. Probably less accurate. No, I agree. It's definitely less accurate. But if I had to just, shooting from the hip here, if I had to calculate my speed in a boat with zero map, understanding, or you could use the combination of the static pressure of the water against the hull combined with the temperature. You could figure out the dynamic pressure of the fluid, which is a function of velocity as well. So
that would get complicated when
we're
when it
almost
comes
entering
to currents, and things like
I
that
agree.
going in all sorts of different directions. Maybe plane would be a better example.
Yeah, plane works, or walking, pedometer, or
Well, obviously, walking's not going to work because we're talking about going over huge, vast sections of the ocean.
Oh no, I get it. I'm just saying. I'm not even talking about like huge, vast distances at this point. I'm just breaking it down to the fundamentals, saying, throw the maps out the window. If I know my speed and direction and time, I should be able to figure out the distance.
We're almost entering into the territory of word salads here, but I think DJ posted a video by someone who has actually done those boat races in the south. What's his name? Hervé something. If I could have a link for that.
Raboni. There's tons of anomalies when it comes to explorers and sailors in the south, with speeds not matching up and distances not matching up the way they expect they will.
Right.
I actually
think we
need
should
to
all have a look at that before we even talk more about it.
Yeah, I need to add that to my library and get a whole section going on anomalies in the far south. It's a super interesting topic.
Because sometimes when we talk to you, Josh, it feels like we're backing you into a corner and you have to talk about stuff that you're not an expert in, and then it just gets weird. So maybe if you want to have a look at that, and then it'll be good for you to see how difficult it is to measure speed over water. Anyway, we got a little bit sidetracked, but it's interesting to talk about it. But there are some problems that you have to take into account. Problem is enriching your speed with GPS data means you're engaging circular reasoning. Yeah. If you're off by like 0.1 miles per hour of true speed, extrapolated over 1,000 miles, it's huge error. Yeah.
I mean, we could have redundant accelerometers, right? And then we could also increase the sample size by doing the measurement multiple times. So even if we threw GPS out the window, there should be a path forward here to
But there are like undercurrents and things you can't take into account because you don't know how fast you're going in a boat. That's
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just increase the sample size by a ton, right? Pick a bunch of different directions, pick a bunch of different, water conditions, do it a bunch of times. Like you could use law of large numbers to zero all that out.
Different directions referencing what?
I don't know.
What are you using
Whatever
to get
you
your
want.
direction? You're up in the sky. Well, you're the one doing this. What are you referencing your directions off of?
I'll take one direction and then go back to my starting point and rotate myself left.
Why don't you want to answer that question?
Because I'm trying to do it regardless of a reference. Because by picking a
No,
reference,
you're trying to be a weasel. That's someone who's being dishonest, Josh.
No, not at all. I apologize. I'm saying the whole point of
Why
the
don't you say you use a WGS84?
No, I don't want to do that. That's why I'm not.
But that's what you are doing.
How so?
So be honest.
I disagree with that.
So what are you referencing then? So you're telling me your company is planning on punching umpteen satellites up into the sky for communication purposes, but they're not going to reference anything?
No. They're
just going to chuck them up there and say, "Fuck it, this is great."
No. This exercise is completely detached from my day job. This is more of just saying that you could throw reference frames out the window and try to determine how far you've traveled in any direction by knowing your time and speed. Obviously, the satellites I operate use WGS84 and have GPS antennas on them. I'm just saying, independent of that, you should be able to figure out.
So how are you going to get your satellite back to the point it started without referencing something?
Back to the point, it never goes back to the point it started.
But you just said you could send it off in one direction, then bring it back to where it starts, and then do it in another direction. What's your reference point? What is ground zero? What is base zero? What is the starting point?
Well, once again, I'm saying that this entire conversation we've been having for the past, I don't know, 15 minutes or so is completely disconnected from satellites in space. This is more terrestrial
Yeah,
travel.
put that aside. You're now sending your thing out. You've gone half an hour at 20,000 miles an hour. How are you bringing it back? What is ground zero? What is the
You
reference point? You must be
don't.
referencing something if you are timing it from point A to point B. What is point A? You
No,
must
I'm
lock
saying-
that in as 0, 0, 0, and then send your little things out left, right, up, down, and time them at their particular speeds. What is your reference for the 0 point?
So once again, I think you're misunderstanding. This
No, I didn't
conversation is-
misunderstand. It was quite clear. You put your
Okay.
work satellites aside. You said to us that you could time these things in any given direction.
talking about on a boat or an airplane, not a spacecraft. This is two separate
You
conversations.
could
I
time
think
these things in
you're
any given
conflating the
direction
two.
and then bring them back to the start and do it in any other given direction. So what is that reference? You need to reference something as 0 to know where the start is.
I'm not saying would not do this exercise with satellites. Is what I'm trying to tell you. It's two separate conversations. You're just conflating.
So now
them.
you're
I
backing away
apologize.
from your satellites. What, you don't trust them? Or you don't trust the
No,
maps? Or
no,
you don't want to
because-
reference anything?
No, because the satellites use WGS-84 and they use GPS. I'm talking. The whole point of this exercise was saying that there could be a possible way to determine travel distance without those reference frames.
Oh, there could be. Oh, well, yeah, there could not be too.
Well, this is,
So
I
that's
think,
50-50.
okay, let's see if this is, if I can get you right, Josh. This is what you're saying, right? We throw away all the maps that we currently know about, the coordinate reference system, satellites. Don't worry about any of that. Say we get on a plane from Australia and we want to go to Chile, okay? And then we do it over and over and over again, and we say, okay, we're going to use the best of our abilities to work out, okay, it's going at X speed, and it takes X amount of time.
Correct.
And then we, repeat it and then get like an approximate distance that it would be, plot them out, right? And then do it from Chile to somewhere else, plot the distance out, the direction that you went in, and try to come up with something.
Yeah,
Is
try
that
to
what you're
calculate
saying?
the distance of the actual calculate the territory distance between those 2 points, independent of any reference frame or map.
Yeah, so there's a problem if I can jump in real quick. I don't have much time.
Sure.
So like with the British national grid system versus latitude and longitude, how do you determine which one is the correct one? Like objectively.
I don't. How does that apply to this exercise between Australia and Argentina?
Well, I mean, for this sake, these are two different coordinate reference systems. One's planar and the other's not.
Well, I guess it's whatever one works. It's just a tool. It's not, like I said, the map is not the territory.
Right.
It's a way to approximate a location relative to another location.
Right. So when we measure the topology of the ground and it doesn't conform to this sphere, at least, 3D sphere, then what?
And shit's fucked. Or we publish the paper
Problem.
and yeah, we publish the paper and we try to see either where we were wrong or we push forward, bring more people in, get more eyes on it, and keep going.
Yep. So like I can use a GPS receiver and I can put it on a total station, and I can pop open a state plane survey system, which is planar, and it's going to produce accurate coordinates for me based on a plane using signals from GPS. And it's going to produce different distances than if I ignore the state plane system, if I remove that and then pop open, I don't know, some WGS84 derived map.
Well, I would compare that to the empirical data that you collect during this original exercise, right? So that's what I would use to see if there's discrepancies, right? Or
So I'll
purported
turn you to
discrepancies.
FE core. I'll turn you to FE core and their measurements. I got to go.
Okay. What's FE core? Oh, he's got to go. Okay, FE core
Field
measurements.
engineers. It's a group of field engineers.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's a group of field engineers, and they went and they did a series of laser tests using a pretty expensive laser. I think it's about a $30,000 laser or something like that, right? And they're shooting it over a lake, different days, different weather conditions, and I think it was ranging from about 8 miles up, like say 12 kilometers up to about 40 kilometers. And they had
experiment. Okay.
Yeah, they
FE
had
core.
weather stations at point A and point B, so they were able to, measure the vertical temperature gradient, right, between point A and point B, and then they could, calculate to the best of their ability for how much refraction there would be present. So there's a 180-page PDF document they have along with their hour-long video for all of the tests that they did. So yeah, it's definitely something to check out. And obviously, in each of the laser tests they did, they couldn't detect any curvature. And I think, in the 40-kilometer one, it would be about 90 meters of missing curvature.
Huh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. I'll post the full link in your
Yeah,
DMs.
I appreciate it.
All right, we have Mimi here. How are you, Mimi? Don't want to lose anyone because you come in here and you sit quiet and you think we ignore you. We don't ignore you. We're having a somewhat interesting discussion about map projections, laser, traveling over water, and so forth. Ruga Peso, welcome. We see you down there. Oh no, my alarm just went off. What does this mean? I have to do something else probably, but I'm going to ignore that for a couple of seconds. We have Doves. How are you? Mimi, I think I recognize the name. Well, if any of you new guys want to talk, and feel free, open up your mic and we'll chat a little bit. Maybe you're here to practice your English, and I can help you a little bit with that, even though my English is not perfect. I understand 99.99% of everything, but I have an accent. I'm well aware of that. Right. Let's check YouTube and see what's happening there. Good discussion, guys. Appreciate keeping it civil.
Oh yeah, all good.
I don't like any contention. All right, so we have some comments on YouTube. But it was a religious one. All of them never believed in Jesus. That passed away too. Okay. We're gonna get through this together, guys, says Jason1. Okay. Trolling for Truth says no problem. And there's an arm with the muscle. I don't know what they're talking about in YouTube. They have their own thing going, maybe. We're gonna get through this together, guys. Sounds very positive. All right. Let's see if the other one has some chat we can read. I hope you two guys are doing great. We want to involve you a little bit more. We have 20 people on one of the channels now, and the other one has 14. And there is some chat here. I'm going to read it unless we have a guest in this channel. Nobody's here. So now we're going to dedicate some time to the YouTube people over on Flatloyd's server. I bet he's happy. Hope you are a subscriber. He's doing a great job broadcasting. Cool channel name says these serpent snakes have changed from satellites in space to satellites in orbit. Just hear how prickly this Josh is. Oh, sorry, I should not have read that. Don't insult people. You can insult their argument or criticize their argument, but personal attacks isn't okay. It doesn't really matter who says something. We should judge what they say, not who said it. But I get it. Yes, he says about the money. Disinformation is spread. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe it could also be just a question of when we give people a little bit of benefit of the doubt there. Some people actually believe what they say, so it doesn't exactly have to be a lie. They want to show you more with fisheye and not as it is. Yeah, that's a good point. Cool channel name. I should ask Josh if he thinks an unmodified sports car is in space. Josh, do you think that there is a Tesla up in space?
Oh yeah.
Yes, he thinks there is a Tesla up in space. Cool channel name. Permission. And then he says F NASA. I know what the F stands for. I don't think I should swear here, but I agree with you. I think I can say that. Then they can ask permission from you. Is why you have to beg for permission. I don't know what this means actually. I think I'm missing some context. He can have a better answer in 5 days. I think he's talking to you, Josh. He thinks you have a better answer in 5 days. I don't know what that means. Should we ban him for 5 more days? I think he has been banned enough. Been reasonable today. Pinky Promise, his handlers. Josh, do you have handlers?
Yes.
He admits it. I think that's in the contract. If they ask you directly, you have to admit that you do have handlers, or they can sue the shit out of us. Okay. We in the public. He thinks he's on the inside. I don't know. This is a lot about person. I'd like to talk about the arguments instead. But appreciate the interaction. Cool channel name. Had a couple of good points there, and it was also interesting to find out about the Tesla in space. Actually, we get it. I mean, this is also about a little bit of entertainment, so we can't just be super serious the whole time. I don't believe there's a Tesla in space. I think that's one of the most ridiculous things that they ever tried to pull off, and it's, it looks so fake that because it's real, whatever it is Elon said about it. Mark J on YouTube says, not a chance you could measure your distance at sea by your speed in a boat. Different currents, tides, winds, weather conditions, etc. I agree with you, Mark J. That's exactly, those are some of the problems you will run into. It actually is pretty similar to flying a plane. You can't actually know exactly how fast the jet stream is pushing you forward either. So, and those things go in both directions. And in the water, we have jet currents instead, and they also go in both directions, or in several directions, I would probably say. Would be fun to plot jet streams on a ball. Probably look completely stupid compared to plotting it on a level plane of some shape. Not claiming a shape. Dr. Bennett, welcome. Always nice to have you here. I think that's you. Maybe not. I do know one Bennett, and he is a geocentric. Maybe that's him. If it is, it's an honor, sir, to have you here. Crit is here, Doves is here, Effie Batman is here, the YouTube bot, Ibrahim Badr, welcome.
Welcome, sir.
How are you?
Very well, and you?
Very well, thank you. Are you here to learn some English today?
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course. Do you think that the Earth is a ball or is it a level plane?
It doesn't matter.
I know, but if you have to pick one, what would you pick?
Let's imagine the Earth is flat.
Okay. Yeah. We don't even have to imagine. We can just go out and look at it. The
Yes.
horizon looks horizontal to me. Have you been in this channel before?
No, it's my first time.
First time. All right. Hey, let me ask you a fun question then. I'm going to show you something cool. Do you know who NASA is?
Yes, I know NASA.
Yeah. I posted a picture in the chat that's with a picture of the Earth as claimed by NASA. Have you seen the Earth depicted like this before?
Really not.
Yeah, you haven't seen.
Really no.
You see the ball in the picture?
Yes,
Yeah. And do you see all the blue stuff on that ball? Do you know what the blue stuff is?
I think it's oceans.
It's water, exactly. And do you
Yes,
notice that it curves around the ball?
yes.
Yes. So NASA has told us the size of this ball that they also tell us we live on. Do you know the radius of this ball according to NASA?
No, no.
You can actually see it in the picture if you look.
Okay.
3,959 mile radius. Do you see it there of the top? The top?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you look at the diagram, you can see over 10 miles of water, there should be 66 foot of curvature. You understand if you stand on top of the ball and you shoot the laser straight out, after 10 miles, the laser beam should be 66 foot up in the air. Do you agree with the logic?
No, it's
Okay, I'm going
there
to
is
type it.
something wrong.
Give me
There is
a
something
sec.
wrong in NASA.
So it comes from NASA. If you shoot
Yes.
a laser
Mm.
10 miles, it
Okay.
should end up 66 foot in the air.
Okay.
I have typed it because if it's a ball, right? You understand if you shoot something straight out, it doesn't curve around, it has to end up
Mm.
high up. Yeah. So here's the
Yes,
thing.
physics.
Yeah, we went to a lake. Many of us has done this in different places, and this lake was 10 miles wide. We took a
Mm.
laser. You know what the laser is, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We took it and we placed it 1 foot over the ground on one side. That's 30 centimeters. And we shot it 16 kilometers over to the other beach. Guess what? It was
What?
only 30 centimeters the other side as well, above the ground. But it should have
Really?
it should have been 66 foot in the air because if we live on a ball, isn't that crazy?
Okay. Very crazy.
Yeah. So I'm going to post to you this experiment, and it's even longer. This is 21 miles. But you yourself, even if you don't believe me, don't take my word for it. You can easily find a lake that's 10-mile wide. You can bring your friend, place him on the other beach. If you can see him, or if you can shoot the laser over to him, or you can maybe take a mirror and do a mirror flash in daytime, and in the nighttime you can use the laser. If you see him, you know that water doesn't curve.
Okay.
So that means you can't live on a ball. So there is the laser
Yes.
test. It's a fun thing to view. So I recommend you have a look at that. This is 21 miles. There should be uh,
Mm.
266 foot of curvature, but it's not there.
Okay. Crazy.
It is crazy.
Yes. Where are you from?
I'm living in America right now. I was born in Sweden.
Okay.
Where are you from?
I'm from Egypt.
Egypt. Oh, I want to go one day. Well, while you look at
Welcome to
that,
you.
thank you. Thank you. Welcome to America if you ever have a chance to go. The food here is amazing. I'm hungry right now because it's Christmas time and I'm going to probably eat way too much food.
Okay.
I'm going tonight to something called a smorgasbord where they have all kinds of good stuff.
Wow. I want your advice because I can understand English, but when I try to speak, I have struggle.
Yeah, you just have to keep at it. You can watch movies and repeat
Okay.
after them.
Shadowing.
Yeah, you can watch a movie and then you repeat what you hear just to practice. The
Okay.
more you speak, the easier it gets. You seem to have a really good understanding though.
Yes.
Yeah.
There
Well,
is a specific series or movie.
for the TV, oh, I could probably
Yes.
find something for you that's fun.
It's like Friends.
Yes, why not? Friends sounds good. What's the last TV show I saw that I thought was good? I don't watch TV that often nowadays.
Hmm.
I don't know. I liked Heroes. That was about
Yes.
superheroes.
Yes, and I.
Yeah.
Do you like Marvel or DC?
Yeah, why not? That's both of them. That's good.
Okay.
I think X-Men was fun too.
Yes. Do you like Deadpool?
What's it called? Deadwood?
Deadpool.
Deadpool. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. It's funny.
Yes.
But if you're gonna watch Deadpool, they're only gonna teach you a bunch of swearing. Actually, you know my favorite movie right now? It's a movie with Ryan Reynolds called Free Guy. Have you seen that?
No.
Free Guy. You should watch it. Very, very funny. Interesting.
Okay.
Ryan Reynolds.
Okay.
All right.
Free Guy.
Yeah. Get up.
Thank you so much.
Have any of you guys seen the new movie that came out, Begonia? Begonia. It's supposed to have a some kind of flat Earth reference at the end. I haven't watched it yet, but I want to.
Okay.
Well, it's been nice talking to you all. It's 4 p.m. here. I have to go take care of my family, and we're gonna go eat soon. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you for your input. And Ibrahim, I hope you have a good time learning more English. And
Thank you so much.
I might be back a little bit later. And if
Have
not,
a nice time.
have a nice day. Thank you.
Bye.
I was gonna say same to y'all. I got a 4 o'clock meeting. I gotta hop on. Appreciate the candor.
Catch you later.
Bye. Do you guys ever look at a flat Earth room that we've got on some random channel like politics and see the amount of people in there and just go, oh no, I can't deal with those people. I'd rather just sit in this server in absolute silence and listen to that idiot. Does anybody say that to themselves?
Yes.
Cool. Not just me then. Chief Keckering makes my blood boil.
Oh god, that guy is freaking annoying, man.
Yeah. But I see only Lats over there. Don't recognise any of the other names apart from VLTK. And you just wonder to yourself, oh, how's that conversation going? Do I jump in? Do I just stay here? Anyway, gentlemen, how have you all been today? And ladies, what's up, Dobbs? How are you? How's everything been? Any good conversations?
Yeah. Actually, there was a couple of good conversations, and yeah, definitely some good ones.
Yeah, good shit. I've finally moved into my new place. I went out today and bought myself some irons for my wood burner. So an iron poker, some iron tongs, and a little shovel, and a brush. It looks awesome, dude. I feel like one of those guys you see on YouTube who's built a house in the middle of nowhere. Apart from I didn't build it, but I'm out in the middle of nowhere. So I feel like one of those guys at the moment. Winter's setting in, wood burners going. It's proper cozy in here. Love it.
That's awesome, man. Good feeling, isn't it? Yeah, I've lived, we're in the country here. It's awesome.
Yeah, man. Been a long journey these last few years, man. So kind of happy that I've ended up where I am. It's good shit.
Awesome.
See, I managed to provoke somebody in the side chat. Love Drama wasn't happy when I said that. What did I say? I can't really remember. Welcome to Film Favourites here on 24/7 Live. The Earth is flat and now we're teaching English in our spare time. Somebody wasn't happy about that. They said, the Earth isn't flat and you are just Dunning-Kruger. I'd love Drama to come back. That's awesome. We'll see who's Dunning-Kruger. It's okay, everybody. Lycos is here. What's up, Lycos? How are you? Welcome to our little corner of your server. Or this server. It's probably not yours.
Hello. My brain is completely off. I just wanted to hear people debate, kind of re-engage my brain cells.
Well, we're currently not having a conversation with anybody, having a debate or whatever. But if you'd like to engage, that would be awesome.
I cannot.
Can you not?
I
That's
cannot.
fine, but I understand that. Sometimes it's just nice to unwind and listen to people go back and forth. I get it. I do it quite often.
Yeah. Oh,
But welcome to our channel, my friend.
thank you. Nice to be here.
I'm just sorry we can provide you some entertainment at the moment, sir. I do apologise.
No worries. I'm gonna go to the feminism channel. Hope they're not fighting down there.
Then that's always a good place to go. Go say something incendiary. That's always fun.
Yeah.
Take
Great
care.
to meet you.
And yourself. We've also been joined by Private, who's just jumped out as soon as. Hey, come back! Crazy ass motherfucker. But thank you for joining us anyway. Maybe we'll be back another time. I'm trying, DJ. I'm trying to make something happen here so I don't go over to politics.
You do not want to go to politics, Jedi Handwave.
Yeah, no. It's a crazy place. But good to see you, Tactical, mate. Hope you're well.
Doing pretty good. So, Mia, do you have anything to say on VC, or do you want to text more Chat GPT, copy and paste?
What do you mean?
Well, here. This is what I mean.
Oh. Wait, did you create a meme?
I
Oh, can
did.
I save the image? Oh my gosh, this is so funny. I'm gonna share with my friend.
You're immortalized in a flat Earth meme.
Oh. Well, it's not copy pasted from. Well, maybe yeah, you traced the sources or whatever. But it was me prompted ChatGPT to kind of refine a sentence. Those are the things that I actually wanted to say, but it just ChatGPT make it sounds more English, I guess.
Yeah. Well, your English sounds fine. I'm sure whatever it was that you originally wanted to post would have been understood clearly.
Yeah, I mean, because it seems like you guys are putting on an act, which is kind of entertaining.
Oh, this is going to be fun. I love what you said.
Not trying to offend anybody.
You're not offending anybody, but I'm just interested in what you wrote. So I get that, just stop engaging with them. They're not actually interested in facts, okay? Science, or any real debate, okay? So I have issue with just that right at the beginning. I am actually interested in facts. Science, most definitely, we talk about all the time, or any real debate. Been debating flat Earth since 2018. Just, I mean, what basis did you make that statement on?
Sorry, what?
What basis did you make this statement on? Was it previous experience?
Oh, because yeah, previous experience. Because isn't that obvious that the Earth is round
Okay, obvious.
or a globe?
Okay, so let's take a hypothetical. Me and you are standing outside. What's obvious about the Earth being a globe? Okay.
Well, it is because it's so large. That's why.
Okay, so it's obvious it's a globe because the Earth's really big.
So you cannot tell because you're too small.
Okay, so that's a kind of sideways way of telling me that it's not obvious, which is what I asked you. Is it obvious? No, because the Earth is so big, your claim, right? So it's not obvious then. Agree, disagree? I asked you if it's obvious. You give
But
me.
you do see the sunrise from the east and then falls.
No. This point that you just made, right? I'm interested in debate. That means that we're going to talk about the thing that you just said. You made that claim, right? And I kind of demonstrated that was wrong, right? We're just going to move on to something else. I asked you if it was obvious. You gave me an excuse as to why it wasn't obvious. Remember, it's so big. So it's so big, I can't perceive it to be a sphere. So an excuse. So not
Oh, that
obvious.
actually proves that the world is a globe. So the evidence
Okay.
that I give you actually proves the world is a globe.
Okay.
Is that your point? So science
No,
actually proves that the Earth is
no,
flat.
no, you're just going to try and talk.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you. You said that it was obvious. I pointed out, let's go
Yeah, we gotta
outside.
go to the Thumbs
Then
channel
you
then.
gave me, and yeah, good. Off the truck.
Yeah, that would be better.
I'd run away too. If I said stupid shit like that. So I'm going to do my best Jin CBR impression. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Someone makes a claim that the Earth is obviously a sphere, and when demonstrated and given an example of just going outside, they give you an excuse as to why it isn't obvious that it's a sphere because it's so big, and think that that's some kind of win for them. So well done.
Yeah, the fact that it's not observable is the obvious part that it is the thing that you don't see.
Oh well, that was fun whilst it lasted. If it's going to be like this all night, I'll let somebody else take the next one and we'll go in turns. Otherwise, I'll just jump on the next person who comes in. We'll take turns one at a time. The person who can lead the conversation longest wins. So far, I'm up to about, 3 minutes before they run away.
When it's dead and people come in, I'm usually like, hey, what's up? And then they leave.
I think
What's up, man? Welcome back, man.
you've changed your name again, DJ. So Quantum Flop, that's just funny to me. Quantum Flop has told us that we've started an event. Is that true?
This is true.
Awesome. What's the name of the event?
And the name of the event is Do We Experience the Earth as Flat?
Oh, good question, Quantum Flop.
Maybe Megamind has something to add. I hear people in the background, Mega. Not anymore.
Mr. The Hacks One Sout? Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
Yeah.
Can I just call you Mr.? Is that all right?
Could,
Awesome stuff. Well, welcome to our channel, my friend. How are you?
doing great. How about yourself?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. So what brings you by? We've just started an event. Can you remember the title? Because I can't. DJ's only just told me and I've forgotten.
Do we experience the Earth is flat?
Oh, good question. What do you think? Me and you go outside, I don't know, to the beach or somewhere, or to the top of a mountain even. What do we experience?
What I experience is relevant.
It's part of the question though, isn't it? Which kind of makes it relevant.
Does it though?
Yeah, it does, because it's the question, right?
You know,
Do
English
you
is
not-
my first language.
Okay, that's fine. It's not a problem. I will try to remember that, speak slowly, and enunciate my
Speak
words.
slow.
But you understand the question, right?
Yeah, I understand the question.
Good. So do you think you can answer the question?
Can I answer the question? Sure. Earth is relatively flat.
Relatively flat. Okay, so you experience it to be flat. Even if you
Yes.
think the Earth is a sphere, I don't mind, but our base sense of reality, since the dawn of time, apparently, is that the Earth is flat. What about motion to the Earth?
Motion
Like
of
the
the
Earth,
Earth?
yeah, like moving. Like, do you feel the ground beneath your feet like going somewhere? Are you traveling around?
That's no, that's it's the Earth is at constant speed. It doesn't change.
Okay,
It doesn't accelerate. We only feel acceleration. We can't
okay,
feel speed.
no, that's fine, but that would be you saying that we don't experience motion then, right?
No, no, I'm not saying that we don't experience the motion, but we don't
Okay,
feel the motion.
okay, well, feels and experience is what I meant. So again, that is you saying that we don't feel any motion, right?
Uh, relative to the Earth, no, we
Yeah,
don't feel any
no,
motion.
awesome. So we don't experience the Earth as a sphere. When we look, it looks flat, and we don't experience any motion. So, being as
Yeah.
that's our base sense, what do we do next? If somebody says that the Earth is something else and it's doing something, what would they need to do to prove that to you?
They wouldn't really. They would have to give their points, their facts, and prove their claims.
That's
If
true.
I were a flat earther.
Or a sphere Earther, right? Being as
Yeah,
those
yeah,
claims are the
yeah.
ones that are outside of our senses. We perceive flatness and we perceive no motion. Like you just gave me the claim that we are in motion, but it's a constant speed. So we don't feel it because it's not accelerating. Somebody would have to prove that it's actually going at a constant speed, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Who did that then?
Who proved that the Earth is going at a constant speed?
Yeah.
You can prove it yourself.
How to do that?
You could set up a gyroscope, and it moves at a pretty constant 15 degrees per hour.
Okay, that's a gyroscope there.
Yeah, that's a gyroscope, and the
Which means
gyroscope moves relative.
maintains rigidity in space. Right?
Moves around 15 pretty consistently. So
Mm-hmm.
I would say that the Earth is moving at a constant speed that is not accelerating
How?
nor decelerating, which means that we can't feel it.
Okay, but how do you know that that's the Earth that's causing that?
Because that's just a really bad question, man.
Why? Because you've just got a gyroscope out, told me that it's deviating at 15 degrees, and said the cause of this is because of the motion of the Earth. Okay, how have you proven that though?
You don't. Okay. Let's say this, right? I have a gyroscope, right?
Okay.
I have a little vacuum chamber.
Okay. Interesting.
I put the gyroscope inside the vacuum chamber. Right. Since you guys don't believe in gravity, we'll say that this isn't like a very, very big
You
vacuum
guys,
chamber,
interesting.
you know.
Okay.
It doesn't remove the entirety of air, you know, because of buoyancy and
Mm-hmm.
all the type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't float around, you know. Uh, and
And it does something, and you say that's because of the Earth. That is.
I would assume that the reason why
Oh,
the gyroscope is moving with no other, you know, so without anything else interacting on it would be the Earth. Yes.
okay. When you have a vacuum chamber, do you just and only take the gas out?
You would take everything out of it.
What, even the magnetic field of the Earth? Do you do that also?
No, no. We're
No,
talking
no,
about
no.
we're
So
talking about a
just the
vacuum
gas.
chamber removing matter.
The
You
gas.
know.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, we're going to take, I don't know, the cup out and the glass of water we left in there, but also the rest of the gas. Okay. I mean, you said assume. Okay. I get what you're trying to say, but it still isn't proving that this is the Earth that's causing this motion. You've just stuck this contraption in a vacuum chamber, which is, you know, kind of man made in it itself. and said, look at that, that's because of the Earth, that is. I mean, if you're going to claim that, you'd have to vary and manipulate the Earth to make it happen, which you obviously can't do. So how have you proven that the Earth is in motion and causes these things to happen?
Well, you don't even need a gyroscope to prove that the Earth is moving.
Well, we didn't prove anything then. You just assumed, remember? So
Yeah,
what
sure.
else do we do then? What's the easier thing?
I don't really remember the name. I think it's like Foucault's pendulum, something like that.
Okay. Is this going to be a little bit like the gyro? Where the pendulum does something and you say, that's because of the Earth, that is.
Do you have another anything to say that it's not the Earth?
No, I don't, indeed. This is kind of what you're saying, right? I don't need to provide anything else. I'm just going to point out that your logic is fallacious.
My logic is
Fallacious.
Fallacious.
It's
Okay.
bad reasoning. It's called affirming a consequent. It's a formal logical fallacy. It has form. If A, then B, then B, then A. So if the Earth is a sphere and it's rotating, then it will cause pendulums to do this or gyroscopes to do that. The pendulum does this or the gyroscope does that. Therefore, the Earth is moving. It's affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. I could have eaten 10 hamburgers and be full.
You're testing your hypothesis. Let's say we're hypothesizing that the Earth is flat.
No. If you were testing your hypothesis, you would vary and manipulate the thing that you thought was causing it to happen. At the moment, you're just watching phenomena and attributing the cause to something that you haven't varied. It's an assumption that the Earth is causing it to happen. So the hypothesis will contain the cause of the phenomena that you will vary and manipulate in your experiment.
Okay.
Right.
Let's say this.
Right. Right. Am I right or am I wrong? Or are you just going to get going?
Sure. You're
cool.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, let's say this, right? I form a hypothesis stating that the Earth is round, moving.
Okay. What's the hypothesis? What's the dependent variable?
We're just speaking hypothetically here.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Hypothetically, I do apologize. Carry on.
Right. So I form a hypothesis that the Earth is round and moving. Right. So if the Earth is round and moving, I could
affirm the consequent. Yeah.
I could, see. Oh, if I do this thing here, then it should follow the same.
No, this would also be now begging the question. It's not a scientific hypothesis, but begging the question, formal logical fallacy, affirming the consequent. If the Earth is a sphere, like I said, then what? We would observe these things to happen, like you said, the gyroscope and the pendulum. You observe the gyroscope and the pendulum do all sorts of things. Therefore, the Earth is what you begged the question. It was baked into your premise already that the Earth is a sphere in rotation.
Yeah,
you understand the logical form and how it breaks.
I understand, and I truly do understand. But
good,
if there was another explanation, right? I'm not saying that there isn't, right? If another explanation was provided and there was proper explanation for it, scientific explanation, I'm sure we would lean more into that if our first explanation wasn't already more true.
Science doesn't really do much about the explanations of things, right? I mean, it'll give you a working understanding, and sometimes hypotheses can, be a kind of explanation. This causes that, right? I kind of get what you're saying. But if we were going to be backing this up with science, then it's going to be a hypothesis that I've tried to mention, right? That you haven't really given its assumptions. What's the cause of the phenomena again?
The Earth.
Okay, so that would be your independent variable, wouldn't it, in your hypothesis? It's the Earth's rotation that does this, right?
Yeah.
Can you vary and manipulate the Earth's rotation?
No.
Okay. I think it would have to be something else you'd have to do to prove that the Earth was rotating too. Is there anything else?
you could go very far away and look at it.
Cool, awesome stuff. So I could go very. Have you gone very far away and looked at it?
Oh, I'm pretty
No.
far. Not far enough.
Okay, but not far enough. Do you know anybody who has?
I believe I do.
Who?
I'm not. I'm sure I have connection with somebody that does, but I don't know them.
Okay. Somebody who's been far enough away from the Earth to see it rotating underneath them. You understand from this point onwards, right? This is going to be stuff that you haven't verified, and it's going to be claims that have been made to us and you, right? Maybe you've got a personal family member that works somewhere in some kind of space agency, but I don't think there's many more than 20, 30 people that have been far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive it as a sphere in rotation. Low Earth orbit doesn't really count, I don't think. But even if we did have that, we would still be relying on evidence that I answered it with the first question, right? Did you do this? No. And how would you validate what they've done?
See, I'm
So
not
it'd
a
be
scientist. No. So I'm not a scientist. I'm not into. I am into science, sure, but I'm not into science that much to actually, you know, understand how certain things work. I'm sure if I would have looked into it a lot, I would understand it more, you know? But I'm not really the science guy.
okay.
Yeah, I still have a lot of things to learn. I'm not like the all-knowing, yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. And it's not really about, you being all knowing. Everybody has their own different level of understanding and knowledge,
Hello,
right?
my friendo.
Hi. Weird.
Hey.
Yeah, shush, just for a moment, please.
What?
Be quiet. Thank you. So everyone comes from their own different point of learning and understanding, like our friend here, right? It's completely different knowledge base to maybe you or anybody else. So
Yeah.
we kind of have to meet people where they are. Well, I think what we try to primarily point out to people is, yeah, you're right. You're not an expert. You don't know these things. These things have been told to you. Your base experience is of a flat stationary Earth. So it would be reliant upon those people who made the claim that it wasn't to provide that evidence. So far, you've given me two pieces of evidence to say that the Earth was in rotation. And these are like academia, right? Full quartz pendulum, full court being an actual guy. The gyro, of course, we use these things every single day. The aeroplanes and so on, drones and whatnot. But even those things that you thought were possible golden bullets weren't. So hopefully this gives you, pause for concern, potentially, that maybe not everything that you thought was 100% true is.
The thing is, especially with, debates, I usually don't immediately side with whatever side, they
Mhm.
I usually do a lot of my own research.
Okay.
What makes more logic. I don't just go based off, oh, this guy said so.
Well, of course.
You know,
Though you believe the Earth is a sphere, right, rotating around the sun,
yes,
because some guy said so.
no,
No. Full quartz pendulum, gyroscope. Some guy said so, right?
not like focal pendulum and gyroscopes are not the only thing that prove rotation. I'm sure,
Okay. What else?
Again, I'm
Because
not
they
an expert.
didn't. Again, you're not an expert. So again, because of what you just said, that would be because someone else said so.
I'm choosing the side that makes more sense. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Again,
how? Being as you experienced the Earth to be flat and stationary, how does it make more sense?
because it's been scientifically proven since the 1500s.
Okay, how has it been scientifically proven?
Not up to me.
No, how has it been scientifically proven? It's not whether it's up to you or not. You said it's been scientifically proven. I just asked you how.
I remember, I don't specifically know how. I remember there
Okay.
was some guy in what's it called? In Egypt, I believe it was. Right?
Mhm.
I don't know if you've heard about him. There was some guy. I don't really remember the experiment exactly, but it was like measuring shadows of the sun with like two
Okay.
sticks. You
Okay.
know anything about that?
Yeah. Aristosthenes. This guy who measured shadow lengths. Okay. What does a
No.
shadow length prove?
From what I can remember, it proved that the Earth was fairly round, and he made not assumption. He made an approximation on the Earth's circumference and all that type of stuff, and it was really really close to what we currently have.
Okay. So he measured shadow lengths.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said he didn't assume.
He didn't assume. I didn't
You
say
said
he
he
didn't
didn't
assume.
assume.
No, I
Yeah.
said no. I said he approximately. I got
Okay, that's
confused with the
correct.
word
So he
approximately, and
approximately got the circumference of the Earth.
yeah,
Is that because he thought that the Earth was a sphere, or that he measured a sphere?
because that's a really. I'm doing something while talking to you. I messed it up. So
Sorry about that.
it's all right. Okay.
But did he think he was on a sphere, or did he measure a sphere?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. I
Yeah.
think he thought. I think he thought he was on a sphere, right? This idea that Aristosthenes, a Greek, he perceived the Earth like a perfect plutonic solid, right? Which was a sphere. Spheres all around, right? Sun, moon, stars, blah blah blah. That God makes spheres. The Earth's a sphere. He believes the Earth's a sphere. Did he measure a sphere?
I'm not too sure about how the experiment went exactly. I'm not
It's
sure
just a
how he
shadow,
thought.
dude. It's a shadow. Right? You don't need to put a stick in the floor. Just go outside when the sun's up, and you will create a shadow. What's so special about this shadow?
From what I can remember, it's about the it was the distance between the two areas and how the sun you know made the shadows. I don't really
Okay.
I don't really recall the experiment. I can't lie.
No, that's fine, dude. You're doing really, really well.
I used to know it by heart. I used to debate
No,
flat
you're fine.
earthers like really long ago. I used to know this experiment by heart, but
Yeah.
things
No, you're
change.
doing really well. Doing really well. It's just the idea of a shadow length, right? You can be underneath like a light source, like the sun in the first instance, right? Where he had, I think it was a well in some stories or a stick in others, but no shadow was cast because he's directly underneath the sun. Okay. And then what? Let's imagine he walks forward, not being underneath the light source and watching the shadow increase in front of him until, if we could stop time, he'd magically put a stick down on the floor 500 miles away from where he started. And because he's not underneath the light anymore, there's a shadow. You can do the same thing with all light sources on a flat surface just by walking away from underneath it. Right? Street light at night, stand under it, walk away from being underneath it, watch the shadow increase in size in front of you. If you want, put a stick down. You can measure the shadow length of that stick if you want to, caused by that street light. That's going to tell you what? The angle of the street light, its height from that distance.
Well, shadows don't really change relative.
They do if you move away from a light source. If you stand underneath a light, like in your living room, okay, you'll notice that the shadows are, under you. Lift your feet up, there they are, because you're under the light. If you walk away from being under the light, the shadow increases in size in front of you. You can watch it, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah. So this is what he did. The light source is the sun. 2 points, one under the light, another stick not under the light. And because of the angle to the sunlight, there's a shadow. Do you know what an angle is?
I know what an angle is. I
Cool.
love stuff.
Yeah, good. So two straight sides meeting at a point of vertex, right? And the measure of separation of those two sides. This is a unique way of measuring an angle. It's called a solar elevation angle. It depicts how high the sun is above the horizon. 5 degrees, 15 degrees, 90 degrees, right above your head sort of thing. So this is an angle measurement. The Earth wasn't measured or utilized curve, the angle measurement between the two sticks over 500 miles, right? So he measured or utilized a flat Earth. And because he already thought he was on a sphere, he made some assumptions about already being on the outside of that sphere, the light source, the sun, being really, really far away and causing parallel light rays, and the two sticks kind of converging at the center of the Earth. And where the shadow was formed on one, he could measure that, 7-degree angle at the top of the stick, by measuring the length of the shadow. And then he could calculate a circumference based upon his presupposition that the Earth was a sphere after measuring a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Chinese did this, right? Same thing. I can't remember what his name is. I think it's Laos. Probably saying that completely backwards or whatever. Chinese did this, stick in floor, flat Earth. Excuse me. It was only up until about the 1700s where they believed the Earth was flat. After that, stick in the floor measurement, until the Catholics and the Jesuits came along with missionary work and informed them of the new learning of the day that the Earth was a sphere. So, yeah, Aristosthenes did it. The Chinese did it. It's just a solar elevation angle. It's a shadow, dude.
What do you call it? Do this. Yeah.
So not the gyro, not the pendulum, not the stick in the floor. What else, dude?
Don't ask me.
Yeah. This is kind of the conversations and debates that we have, right? And we look into these so-called proofs that the Earth is obviously a sphere in rotation. When we look at them, they logically fall apart. They're not scientific experiments, and they obviously, most definitely, work on a flat Earth. Even some of them, like Aristosthenes, kind of used one. Angle measurements, right? So, yeah, not everything that guy said is true. We shouldn't take things at face value just because that guy's wearing a white coat, right? Sometimes it's best to validate the stories, my friend. Anyway, I've really got to get my dinner out of the oven, and I have spoken for too long. So it's been a pleasure speaking to you. If anybody else wants to take over the conversation, that'd be
I have to go for 5 minutes.
okay, my friend.
Anyways.
Thank you. Alright, I am back and I've got my dinner out the oven. My wood stove is burning hot, so it's nice and warm. Welcome to everyone who's just jumped into the chat. I see we've got some new faces and some old faces. It's good to see some old faces. You got the Cyclone in the house. What's up, the Cyclone? I see Sace who has just joined us as well. What's up, my friend? We still got Quotation Razor here. And Plain and Truth is still with us also. Hopefully he's still with his family. Casey's joined us. What's up? Casey, good to see you, my friend. Gemsy has jumped in the chat. Always a pleasure to see you, my man. And of course, we've got the YouTube bot in here. Let's see if we've got any names that I don't recognise. We've got Yuki at the bottom. Hello, my friend. How are you? We've got Vintage Bait. What's up, Vintage Bait? Good to see you. Are there any other names that I don't recognise? I think that's it. Mr. The Hacks has just popped out for a bit. But yeah, welcome everybody, one and all. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on the English Hub server. Currently running an event. Do we experience the Earth to be flat? Seems to have made a few people kind of trip over themselves in the last 20, 30 minutes or so, making claims they can't validate, saying that it's obvious that the Earth is, a ball that spins and blah, blah, blah. And then when asked to demonstrate it, it appears that it's flat and stationary then. But like I said, we've got lots of new people in the chat. If you've got any questions, comments or concerns, points you want to raise, and please feel free to unmute your microphone, introduce yourself, say hello, and raise your point of concern. But like I said, what's up, guys? Hope you're all doing well.
You too, Jedi.
Hey, Jamesy, how are you, man? Good to see you.
Doing okay. Just checking in.
It's been okay, a bit quiet. People have popped in, stayed for a little while, then had to leave for whatever excuse. So it's been okay, my friend.
I heard the guy saying that it makes sense that it's a globe or something. Scientists, because scientists. But it was kind of like he was just saying that. He couldn't articulate how will that make any sense.
Yeah. Yep, that was true. But anyway, I'm going to be putting some food into my mouth. So I'll eat up.
Bon appetit. Buen provecho. Eat your food, bro. Sorry.
So, how long did it take for him to deafen himself?
He said he was gonna take a break for 5 minutes. If you're speaking about the guy that was talking to Jedi.
Yeah, Mr. Hax. Because Jedi was, prior to him jumping in, Jedi was like, hey, we'll take turns and see who takes the longest with the next speaker, right? And Jedi started at about 16 minutes after the hour. And I come back after stepping away, and he's on deck. So I was wondering what time he stopped talking.
Maybe about 10 minutes ago.
I was gonna say that around 10 minutes ago.
Not bad. That's about 30 minutes.
Yeah. 3 minutes to 30 minutes. That wasn't bad. All right. I might have to take a rest there, dude. Tactical, you're up, or Gemsy, next person in. Competition is how long can you last within a conversation before they make an excuse to leave?
Sounds like a fair competition. A lot of variables involved, but yeah.
Did I just catch the tail end of a riveting conversation?
Possibly. It's pretty good.
Trying to back out of a parking spot, and I'm watching one person kind of in my way. Can't figure out how to go in reverse and turn in the right direction. It's freaking hilarious. They're cutting the wheel in the wrong direction and keep going back. It's like freaking Austin Powers or Mr. Bean or something.
Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Cyclone.
How well doing?
Pretty good. Josh was in here about an hour ago, hour and a half. Had to go.
Who, Josh?
The satellite guy.
What the satellite guy? What was he saying for himself? Has he presented his official apology to the room yet?
I don't think he made it official, but
Well, I demand an official grovel.
That'd be entertaining.
So I might extract that from him the next time he's in.
I was hoping to get through to him earlier that calculated distances between coordinates is not the same as measuring those distances.
I can't imagine that he doesn't understand that.
I know. But he'll make a comment, regarding GPS systems can accurately calculate your distance between point A and B. It's like, well, how do you know it's accurate?
Yeah, that's just rhetoric. I think he knows. I think he must know. He's not a dumb guy.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if he's secretly troubled by much of this, which is why he keeps returning again and again.
He literally wouldn't return once if he wasn't.
Right.
Like, there's a reason, like, guys who are supposedly at the spear's tip of globe technology and activity want to spend their time hanging out with flat earthers. Like, I'm trying to think how you could change that. Like, I'm trying to think what an analogy for that would be. It's so bizarre.
It's kind of like they have such a hard time accepting that this is true, that they need to continuously play devil's advocate with themselves and argue against it with us, just to make sure they're not going crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't really want to, it's maybe not a good example, but it's almost like, imagine like a high-end cancer research scientist or something spending all his time hanging out with people that say cancer doesn't exist. And it's not like he's in there debating them all the time. He's just hanging out with them and like speaking to them. Like, on the surface of it, you'd be like, well, why would you do that? Doesn't that infuriate you? Doesn't that? It doesn't seem to. It seems to be more, I mean, it has to be a level of intrigue Because otherwise, that reaction doesn't really make any sense. At least intrigue. You know?
Yeah, I hear you. And to the point where he even pays for a vanity license plate that says Earth flat on it.
No. Shut up.
Oh, you haven't seen that? Yeah, he's got a Prius. He posted a picture.
He's
and
serious.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, he's fucked up in the head then. I don't know. Now that's too far. Maybe he's just a troll or something. I don't know. That's crazy though. In his field, I mean, that's just trolling, isn't it? But
I think it's a catfish.
I mean, that would make sense for a guy maybe who's just straight up trolling. But you'd have to be pretty triggered about the whole thing to go and buy a vanity plate, go to the effort of putting it on your car, go through the hassle of just having that as a vanity plate on your car. So either you're really upset about it, or I don't know. That's a bizarre thing for a supposed globe believer to be doing. I mean, I could maybe see that from someone like McToon or something, just going absolutely crazy and just trolling. Even they wouldn't do that,
Right.
but that's weird. Why did he say he did that?
I don't know. I've never asked him. I think that'd be a good question to ask as part of his groveling.
Yeah. I need to understand that psychology. I mean, well, on the surface of it, you just say, well, he's just taking the piss because he thinks it's a joke. But when he's in here, he can't pretend that he thinks it's a joke and that he can just take the piss of it because he literally can't argue against it. He has nothing to say against it. So he knows full well that it's not a joke in the sense that he can just dismiss it and debunk it. Certainly not that. Maybe it's just a projection. Like, it is a joke,
Right. So it's not
really.
It's not like the same thing as a flat earther who wears a NASA shirt.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in reverse.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, the proof's in the pudding. You come in this room and you're not debunking it, so it's not a joke. Because that just doesn't make any sense. Like none of that adds up, unless it was just like a massive piss take. But then when he's in here, he's like, "No, I support you guys. I'm speaking to my friends about how you guys are not crazy and you got good arguments and stuff." Another reason to think he's just totally disingenuous. But maybe he got that plate long before he actually started speaking to actual flat earthers. Maybe he was in his own little Dunning-Kruger cognitive headspace when he thought, I'll just buy a vanity plate that says Earth's flat.
Yeah, I could see that. He had not heard of FE Core this entire time until today. So giving you an idea, like he's been in this arena for 5 years and he's like, what? FE Core, what's that? Like either he's not been paying attention or he's trying to pull one over.
Or by arena, he means like Reddit and Quora and Facebook. I don't know. I don't know what he means by arena.
That's true. I mean, he's probably wasted a lot of time with inferior communities.
So when Josh first came in, I think I might have been people to speak to him, and I told T-Dub this the other day, but he was very measured. He was very well spoken. He was very formal in the way that he spoke. Very well behaved, like clean. He didn't swear, none of that. And then the transition has been over the last 2 or 3 months or whatever it's been since he's been in here. Like the mask has slipped off and he's become just kind of like this degenerate trying to take the piss. And yeah, there's been an evolution for sure. But no, he can't be trusted as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's like, I'm just trying to wonder if the psychology is like just the cog this. He can't help himself. He can't trust himself. He himself is trying to work through it. Or if he's like already decided something, that we're, I don't know, dangerous or something, and he's doing his own slow strategy of something nefarious. I don't know. I'm generally not that paranoid about that kind of thing because I just can't see it coming to anything. But I think that's the only question that I have. Is it like genuine cognitus, or has he got some strange game that he's playing? I don't know. Not that I really care, because either way, it doesn't matter what anyone says, thinks, or acts like. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. But it is interesting. The
Facts.
psychology interests me. But in a way, it's almost like the guys that are at that level or have the quote-unquote credentials for the globe, even just them admitting that the flat earthers have good points and they're worth listening to, you almost can't even give us that much. Like, if you give us that much, you've killed the globe, basically.
Yeah, that makes
You know what I
sense.
mean? Like, it has to be ironclad for it to be a globe. Like, imagine little noob globers listening to the guy that they're like, oh, the satellite guy is going to prove the globe, and then he starts being like, you guys are cool. I don't have anything to argue against you. I like you guys. The glober's like, what? Nah, you've got to be debunking these guys. I mean, if you guys are wanting to hang out with the flat earthers and you say they're sound and you can't really debate them, what chance have the rest of us got?
Hey, Josh, bring some of your friends by. Let's have like 2 or 3 of your buddies come in here and let's hang out.
I think I already asked him that, and he said they wouldn't do it, which is no surprise to me.
Mic check.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool. I mean, the guy makes 6 figures by promoting, globe ideas and, let's say, services. So he's not gonna put that in risk, right? Just by making friends with flat earthers on the internet.
Yeah, he really couldn't say anything else for his own job. Like, I mean,
He
even
says
though
he
his
tells his
job,
friends and coworkers about us, and he represents this idea on occasion at his UN panel.
He
yeah,
works
but
for
no,
the
but
UN,
not in
I
any
think,
way
in the
that's
past
like,
or something.
he can't be doing it in any way that's like, hey guys, we need to seriously look at that, because as soon as he does, either one of his colleagues or someone else is going to try and get him to lose his job.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
So there's no way I mean, even if he understood it and he accepted it, he would have to pretend that he doesn't. Like, he couldn't even have one of those jobs where he can be a flat earther. Even though technically everything he's doing is on a flat earth and doesn't require a globe at all. But the optics of it has to be all globe, globe, globe.
Right, and he's always retreated to fallacy of pragmatism each and every time.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
it works.
Yeah. Well, you guys get your Amazon spatulas, don't you? There you go.
Right. Yeah, hey guys, but we all know those flat earthers are crazy, right? I mean, we all know that this stuff just actually works. It just works, guys. We all know that.
We all know the
So,
Emperor is not really naked. We all know that, guys, right?
I mean, shouldn't you be a little bit concerned when the best you have is everybody knows it works? Yeah, we all know it works. Well, not us personally, but like, John over there in space payloads, he knows it works, right? And like, he said that other people knows that it works. So
he actually gives us quite a powerful concession, because when I've asked him, when I've like really pushed it, his argument basically comes down to, well, sure, the general public can't know it, but us who are working in the industry in specific roles, we have access to data and technology that allows us to know it. I mean, that's almost like the best front you've got. And that's literally saying that 99.9999999% of the world is just trusting the word of 0.000000001% of the world. You know what I mean?
yeah, so even if the globe is true, that's a huge problem, epistemologically and culturally and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, even if it was true, it wouldn't be logical for us to be believing it. Wouldn't be justified.
Right.
Well, I mean, what would be the danger ultimately in giving the public the knowledge that they would maybe be interested in having, such as Earth curve measurements?
Exactly.
Well, he told me to get in touch with some guys in Spain who got some radio satellite. I was like, come on, Josh, really? So you're gonna tell me to do? Now I've got to do this?
He once said that that basically the globe itself is such an artifact from deep history that nobody's bothered to actually measure it, and they just work with it, and it freaking works, and that's the way it is.
There's some truth in that.
Yeah.
You just wonder if it's really like landing. Some of the admissions he's making, he's not realizing how damning they are to his position.
Yeah. It's like, hey, we assumed the circumference of the globe, and we did all these V2 rocket tests, and we just got damn lucky because I guess it was true after all that Earth is a globe.
Like he's falling back to, well, no one else knows, but I know because I'm in this special position. So I'm cool with it. Obviously, that's very flimsy.
Yeah, and why would I be in such an industry that receives such high-profile funding if none of this was true? Somebody's got to know. I'm surrounded by all these people who know. People have been in the industry for decades. Of course it's true that Earth is a globe. Why would they lie?
The whole space fantasy industry, though, is in absolute turmoil, right? You know how quickly this whole thing has fallen apart within 10 years of modern critique. Now NASA is no longer a space agency; it's intelligent.
Right.
Now they're no longer even updating their website. They're like basically non-functional. You go on the social media pages whenever a space article or a news story is posted, and it's like 50-50 almost. Like half the folk are like fake, and the other half are like, why would they lie? How could they fake it? Why wouldn't Russia tell on them?
That's true. I remember 10 plus years ago, industry magazines talking about how the commercialization of space is looking for cheaper alternatives to these expensive self-orbiting satellites. So we're going to go back to balloons. The whole thing was about making the vast reaches of outer space much closer, much more accessible through more conventional means.
And I think
it's like, oh, this lie's too expensive for us to keep up, folks. We got to transition the whole space industry down to more conventional things, because
it's all about
of this exotic technology from the Cold War is too expensive to keep up the illusion of its existence.
Well, that's what they're focusing on now in my mind. It's like, on top of kicking the can down the road endlessly, they're trying to look for a transition, like you say. Like they're finding a way to pretty much put space exploration to bed in people's heads while still maintaining this globe in space fantasy. But they can't figure out how to do it. And realistically, they're probably, I'd like to think there is no way that they could do it, but given the state of the public credulity at present, maybe they could.
You know how things come in threes? Well, maybe they got their Challenger, they got their Columbia. Now they need a spectacular finale, some disaster of epic proportions that'll keep us generations of ever wanting to endeavor to go to Mars.
Yeah, like a new Hindenburg.
Yeah.
It's gonna shut down the industry entirely, and they're going to be like referring back to this one incident forever. Oh well, look what happened here. What I like to do on
Right,
those
so
threads, I just like to put the comment, "Are you guys figuring it out yet?" Question mark. Nothing else, just that, and they lose their mind. Figure what out? What are you talking about? Oh look, another retard. Blah blah blah. They just lose their shit.
Well, I'm trying to think if we are to get a mega space disaster, that the buildup has to be proportional to the epicness of the disaster itself. So we might be a long way off right now before that happens. They really need to make like Mars trips seem so accessible, the technology seems so mature, and then bang, and then oh shit, we will never go there ever.
The thing about the space news and all that thing is though, it's got to be a very clever type of propaganda. It's got to be a type of constant background propaganda. The type that's so present that it's never far away, but at the same time almost not juicy enough that anyone really digs into it. Because in a way, it's like a Barbara Streisand effect, right? It's like they don't want too much attention on this because as soon as you start digging, it all falls apart. So it's kind of like it just has to be very surface level stuff, quick, short little snippets that look like, oh, it's raining diamonds. Oh, let's move on. Like, can't be too juicy. So I don't know if they will try and whip everyone up into a massive obsession over space again, because it's almost like you're rolling the dice too much by even drawing too much attention to it. You just want people endlessly distracted with millions of other things, which is exactly what we're seeing going on.
I think it's expensive. They need to pivot, but they also need a story.
Yeah. I think a good example of how it's kind of breaking the zeitgeist is that they just had what's his name? Bart Sibrel just had some debate with a actual actor. Did any of you see that?
Yeah, I did. It's for Bart's faults, is he's not a logician at all. That astronaut dude, he looks suspicious as hell.
So I didn't watch it, but I heard just a few snippets of it. It sounded like the guy didn't even know what he was there for, and he was surprised that he was speaking to a guy who was like challenging the whole story, which he's probably not used to. Because I was like, why would this guy even agree to this? And then he's like, wait, what are we doing here? What did you say? And I was like, oh, he doesn't know what this is. That's why he's here.
All right, I gotta get going. But yeah, I mean that astronaut fell back on some old scripts over and over and over again when challenged, and to me that was a big tell. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, peace, bro. Well, yeah. Imagine trying to tell a convincing story like you went to the moon when you didn't actually, under the scrutiny of the whole internet, at like 90 odd years old. These poor guys. Feel for them.
Honestly, elder abuse.
It is elder abuse, 100%.
And very few people know that the ratings for Apollo 12 were pretty abysmal compared to Apollo 11. 60 to 70% lower.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Probably because people saw Apollo 11 and went like, well, that looks like crap.
I mean, the same thing happened with what was it, the DM2 mission in 2020, when it was the first time that SpaceX had used the Falcon 9 and Dragon capsule to launch astronauts to the ISS. And so the first mission, DM2, was like, all the news was covering and everything. And then when they did the next one in October, it was just like, oh, okay, that occurred. No one really paid attention or watched.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's kind of how they want the propaganda to go. Get a bit of excitement about something, but it's nothing really groundbreaking, just moves the needle slightly. And then it's just, people are just bored of it. And it's just background noise. It's almost more effective to be background noise in terms of its acceptance in the public than it would be to really shove it into people's faces.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm building an S-band tracking station for the Artemis 2 mission. Basically an antenna where I'll be able to try and track some of the health data coming down from the Orion capsule when it takes when they're planning on sending folks into orbit around the moon in
You
February.
ain't getting shit. You're not getting shit from them.
Sorry, what? No, I mean you can. There's folks that tracked Artemis 1 using the same sort of tech, just random civilians.
No,
I didn't even realize that was you, Josh.
Yeah, I was going to say the TT&C data. They have both encrypted and unencrypted channels in S-band that you can listen to. You just got to buy an antenna and point it at the sky at the region where the spacecraft is.
Yeah, but Josh, we don't believe in space or any of that.
Oh, I know. It's just okay. A radio signal is coming down from the exact place that the globe model says it should be, and at the exact
Globe
frequency.
doesn't have a model. We've been asking you for a model this whole time. You won't give us one.
Wait, the signal is coming from the globe model. That's amazing. A model is doing all that?
No, from the sky. But the motion, and
not the
how
globe,
it moves.
not outer space. No, not that place in the cartoon globe fantasy.
No, I'm saying
concussion.
relative to your position, right under the globe model, this is where the object would be.
Yeah, but the globe model, remember, requires essentially surface curvature, which the Earth doesn't have. So that frame of reference that you're using doesn't work.
Well, from your point of view, it doesn't have that based on your measurements, right?
Well, based on any measurement. What measurements measuring curve?
Most things from above a certain altitude.
But no one actually on Earth, like no member of the public, is able to measure any curve.
Member of the public. I mean, there's commercial space outfits all over
No
the
one
place.
in the public, no one in the private sector either. So nobody measures that. Not just the public. No one.
I dispute that assertion.
Have you got the measurements of the satellites?
Go ahead, Josh, and post the curve measurements that you made.
Yeah, just give that.
Oh, that I made?
I mean, I can't imagine that you're saying that they've only measured curve with these multi-million-dollar metal boxes floating in space, and they can't just measure 8 inches per mile squared of drop over a lake. Like those
it's
two
just hard.
things
It's hard to do
be
optically
true.
with the optics traveling through the medium.
What do you mean? What, over a lake?
Like
laser. The medium of the atmosphere.
You mean the medium of
all
air?
the lasers away then, Cyclone. No more lasers for us. They bend all over the place. It's going to be a problem when we're shooting things down.
Yeah, the military
can't use
are doing
lasers,
stuff
mate.
like that all the
Call
time.
the military.
Yeah, Josh, they've been doing this for decades. Over tens of miles at least.
Directed
Hundreds
energy
of
weapons.
miles. So that excuse doesn't wash. You're trying to maintain that they're doing all this from space, quote unquote, but it cannot be done over a lake with a laser or an optic.
I was going to say that I introduced the conversation based off of me being excited to independently track the TT&C signals of the Artemis 2 mission.
Yeah, but then you
That's
said
nice.
that's over a globe.
And I
model.
said no.
And we pointed out that the globe model requires curvature that it doesn't have.
Oh yeah, you can turn the conversation back to that point. I'm just restating
Well,
where I started.
we have to, because we can't start saying this is going on in reality when the foundational premise of that claimed reality is false. We can't just continue off in fantasy land. We have to say, oh, wait, remember, the lakes aren't curving. So how could you say this is occurring on a place with curved lakes? There's no curved lakes. So that doesn't work. Sounds cool though, getting signal from the sky.
Does, doesn't it? My heart's a little bit broken. We can't use lasers on the floor.
Shit,
Lasers are cool.
to me.
Lasers are cool. It's my job every day, man.
Okay, cool.
They really tried to complicate the laser.
I thought you built satellites, not lasers.
Maybe puts lasers in satellites.
Lasers on the satellites, man.
Or do you put sharks? Do you have sharks with laser beams attached to their heads?
Nah, no underwater lasers, unfortunately.
All of that refraction, right?
Yeah, we don't like doing medium stuff.
It's not just the lack of curve though, Josh, as well, remember. It's the fact that having a little gas pressure system in a giant vacuum doesn't work according to natural law. That whole thing just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, just dispute that assertion as well.
Okay, well, could you show us the little gas pressure system within a giant vacuum with no physical containment? In order to dispute what I said?
Continuous curve and asymptotically approaches zero.
Come again?
There's no termination, altitude. It just asymptotically approaches zero.
Yeah, but you're claiming that it's a gas pressure system like we've got here with a higher pressure going into radiating into a vacuum? Show us that.
I mean, once again, you'd have to believe that we could go there and take pictures and measurements for me to provide any evidence for that.
So that's a problem. So we just have to believe. I mean, this is a stunning admission, Josh, considering your status in this whole thing, your credentials. You're saying we just have to believe.
No, you have to,
trust
that you're not being lied to.
Trust and beliefs. That's all we need.
That's what you just said. You said, well, you have to believe that we can go and do X, Y, and Z. All right. So if I don't believe that, I can't
based on the
actually
evidence
know.
presented to you. Correct. That's how science works.
No, science doesn't just require believing stories and claims.
Yeah. Science does not
believing
require
evidence.
belief in unverifiable things. You measure signals, you assume that those signals are trustworthy.
Yeah, Josh, this is shocking. You can't be saying that science is just belief and that we just have to believe the globe. You're supposed to be the guy convincing everyone here that the Earth's definitely a globe because you've got the
no,
proof.
I'm not. I don't have to convince anybody of anything. I just enjoy talking to y'all.
That's suspicious too.
That's weird though, because why would you want to talk to us when we just fundamentally don't believe in the thing that you think is going on? Like, why would you want to talk to us about it? Like, you must think we're crazy.
I find it educational.
Are we
I
crazy?
mean, when scammers get paid to push the scam,
I'm a little off.
When scammers get paid well to push a scam, they're not gonna tell you they're scamming.
I'm not even saying that Josh is a scammer. I don't know if that's
No,
fair.
I'm saying the globe scam.
Oh yeah. Like, I don't think Josh is wittingly scamming anyone, but you're certainly projecting your desire to believe this story outwardly as if you know it to be true, when in reality, you're literally verbatim telling us that we just have to believe it. We just have to believe that we're doing these incredible sci-fi adventures that they tell us and show us little images of on. Give us no evidence at all, really, just claims in articles, one or two images. easily fakeable. Don't give us anything, and then we just have to believe that. Ignore the fact that gas pressure requires physical containment in all observable, measurable aspects of reality. Ignore the fact that the lakes
Once
aren't
again,
curving.
disagree with that.
Yeah, I know you said that, but then when I asked you for an example or a demonstration, you gave nothing. So it doesn't matter that you disagree.
Because I'm
The
agreeing.
demonstration speaks for
I'm
itself.
conceding your stance as far as there is no overlap between the evidence that you could be provided that would change your mind and the evidence that I can produce. Like I'm ceding that point.
No, that's a bit of a weaselly way of saying you're correct that all the evidence agrees with what we're saying in terms of gas pressure requiring containment.
I'm just saying your bar is too high, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, no, but the
Wow.
reality is,
Satellite
it wouldn't
engineer.
matter what our bar is. You cannot produce a demonstration of your claim that would then dispute ours. That's what it is. Doesn't matter what you try and dress it up as. That's what it is. A lack of evidence or demonstration on your side in order to
That would
dispute
be
what we're
believable
saying.
to you, correct?
Fuck.
Well, that just means it's not demonstrable, not verifiable by the public, which is again just gatekeeping.
But
and
your
telling us what we have to
definition of the
believe.
word public is not, I can say the public is
Okay,
this
so who
entire
can prove
industry
it?
of
Who can prove it?
commercial space industry engineers and
Well, who can prove
folks
it?
that are building these things that are not government folks.
Well, let's try and narrow it
but
down.
that's
Then
not the
who
public to
can
you.
prove it? So who can prove it?
Once again, I would make the assertion that the reason that you haven't found any evidence is not because the evidence isn't there. It's just that your, the bar that needs to be met in order for you to be convinced is there's no overlap. So
Well,
even if
what
I
would the
say,
evidence be?
Totally
Sorry, what?
dodged the question, Josh. You dodged the question.
I'm saying I don't know if there is anybody.
Yeah, there is no body,
There it
there is
is.
no evidence. That's the whole point. It does just rely on pure faith and belief in these stories. We already understand that. I think you're starting to understand that, but you're really projecting the opposite. That somehow you're being unreasonable. We've just got too high a standard for the evidence. They're not presenting a single piece for us to have a bar to even compare it to. There's nothing on the table.
I disagree with that as well. I mean,
Right, well, what have they given us to show us that gas pressure doesn't require containment, for example? What have they given us?
I mean, you have tons of satellites that are operating with.
No, that doesn't mean anything when you say satellites. Like what data,
exactly.
what evidence?
That's what I'm saying.
What's in front of us?
You're cordoning off things that are being used to
Well,
quote
okay,
unquote
Josh,
show
but just
evidence,
saying the
but it
word
doesn't meet your
satellite,
bar.
just saying the word satellites, if that's what it takes to convince you, that would be a pretty ethically low bar, wouldn't it? So obviously we'd need something tangible. Like, for example, is it something that you could post as a link in the chat that we could review?
Yeah. On my profile right now, there's a paper that goes over the subsystem on the
No, I
ISS
looked
that
at
does
that
external
yesterday. I
pressure
already looked at
measurements.
your profile yesterday. Went over your shit. Yeah, nothing
Right.
there.
What part of it?
Okay.
What
Sure.
part of it addresses having gas pressure without a container?
It shows that there's an external piece of hardware on the ISS that does pressure sensor pressure measurements, and that shows that it's E-7-ish, E-8-ish. So therefore, this object is operating in an environment that's a near vacuum, and you're operating in an
that would just be
environment that's
another
not a vacuum.
example. So that would just be another example of a completely unverifiable claim for
Once again, the bar is too high. That's
99.999.
my
Oh,
assertion.
it's too high. So if it's unverifiable by 99.9999999999999 continues of the population, it's unreasonable of us to say we need more evidence than that. That's what you're telling.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's unreasonable.
You are. You
Right?
are.
No,
You
no,
are.
not at all.
That's
I'm
what
not
you're
saying it's
saying. You're
unreasonable.
saying
I'm just saying the
your
bar is so
standard's
high,
too
too
high.
high.
You're saying our standard's
Yeah.
too high because it's
Yeah.
something that
Okay. Sorry, apologies.
99.999% of the world cannot know. Josh, you're just saying that this knowledge is restricted to an ultra elite that we just have to believe and cannot question. That's awful. Anyway,
No,
I'm
I'm
going to
saying
leave you
it's
guys.
the first
Unfortunately,
person observation. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I apologize.
sorry. Yeah, no, I need to get running, but have a good one, bros. And Josh, nothing personal. It's just this is an important topic that we need to be straight
There's a
about.
reason I don't white knuckle over it. I appreciate the candor.
So,
All
do
right,
you
you have
have
a good night,
proof that
boys.
the
I'll listen in,
experiment
right?
was done in space? In orbit? Do you
Well,
have proof the experiment was done in orbit?
So I mean, Rel was on the launch manifest on one of the resupply missions going up. You have the engineering unit that was produced on the ground, and you have the team that's operating it once it got transferred up to the ISS. Like, you can take a
The
picture of
chain
the
of
ISS
command.
using a ground-based telescope, and you can do radar ranging off of that to figure out it's actually 400 kilometers away. So, you know, all of those things put together is what I'm saying, right? Science is making making a conclusion based off of evidence that's provided to you. And here's all the evidence.
No,
You
no,
can make
no.
whatever conclusion you'd
That's
like
not
off of it.
science. Don't redefine science. What you're telling us is that you have a lot of hearsay, and yes, we reject hearsay as evidence.
I mean, hearsay is in like public documentation that you can go look at and people you can reach out to and talk to.
They're just claims. Yeah, they're just claims. The guy asked a very specific question about, this being verified in space. Don't have any
Again,
evidence
how
for
do you
that.
verify it? That's the question I would put back to you. Like, what would be
Exactly. Thank
verifiable?
you. That's what
No,
we're
I'm
asking
asking
you.
for your perspective. Because from my
Oh well,
perspective, that evidence is verification.
I want to go. Can I go? Can I go to space and check this out?
I mean, sure, if you'd like. You just got to
Great.
pay.
Great. Who am I
Do
paying?
you have the money? You
Who
can
am I paying?
contract Axiom Space. It's about $55 million for a ticket to the ISS currently.
Okay. So you do have to be an elite then. You have to have elite level money to go to the ISS. That about right?
So you're automatically grouping in folks with capital with the elites as far as like knowledge? Is that the assumption you're making there?
I take it back. You got to have boatloads of money to even sniff this, right?
I'm just saying, like, it's not like you have to
Is that practically?
pass some secret club.
How come no one's doing this?
People do it all the time, man. I mean, Axiom has launched four commercial missions to the ISS in the past 3 years. Like,
Okay. And so, who am I going to believe that these things are happening?
I don't know. Who are you going to believe? That's what I'm saying. I want to figure out where your bar is.
The bar is me. I want to do it. Maybe you could sponsor me. I mean, these folks. We should get a flat earther on one of these ships, right? One of these rockets and get them up to the space station. Sounds real easy. So maybe somebody should sponsor this and just put this to bed. I'll go.
I have tangible evidence within the last year of someone philanthropically sponsoring a quote unquote flat earther to experience something that should only be experienced by a very few amount of people, and then the instant that data was presented that was contrary to things like the Gleason map
what was it?
or the trip to
What was
Antarctica,
it?
man.
What about it?
Or TFE.
What about it?
I'm just saying, like, somebody did sponsor a bunch of flat earthers to go on an experience and observe things that should only work on a globe, and then they went and did that, but those people got attacked.
Only works on a globe. So you're telling me that the sun being above the horizon only works on a globe?
For 24 hours a day, assuming a spotlight sun as opposed to
Oh, wait a minute. Who here claimed a spotlight sun? I'm sorry.
Well, wouldn't you always be able to see it if it's above the globe then? Shouldn't we be able to have a 24-hour sun everywhere?
I don't live on a globe. What are you talking about?
Sorry, above the plane.
No,
I misspoke.
Who made that claim here?
Well, I'm just interested why it wouldn't work that way.
Oh, well, maybe you can eliminate a few of the possibilities yourself since you're inquiring. I didn't make a claim about it.
But I'm basically just, this is besides the point. I'm saying that, somebody.
Besides the point that you created a false equivalence. Yeah, so a false equivalence. I'm talking about going to the ISS and you're talking about going to a landmass. Good job. 55 million versus 50,000. Good job.
Sure. No. I'm just saying. Like, I understand that they're an order of magnitude or two different. So.
Yeah. So thanks for bringing up a false equivalence. Do you have anything comparable?
50 million? No, I mean, you could go up on a suborbital flight for $250,000. So what, 50K to 250K? Is that close enough for you? Well,
We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Who's going to sponsor this? I don't have the money.
Yeah, I don't have the money either, man. I'm trying to trying to buy a house.
I don't care. So So what are we supposed to do then? It's just the hearsay then?
No, it's the identification of the evidence that's being provided and identifying where your personal bar is, where, what
Numbers
level of
on a
evidence would change your
screen.
bar.
Yeah, so numbers on a screen and hearsay, I need a little bit higher than that. That's good for you. You accept numbers on a screen and hearsay. Great, your bar is way low for evidence. Congratulations. Mine's higher.
So I went
Sorry.
and bought, in grad school, I went out and built my own, satellite ground station, completely independent of any specific, system. It's just an antenna that's tuned to a specific frequency. And then we are able to figure out where satellites are in the sky, and I'm able to downlink data, and it matches up perfectly. So that's where my bar is.
All right, so great. Can get that radio, get that antenna, show it to us working, and then what we need to do is we need to go to the satellite and then see if it's transmitting what you're receiving. Can we do that?
Well, see, again, your bar is you're alluding to the fact that your bar requires your own five senses directly, and that proxies of that automatically throws things into contention.
Yeah, that's terrible to have physical evidence for things. It's a bother, isn't it?
I mean, think
How do
about
you
it this
know-
way, though.
how-
Go
Bro,
ahead.
how do you know that the timing is not pre-distorted?
The timing is not what?
The timing on the signal is not pre-distorted.
Pre-distorted. What do you mean by that?
It's you can change the signal from the starting point. This is how stealth technology in the military works. What's it called? GNSE spoofing. And basically, you can send out a signal to make it appear that you're further away than you are, and you can pick up the observables from the ground, and it can appear to be in a different place than you actually, or where it actually is.
Well, so I'll do you one better. That's the basic stuff that I did during graduate school. Now that I'm in industry, you're getting the signal back, and it's encrypted using the same exact encryption key that you designed into the radio, right? So you're the only person that on Earth who's able to actually decrypt the data that's coming back down, because you're the one who designed the radio and you're the one who has the encryption key. So even when you're talking to the government, you go talk to the FAA to get a launch license. You go talk to the FCC to get a license to transmit in specific spectrum. During none of that process. And I know I ran a regulatory affairs team for a commercial space company. Nowhere in that process do you have to hand over the keys to your encryption. And so after the thing launches and you point your antenna at the location in the sky that you expect the thing to be at before right after you get deployed from the rocket, you're able to decrypt the signal and start getting health data back, and you're the only person that would be able to do that. And the only thing that would be able to, give that data to you is your satellite.
If I may, Josh, that's not the point of contention here, though. I don't think the term distorted is like having some sort of man-in-the-middle attack that's going to, perform some operation on the signal and then relay it. I think it has to do with more in this case, because you know that the source has the keys that you have, or the public or the private keys or whatever that you have to decrypt it. The source itself, when it sends a signal out, right? It's got a timestamp in it, right?
Right. It's more than just the data layer. We're talking about the actual signal itself and tracing it physically to its location.
Oh yeah, well, so you can get the signal to noise ratio, and you know exactly what the path loss is. So
Josh,
you know how far away the thing is.
But hold on. So
that relies on assumptions.
There's two things here. Right. So there's two things here, right? If you send a signal and embedded in that signal, there's a timestamp, right? The receiver can pick up that signal and then decrypt it and whatever, parse it, and then okay, I got a timestamp about whatever 10 seconds ago or 5 seconds ago, whatever it is, that the satellite embedded in it as to when it claims it sent it, right? That's one way to get the time, right? The difference between when the travel time, let's say, right? The time that you picked it up minus the time that it was sent. Okay, you got some delta there, right? And I guess there's another way to assume the travel time is by the signal strength itself, right? In that case, you would have to
You need more than
assume
that.
the actual signal. Huh?
Because that's just a scalar value. You're going to need way more than that. I mean, you can do
Right.
like, right. So you're going to be analyzing, like, you're going to get maybe, you're going to analyze the phase. You're going to use maybe 2 different directional antennas and see if you can triangulate. There are all kinds of different methods. And it really depends what kind of signal you're receiving in the first place. I mean, a lot of analytic work has to be done. So, like, it doesn't matter that it's encrypted.
I'm just saying that
And
it's
would
my
it
object that
also,
I'm hearing from,
would it,
nobody else's.
but I just wanted to point out, like, would
I
it
call
also
BS
not
on
rely,
even that, though.
but I was just going to say, would it not also rely on the inherent assumption of a particular strength of emission, right? The
Well, yeah,
satellite's going
you
to emit
design.
a signal like,
Yeah, you design your antenna. I know how much gain I have. I know how much power we're putting into the amplifier. I know what depth of discharge the batteries will go to when I run it for this amount of time. Like, I
But
designed the thing.
was it in your under your control all the way up until it was supposedly in
Oh,
the place
100%.
it is? No. So there is a chance for someone else to manipulate your equipment, and you cannot deny that.
I disagree. We get full transparency for commercial missions with SpaceX. You all the way through. I mean,
We don't believe you.
You believe
That's
there's
fine.
full transparency. That does not mean there's not something outside of your purview.
I disagree.
Dude, you do not have all the information.
I'd love to see how
In this
easy it
regard,
is
I
to
believe
send
I do.
encrypted transmissions.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, for anybody who's a licensed radio operator, it's illegal to send encrypted transmissions
Well, that's why you go get an FCC
off the bat.
license.
No,
Yeah,
with an
no,
FCC
you ask for
license.
permission. Disagree. They
Uh-huh.
actually ask for you. They ask for you to name your encryption schema in the license application in Form 312. That is not accurate.
And then what happens?
Well, they just ask for the schema. They don't ask for the key. I was gonna say
I'd
you
be
can
very
look it up.
surprised.
It's
How many
FCC
people have
Part
the
20.
key? Only you have the key. Nobody else that you worked with had the key.
Not me personally. The ops teams have the key.
Okay. Well, there's a break in custody right there, and it's probably not even the main bottleneck.
No, I'm saying me as in the organization, right? We're talking like
Yeah.
a couple, less than 100 people hanging out in Silicon Valley building a startup.
What's the level of your encryption?
AES 256.
yeah, it's pretty strong, if not the strongest.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And we're working on. There's an executive order that all federal systems need to be post quantum protected by the end of the decade. So that is the floor. We're moving up from there.
Well,
So
there's a grand keymaster. Okay.
I'd be interested to see evidence of that.
Well, it's called the crypto clearance.
Yeah, once again, nothing. At least for this level of system, right? This is commercial systems. This is not.
Yeah, and the agency that does that has actual keys in their emblem.
Once again, this is for commercial systems, right?
Yeah,
where
that's
this
the
is
most
Joe
interesting.
Schmo getting internet.
That's the most interesting because it's the hardest and most difficult to control.
But once again, I'd like if that's the place that we go to in this conversation is that okay, it doesn't matter how good your encryption is, we can't confirm that it's actually the object because
no.
there's this
Not saying
entity.
that.
Oh, go ahead.
You don't have any knowledge of who has the keys.
The procedure's written down, right? It's the ops team.
You have no knowledge of who has the keys.
Dude, have
I
you
was gonna
ever
say,
written
disagree with that.
standards? Have you ever written standards?
What type of standards are you referring to?
The
Like security
kind
standards?
where you give this group of people the standards, and then this group of people over here has other standards that aren't their standards. Have you ever done that? Because I have.
Okay, you can appeal to your lived experience. I would love to hear more.
You seem to think you have access to this one document that just tells you the truth, and that's not true.
Well, I'm the person who represents the company to the federal government, so there's bigger issues there if we're
Yeah, you're the scapegoat then?
Sorry, what?
Scapegoat? You're the scapegoat then if something goes
No,
wrong?
that's the lawyers. I don't actually have to sign on the dotted line. I'm not a JD.
Ah.
The one that represents themselves most highly to the government in your case is going to be the facility security officer. And I guarantee you're not him.
Chris is a good guy.
Yeah. He knows more than you, I bet.
I'd assume so. He was Secret Service for 20 years.
Wonder why they need him there.
Well, they don't need him. It just helps with government customers.
And he won't know everything.
Absolutely not.
But once again, this is referring to a commercial system. Everything is, for the pursuit of profit and revenue generation.
Yeah,
beyond just
right.
ITAR.
So
ITAR
they're
protections.
worried about ITAR is a big thing. Like they're worried about supply chain interdiction from like the Chinese.
Agreed. Yeah, we have to do supply chain reviews and understand where the
Yeah.
primary source of all electronics is or are. I agree. But I'm saying that for a commercial system, it's authorization, not supervision for these activities. You go to the FAA, you go to FCC, you go to NOAA, you get your 3 licenses in hand, and you're good to go.
And it's just so easy to just do all kinds of encryption from space, and nobody but you knows the keys.
Nobody knows what you're sending. Yeah, that's amazing. They allow you to do that.
So we
Getting
tell
all
them what
these
we're
3
sending.
licenses is an easy task, right? It's pretty easy to get them.
If you tell them what you're sending, then why do you encrypt it?
So because it's encrypted for user data, user privacy. These are telecom satellites. It's basically like a utility pole. So it's encrypted for customer security, not for government security. Once again, this is revenue
right?
generating.
Like, yeah. So what's to say that like the Chinese aren't like trying to develop some kind of covert communication network through cutouts of commercial companies? See where this is going?
Yeah, that could be occurring, and that there's reasons that we would increase our internal security standards based on external threats like that, but it doesn't mean that we're being mandated to.
Well, I mean, if you were a patriotic American company, you'd hand over your keys to an organization so that they could make sure that your company wasn't getting co-opted by an insider. Listen, Josh, you have no idea what you're dealing with, Josh. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to counterintelligence issues.
Heavily disagree with that.
Oh, really? That's what I used to do for a living.
Oh, I understand. I'm just saying that there's opportunities for us to have conversations in a different arena than this.
Quick FYI, we do have some new people here. We got Grenade. Is that, I'm not reading the whole thing. Grenade Head, welcome. We got Mia, welcome. You guys got any questions? Engage in the convo. Okay, just checking. Continue.
No, it's all good. If anybody has questions on mission authorization and the relationship between the federal government and commercial space companies, more than happy to dive into that.
We definitely don't need to go there, but I hope you understand the rigor that at least members of our community have gone in order to try and understand the fundamentals of this issue. The fundamentals of this issue ultimately lie with geometry, to put it bluntly. Geometry, the philosophy of mathematics and the philosophy of science. Problem of mathematical underdeterminism, in which models cannot be the be all end all explanation of things, but there are multiple explanations that are also equally valid. Philosophy of science and potentially semiotics, how people think of how people put the map before the territory all the time, how people do concept reification fallacies all the time, how people affirm the consequent with their demonstrations and experiments all the time. You know, when I was not joking earlier when I said that flat Earth laser measurements define the topology of Earth as such that it cannot be curving in the manner that the globe is presented, which means the entire spherical coordinate reference system that we rely on has to be wrong, unless it is mitigated through corrections. Now, guess what? There just so happens to be an entire volume dedicated to these so-called corrections. It was actually produced by a German back in the late 1800s, F.R. Helmert. And he describes exactly what to do in order to correct, in order to take your planar measurements of a flat Earth and contort them into a spherical reference ellipsoid and a geoid. And the corrections that he introduces with the math require you to accept that there are meteorological conditions that are present that you cannot actually measure, that have to be present in order for these things to occur, in order for you to have a globe. And the temperature and pressure differences in the air, along with the claims like gravity warping from the stars and everything else that go into both deflection of the vertical and atmospheric refraction corrections, are all based off of conditions that are not proven to be physically present whatsoever. And if they were present, it would require temperature variations and pressure variations that nobody's ever been able to measure. So incrementally, all these corrections are introduced based off a belief that it has to be true because we have to be living on a globe.
Yeah, no, I can get behind that.
What's happened is people believe so much in the globe that they shoehorn all of their physical measurements into it. It shows up in air data inertial reference units that's used in commercial airliners like the 777. It's used also in star trackers. It's used in satellites. It's used in balloons. It's used in boats and even long haul trucks. Everything. It's using GPS. It's in your TomTom. It's in your Garmin. It's in your iPhone. Everything is construed. Everything is twisted and contorted with mathematics. Everything is trying to make the map fit reality. So when you go look at like an FE core measurement where they're shooting a 40.5 or whatever kilometer laser over the surface of frozen water in the dead of winter, and this is done repeatedly over and over again and done in other parts of the world. And this isn't the only evidence we have. I mean, we've got a whole bunch more. It's just a whole giant stack of stuff. You've got to start wondering what's going on. So listen, I mean, the globe as a coordinate reference system, we can make it work. We've made it work. We have spent over 100 years using modern technology in the second post-industrial age to make this work. And it's working. But it doesn't mean that it's fully accurate. And it, you know, for most practical purposes, it's entirely accurate. You know, but how do you actually measure a distance between New York and Paris without calculating it using latitude and longitude? I mean, these are insurmountable challenges. You know, we can propose ideas like, I don't know, anchoring beacons every 10 miles or so across the ocean, and then using like infrared light or some kind of, I don't know, maybe microwave transmission, installing timers on them. I mean, it'd be great if we could have that, but nobody does that. Instead, boom, I mean, we're launching stuff into space.
Hey, hopping on mute for a second. Appreciate the candor. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
No,
And the
no, no.
funny
I
thing is
appreciate
they're
it.
all
I'm just
launching stuff into
grabbing there, running
space.
errands.
Yeah, man.
They're launching stuff into space, basing it on half-naked Greeks looking at shadows.
Yeah. Like you can be a flat earther and work for NASA. Not even joking. You just have
We've
to
had a few.
understand what you're working with. You're working with a convention, a way of thinking. This is all an interpretive frame. And it's okay to use it. It's okay to be a flat earther and use the globe and use it successfully to navigate, as long as you understand fully and deeply what you're working with. I don't have any problem saying it works for all practical purposes. So far. What we haven't done is we haven't had to use it for the very impractical purposes, the kind of impractical purposes that challenge the topology of the Earth. You know, there's a gigantic margin of error that's introduced in the fields of geodetic surveying and navigation and so on and so forth. And that's where the globe finds its easy resting place, within that margin of error. And if you endeavor enough to go check, you can actually narrow the margin of error and submit the Earth to a test and find out that the results lie outside of that and that Earth does not comport to a globe. And this has to be done using very precise methods, and it gets very costly and it's expensive to do for many cases, if you want to do it definitively. And now there's some cheap methods you can do, like mirror flashes, and I think those are great. I think those are definitive as well. But the problem is convincing the public that it's definitive. The public likes flash. They like technology. They like sophistication. They like stuff that, like, of the likes that FE Core has done for us. So
it's also the ad hoc excuses. Like if you do not account for those variables, if you do not try to somehow get the temperature, the humidity, the pressure at some intervals between you and the target, that becomes harder for you to argue, and it creates doubt. And so all they generally have to do, and all they generally do, is just say, well, refraction could be happening, therefore it must be happening. But the problem is when we start to look for the refraction itself, like that's why I like the infrared camera arguments, and I like looking at the pictures and looking for the refractive effects. I'm not seeing the effect of light bending around the globe, hugging the curvature, making it look flat, because that would result in effects, and I'm not seeing those effects.
yeah, exactly. Like when I've heard Indio bring up two great points. I don't know if he talks about them that often, but he does. And these two really stuck with me and got me digging and researching. He said, look, if there's refraction, you're going to have chromatic separation. And like, duh, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Like take a 10th grade physics course and you understand that different wavelengths of light have different optical paths. And then secondarily, if there is refraction happening the way it does, then it doesn't match the geometry of what you see. So what you're going to have to require is a meteorological condition over the area that you're observing, in which the temperature gradient changes from where you're standing all the way out to the horizon and beyond. And that change is commensurate with the rate of change of Earth curvature, such that the light happens to unbend itself, and not just at a singular rate, but at different rates, a continuous rate of change difference between your feet and off to the horizon. You have different ray arcs at different rates of change that happen to take a curving surface and producing a flat and stable image. Trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of conceptual mathematical rays that you ray trace that are all following different rates of change of arcing paths to every point from your eye to that surface. And all of them are being bent by physics, by weather, by something happening in the real world, such that those rays of light produce a flat terrain instead of a curved one.
Yeah,
And
it's
to me,
basically
that's
it's
yeah,
impossible. It's impossible because, like in the example of the black swan, the horizon should be so close that when we zoom into that picture and we take the black swan, that should all just be sky. Like you
right.
shouldn't see any of that. And so, if the globe was true and the light was bending around the curve and allowing us to see these things beyond the curve, they would be projected above the eye line because they're coming from above, and you see all sorts of floating anomalies, and the horizon would be a sine wave and jiggly all over the place depending on the conditions between you and that point on the horizon. But we don't see any of that.
That's well said. And the farther you see, the flatter it is, the greater degree of chromatic separation should be present, which is not evident in anything that we've ever seen. And then you're like,
Yeah.
okay, let's bust out the infrared. Let's go freaking put this to the test. Because if infrared light doesn't bend as much, then I should be able to see the curvature of the Earth. The geophysical horizon of the Earth should be popping out at me in all of its glory. So I throw it on, and guess what? It looks even worse. Like it's flatter. Like like
Yeah, you
it
see
doesn't
even
look more
further.
curves. It looks more like what is going on, folks.
Yeah, that just destroys it because if there's more refraction and you're supposed to see further, then less refraction should make you see less far. The
Yes.
horizon should appear to be closer. But what happens
Right.
is you cut through the haze, you have better resolution on those far targets, even though the overall resolution starts dropping fast. It just allows because of the scattering in the air for visible light is more than scattering of infrared, and that's what allows you to see through that haze and detect things much further away. It just doesn't work on the globe, but I am creating an optical framework that goes into this and explains all of it.
Yeah, we can take a look at what's happening, and we can kind of put it. We can start to figure out and properly frame what it is. In visible light, we have Rayleigh scattering, right? So the blue, the very high frequency wavelengths scatter the most, and
Yeah, and Mia scattering.
then it goes down to red, and then infrared, but then it gets even further. You get down to microwave, like they say in in the visual spectrum, it's the horizon, optical horizon averages out to about 7/6 R being the radius of a globe. So you're seeing effectively like 16.67% further than where you should. Not exactly, but that's the idea. And then as you move down to longer and longer wavelengths, you get to microwave, like you get to VHF. Then you get to VHF at like 144 megahertz. And around there, the radar radio horizon is 4/3 R, so that's 25% over the radius of the Earth. And then you get further and further down, and the longer the wavelength, the longer the horizon. You get down to freaking Marconi using like whatever it was, like 1 megahertz, like 2 megahertz to
Listen to me.
transmit from the UK
This
all the
guy
way over
sounds
to
like a
Australia.
fucking nutcase.
So you have Marconi doing a transmission from the UK all the way to Australia, 10,000 miles at a very low frequency. And he's able to hit Australia, and he's able to get a return signal back. Like, what the heck is going on? So what is the conventional explanation for long waves hugging the curvature of the Earth as it wraps around 10,000 miles? How much curve is there in 10,000 miles? Is there a Fresnel zone? Is it like diffracting again and again and again and again, diffracting in a downward pattern? What causes the downward vector around a curve? Is there some kind of
It's incoherent. They
is absolutely
they assume because they believe in the globe that all of the waves that go beyond the globe are either the closest to the visible light they believe are super refracting with no evidence, and then the short the shorter wavelengths, they end up frick. I'm missing the point I was gonna make.
Well, it sounds like you're saying it's wavelength dependent, that the distance that they can travel, besides power being equal, is wavelength
Yeah.
dependent.
I had an extra point that dovetailed perfectly onto this. I just forgot it. I just been studying this so much lately. The optical horizon, the limitations of it, and I've been gathering citations and sources. But yeah, it's the reflection. That was what I was talking about.
Oh yeah, the reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you have a reflected beam off the surface of the water?
How do you have a reflective beam of nothing? They claim it's a
Yeah.
vacuum, okay, and then it's supposed to reflect onto the ground, which is like not a very good reflective surface, and then perfectly reflect straight up without like losing like integrity of the message or anything, and then back down again and up again, down again, up and down again, up and down again, all the way to the other side of the globe. This would destroy the signal if it were even happening. You try to beam that signal, and you got, like you said, Fresnel disruptions. You got like a little tree in the way. It's not
Yeah.
even blocking the line of sight, direct line of sight. It's just in the way of the cone, like between the two transmitter and receiver, and just being in the cone. Sorry, you're getting disruptions.
Yeah, you got
telling me
absorption and scattering, and you've got a continual attenuation of that signal.
You're telling me you're gonna bounce that beam off of grass and have it come off like no problem?
Yeah, or bounce it off an ionosphere with negative refraction. It's crazy. It's the mental leaps, and it goes back to the point I was making earlier. Like the mental gymnastics people go through to shoehorn their physical measurements of reality into a conceived model of how Earth should be knows no boundaries. I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later.
See you later.
Bye, Yoder. Dumb question. Did any of y'all go to the international conferences before COVID shut them down? The Flat Earth International Conference?
You mean like the UN meetings?
No. Like there used to be like a Flat Earther conference in like the late 2010s that was held every year before they got shut down due to COVID. Take the silence as a no. All good.
Would you like to go to one?
I was gonna say I would love to talk to folks in person that hold these beliefs. I think it'd be interesting.
Maybe the next time they do a meeting, just go.
Yeah, I'll keep an ear out. Oh, Vintage Bait. FEIC is sponsored by fake flat earthers. Interesting. Was that like Mark Sargent and like his flying saucer? Was it that contingent that did those? All right, cheers, y'all. I'll be back.
Laters.
Hello, YouTube company. How are you doing? Oh man, what is that? YouTube. Two YouTube here. Two couple YouTube. How does it work? Hey man, is everyone here? Hey guys, I'm talking to you. Why are you so quiet? I want someone to speak with him. I want to improve my speaking skill. I want to learn English. I want to learn more English. So guys, is everyone hear me? I just feel bored. I want to talk with
Hello, how you doing?
everyone.
How you doing,
Hi,
brother?
Hello, Larry. How are you doing?
Good. It sounds like you're from Eastern Europe. Is that right?
Eastern, yes.
Well, I'm from Texas. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, bro. Where are you from?
Texas.
Texas?
Originally. I live in Colorado now.
Yes, that's good, man. So, what are you doing here in this app, Discord?
I'm going to get a better headset so no one complains about Bluetooth headphones. We're going to
You
talk
have
about
bad
Flat Earth.
connection. You have bad connection, man. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Say it
I'm putting
again.
on the good headphones. I'm putting on the good headphones right now.
Yes, that's I know because your voice is very clear and high. Okay, bro. You here to speak English with other, right?
Better?
Yes, me too.
Oh, shit. Settle down. Check. All right, mic check. That's time.
Oh, Larry, love you, bro.
Good check.
Karma says hello.
Peace to you, my brothers and sisters from the land of ice and fire.
Always a good time to hear your voice.
Same. Likewise. Especially when I got a good headset on, right? Not the cheap ones that I go through like crazy.
Your voice reminds me of better times.
Thought now was always the better times. But yeah, there used to be some pretty good times. Back when everybody was getting along, smoking peace pipe.
We didn't know any better, but we hadn't slipped as far down the hellhole.
I'm living in paradise. It's a mountain paradise. Colorado's not bad. It's a little dangerous, but it's not bad.
Yeah, you can always make little pockets of paradise, but I'm more like talking about the state of the world. However, at the same time, the world is kind of waking up more than it was back then, so it's kind of the price you pay for ignorance.
Cool. So As soon as everybody wakes up, it's time for war. Of course, you know this means war.
Sadly.
Sad but true. So how's your mom and dad?
My dad is passed. I think my sister.
Sorry to hear that. Is that recent? That's recent, right?
A couple of years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think my sister stole that inheritance. I only learned because my grandpa died, and now she's going for that.
Well, I got my inheritance and then left it in Texas, along with my motorcycle.
But my mom's doing better. She's been out of the hospital for like 6 years, but most of that.
Sorry to hear that.
At least we figured out that some of the doctors had been prescribing her drugs that were not working well together and were depleting her of essential nutrients, natrium.
Things to say about moringa, Moringa. Pretty sure I told you about it before. Put that and a whole bunch of other stuff like cocoa in my coffee. Not like the sugar, like the raw. So, yeah, I would recommend moringa in the coffee, and the cocoa is good for the cardiovascular system, and probably wouldn't hurt to eat some dark chocolate with cayenne pepper on it. Soups with cayenne pepper. It's not medical advice. I'm not a doctor, and we don't talk about that stuff here.
Moringa in the coffee. It's like
Yeah.
seeds with leaves. Because moringa is
Leaves.
leaves.
Yeah, it's
And
leaves.
coffee is beans or seeds.
That tastes good. That's all I gotta say.
You say it tastes good?
Because the coffee's so bitter, and the cacao powder that I put in there, moringa actually tastes sweet.
Oh, you're mixing cocoa and you're mixing coffee beans and then you're mixing moringa. That mix there. Oh my goodness. I'll take them separate, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, you do. I don't got a lot of time, so I just throw it all in the coffee pot after I grind it.
That might give you like a lot of energy, dude. Actually, because moringa, coffee, and cocoa probably add some sweeteners to it, most likely.
I like heavy whipping. No, heavy cream. That's what. Yeah, heavy cream.
Oh, you add heavy cream. What about sweetener? What type of sweetener you add to that mix?
Usually nothing. If I want sweetener, I'll add like a little bit of coconut oil to give it a kind of a sweet aftertaste. But milk has sugar in it, so cream has sugar in it.
No, cream has no sugar. You're probably adding half and half, maybe, but cream has 0 sugar.
When I do keto, I can't drink my raw milk. So there's sugar in it, I promise.
Oh,
Sugar and milk.
definitely has sugar, but not the cream.
There's no sugar in the cream?
Well, unless you're buying like a cream that is commercialized that is made with sugar, but cream
Fresh.
Cream has 0
From the tip.
carbohydrates.
Okay, I thought it had. I'm sure some milk gets in there because I am separating it myself. So, I'm sure some milk gets in there.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, you getting probably mostly cream on a little bit of milk that still has the sugars. Yeah, that's probably where you're getting. Yeah. So instead of half and half, you're getting 70-30 or something.
Like that.
Sorry, I went to the bathroom. What are we talking about?
We're talking about the fantasy that we've been taught about the Earth being a globe. Have you ever noticed that the globe is a bunch of cartoons on the TV?
I think you're talking a bunch of shit, man.
Actually, shit doesn't come out of your mouth; it comes the other way.
Oh,
Yeah, shit. I mean, you might be wrong there though, because shit. Yeah, that's very specific. It comes out of a specific hole. Your mouth doesn't
so
produce the shit.
how do you think the globe works?
Doesn't. That's
What I'm
why there's a
asking.
crisis in cosmology. The globe model doesn't work. If you search on the crisis in cosmology, you'll see that they had to make up like 96% of the matter and energy in the universe is dark matter and dark energy, which means that it can't directly be observed. And there's black holes, so gravity sucks so bad that they need black holes and dark matter to make gravity work at the galactic level.
Yeah, so that's true. You also need to look up the poo-poo
Yeah, but
fallacy.
yeah,
You
but
need to look
well,
up the.
the
You need to look up.
moon
Sorry.
and
You
the
need to look up.
sun
You need to look up the poo-poo fallacy.
and Saturn and Mars
Relax, okay, bro.
and,
This is not the time to chant your religion. I'm trying to help you a little bit. You need to look up the poo-poo fallacy, because when you say, "Well, that's just shit," without actually giving an
how
argument,
do
you're
you
just poo-pooing
justify
the
it?
argument. Do I need to mute you? Can you not have a civil discussion, or what's wrong with you?
Well, it sounds like he might be under the influence. Sounds like maybe, possibly, or maybe he's just like that.
I am under influence, but I am willing to listen to whatever bullshit you are telling me.
Your mom's a really nice lady. How about that? She's a really nice lady and she behaves well in public. Still think it's bullshit?
You're a good person and an upstanding citizen and a pillar of your community.
That sounds like bullshit. Actually, no.
You know, who's my mother is a good person?
I said that. I mean, Larry did. My bad. Your mom is a really good person, but since you said we're speaking all bullshit, that might be bullshit, right?
Yeah, but do you think that's bullshit?
No, you're saying it's bullshit, right? We're saying we believe she's a good person and stuff like that.
No, I'm not saying it's bullshit. I'm saying.
But you're saying everything we're saying is bullshit, and we're saying she's a good person. So by proxy, you're saying it's bullshit.
No, I'm just waiting to see that Gemsey.
It's not Gemsey, it's Gemsey.
Sorry, Gemsey. You fuck.
Me fuck? No.
No,
I'm
no,
trying
no,
just to.
no, sorry. That's my bad. I'm saying fuck because
Let's keep it family friendly. Let's keep it family friendly. This is a public Discord. We have people trying to learn English. That language is not too friendly, bro.
Please refrain from cursing. Please refrain from cursing. We're also live on YouTube. If you cannot control yourself, you will be controlled.
We live on issue. Yo, I'll be live on YouTube.
Yes, correct.
Yo, send me a link.
Touch the bot. There's a bot in the VC, and touch that bot, and that bot will guide you to the YouTube channel.
No, I can't find it. Can't find it.
Good job. Well done. Well played. GG.
Someone just send me the link.
Oh, what do you mean you can't find it? It's in the Discord call, bro. Are you good?
It's in the Discord call.
Yes, it's in Discord. That's a fuck. There's two of them. There's two YouTube links right here.
I don't understand Discord.
Are you? Okay. Are you in the call right now?
I'm in the call right now.
How many people are in the call right now?
He's doing this with his eyes closed, CB.
There are 2, 4, 6, 7, 9 people in the call right now. 2 of them are bots. Click on the bot, bro. It's in the fucking call right now. The link is right there. Help us help you. God damn.
What are you damning God for?
I have not got a link.
Okay, I'll help.
It's
I'll help
in
you.
the Discord
Okay.
call, bro.
Do you see where you are in the chat, in the channel you joined? The Busta, do you see where you are in the chat on Discord?
He's impaired, guys. He cannot see stuff correctly. Come on.
What chat should I be in?
The chat. I'm not telling you to
Bro.
go into a different chat. You are inside a chat room talking to people right now. You're probably connected through a device of some sort, okay? So on that device, there's a Discord app. And if you scroll up and down, you can see multiple channels. Your username is is inside one of those channels. At the top of that channel, there are other usernames that say YouTube bot 2 24/7 live. These bots have links to our other Discord, they have links to our YouTube channels, and I also personally sent you a private Discord link inviting you to our server where you can get more information. But your messages are not set to accept from people, so you probably don't see that. So focus on the channel.
You lost him. Tell him to repeat that back.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Can you repeat that, please?
Bro, is this guy drunk? Like, what's going on?
No, everything that you just said.
No, I just had God in the whole
Bro,
room.
bro.
Listen, everything he said was cohesive and perfectly
What the hell?
No, I need you to repeat that.
Dude, we're not repeating shit. You're in the You're in the VC right now. There are bots in the call right now that say YouTube. Click on that shit, bro. Like, I don't know. Are you slow?
No, no, I'm not slow. I'm just.
Okay, so you're in a VC right now with other people. Go to the VC. There's 2 fucking channels, 2 users in here that say YouTube. Click on them. There are links in there. God damn, bro. Motherfucker slow as hell.
Yeah, as you're scrolling up and down where the channels are, you'll notice that there's one channel that has a few names that have flat on the back of them. That's us.
I can't help. I can't do it, man.
I know, like there's only so much you can do, man. You can't help everybody.
Ah, hey, bro.
Yeah, and he thought we were talking bullshit. The problem was not that we were talking incomprehensible stuff. The problem
Yeah,
was
why?
that
Yeah,
he
I'm
actually
full up.
couldn't comprehend anything coming in.
Did he
How you
leave?
doing, CB?
Hey, Jace. I'm good.
Aisha
I hear
Bear, what's
you and
up, brother?
AV been killing it.
Huh? Yeah, what's up, guys?
Yeah, I said I heard you and AV been killing it.
Oh, yeah. Are you in our server?
No, I'm not.
Wait, what?
Me neither.
Bro. Wait, guys need to join Frontline Unfiltered.
Send the link.
Click on my tag. You should be able to get in with my tag.
I'm driving.
The Rise tag. If you can't get in through that, just let me know. I'll send you a link.
Yeah, I
I
don't
need a
see
link.
any
I'm
link
driving.
to it.
All right, I'll send it.
Yep.
It's really nice, bro.
What state are you in?
Me?
Yeah.
California.
Yeah.
I thought.
That's what you thought?
He's a
Why'd you think
communist.
that?
It's been a while since you said where you're from, so I was just trying to put you on the map.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, he's making files from everybody, so he's just updating yours.
So
Are you updating my files?
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Welcome back. You don't have the California accent though, CB.
What's the California accent?
No,
Dude, whoa.
I'm from
Dude, bro, surf's up, man.
Yeah.
Can I fucking
You know what I mean?
finish my
Hey, you said the F word again, dude. There's families listening to this.
Can I finish my fucking sentence, please?
Can you? That's a good
What?
question. Can you?
Yeah, I'm from Britain.
Did he say I'm from Britain?
Yeah, so
He's Scottish. He sounds Scottish to me.
no, I'm not from Scotland.
If you can prove you can stay out of the troubles, you can court my daughter.
Hey, yo.
That's pretty good.
Nice.
Yo, I don't know any of you.
And you think you'd be able to speak the Queen's English pretty well, but I'm struggling to understand you. I'm quite well versed in English, man.
You're dead.
I can't understand a goddamn word this motherfucker is saying, bro.
Tomorrow,
Don't you
like when
go
you
swearing
haven't
either,
poisoned
bro.
yourself?
Can
We need to
you
be good
understand me?
examples.
Can you
We're having. No, we can't understand.
understand me?
No.
We don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth half the
I
time.
can't
and-
understand you.
Yeah.
Go back to your country.
But A for effort. Next time, I recommend having like 6 less beers, and then you might be okay.
No, you did not, Grace.
He's trying to escape the pain from reality, from his mistakes.
Yo. Yo.
6 less beers. That's 6 beers too many, bro.
Your creation bear.
Why?
Can you kind of train me?
Yes.
You
Yes.
will. You will train me.
Yes.
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 Fantastic.
He's
Yep.
a good
I'm gonna send
fighter.
you. Yep.
You picked a good trainer. He's a good fighter. He's a good debater. He knows what he's doing. So yeah,
He's
just
a good
listen to what he
DJ
tells
too.
you.
Facts. The Busta. I'm gonna send you a link to our Discord right now. You can get trained up in there.
Sure, whatever.
Wait. Oh,
Hey,
you don't have
boss.
one.
The boss said, "Do you know that alcohol feeds the brainworms?"
What?
Probably. Facts, bro. Ooh.
The fuck did you just say?
Alcohol feeds the brainworms.
Facts, Genji.
No, it kills them.
No, actually, no.
No,
You don't know about the brainworms?
They're
Hey.
actually alcohol addicts.
Yeah, they
No,
want you
no,
to drink alcohol. That's why you have cravings.
The brain worms.
Yeah, the worms in your brain. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
If you have a brain, because if you don't, they'll go to a different spot though.
Where do they go to, Genji?
Down below.
The liver.
Oh, you're leaving them?
Pancreas.
Your balls?
Your intestines. Yeah, your balls. Yeah. If
Did
you
y'all
have
see that
any.
protest in the UK not too long ago? They tried to say it was like 100,000 people, but it was obviously like 1 million more.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Pretty interesting.
1 million
What was your
people?
drunk
Where?
ass doing? In the UK protesting their government? Where were you drunk ass? Were you there or were you too busy getting drunk?
What?
What?
Protest. Were you at the protest?
What protest?
Nigga drunk as hell, bro, man.
I'm over here in Iceland. I know about it, but he
Hey,
doesn't.
hey.
The fuck
What are you
up.
drinking? What are you drinking? What are you drinking?
I'm trying to fucking talk to the.
Nah. What are you drinking right now? You got that vodka?
No, I'm drinking. Fuck.
What you offer right now? You on that
He
Jameson?
doesn't know what he's drinking though.
That's crazy, bro. What are you drinking right now?
I'm
If you don't
drinking.
know, what you're drinking, how do you know it's not toilet water?
Hey, yo.
I'm drinking Jack
Yo.
Daniels.
Jack Daniels, that's dog shit, bro. Come on,
That's
man.
not.
Tennessee whiskey, bro.
That's better than toilet water, so I'll accept it.
It's better than your own piece, I think.
That's that Tennessee whiskey. Yeah, all right, you know what? Tennessee?
not.
Okay. Jack Daniels is trash, bro.
You guys made Larry leave.
Oh no.
He got flashbacks.
Jack Daniels is the fucking shit.
No,
It is shit. Yeah, we agree. It is shit.
It's trash.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah, I don't recommend alcohol.
If it's not Kentucky bourbon, it's trash, bro. Get out of here.
It is shit. I mean,
called you, but it didn't go through.
Was shit.
No worries. Signature, please.
It's good.
No, it's trash, bro.
Well, you can just go fuck yourself.
I got somebody else to do that for me. We good.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Go in
Wait,
peace,
for
my
Hank.
brother.
Hank, who are you talking to?
Hank is doing a delivery. He just
I know. Hank
finished
sounds like he's doing
delivery.
delivery. Yeah, it sounds like he's working right now.
Yeah, you know me. Drive around in circles and get paid for it.
My man.
That's a good bar right there.
So I don't think you should drink so much. And Jack Daniels is basically it's poison.
Poison.
Trash. It's trash.
So if you were to like drink wine or beer, I wouldn't say anything. But I actually genuinely care for you, bro, and I understand that you're probably in a bad place, or you
Oh,
wouldn't be doing that to yourself.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that, and I appreciate that you're coming from a place of concern. But I've had a shitty week.
Well, that's
That's not a
understandable.
good justification. Okay?
It's understandable that you had a shitty week, but you shouldn't hurt yourself for it.
Yeah, I totally get you, bro. Like we
I'm-
all have shitty
I'm not
days,
gonna-
and shitty weeks.
I'm not gonna hurt myself. I'm not gonna hurt myself.
Yeah, we're just saying we all understand what it is like to have a shitty day or a shitty week, and we're just telling you hard liquor is not as good for you and can be bad because it's harder to control, easier to go too far than maybe having a beer, relaxing, doing something you enjoy to unwind.
Yeah, but you don't know what my job is.
Do you arrest people for saying stuff on Facebook?
What?
Do you arrest people for saying naughty things on Facebook?
No. No.
Okay, then you're probably okay then, right? You're probably okay.
No, Mo, I'm a line cook.
The lion fit?
Just get right with your creator. Just ask for forgiveness, be a better man, and that's all. You don't need to worry about anything else. You just be a better man. And then life will come your way and you'll live a better life. And you don't need to drink Jack Daniels and get really drunk. And best case scenario, you may be like, well, I'm feeling a little frisky today. I'll have a beer.
Well, I feel happy and I feel content.
If you feel happy and content, that's fine. Just don't abuse
Chase
your body
happiness.
with alcohol.
If you're happy and you're content, you can clap your hands.
If
Chase happiness, though.
content,
I
clap your
believe it's
hands.
been said.
If you're happy and you're content, then you really want to vent. Then you're happy and content and clap your hands.
But it might be the brainworms that are happy telling you that, and that's what you're saying it.
Exactly.
Yeah, because right now you're drunk and you sound like you're close to death. So
how you know what that sounds like,
maybe
Jace?
next
How you know what
time
that
don't
sounds
listen
like,
to
bruh?
the brainworms. And when you feel bad, try to think positive thoughts. Don't listen to the bad thoughts that are nagging in your brain. Just be a good person, and then you can know that you are a good person because you are what you do.
Chasing pleasure has never been good for anybody ever. I believe it's been said that the obstacle is the path.
Did you
So do the
hit the clapping?
Well, except for CV, because he gets a new girlfriend every other week, so.
It's none of our business.
Yo. Yo. Did you
I'm like
hit
the opposite. I never get a girlfriend. I tried to get one. I didn't like it.
They're not my girlfriend. They're just side
Well,
chicks.
try a boyfriend, Jace.
No, I don't like men. The problem is the girls don't
Have you
have
tried?
the standard.
Have you
And I'm
tried?
getting so old that I don't feel like fucking chasing these women. So they have to chase me, otherwise it doesn't work.
Facts.
How does the
Hey,
path,
we don't
bro?
chase, we attract, right, Jace? We don't chase, we attract.
Yeah, but when my problem is I don't go out, I don't party, I don't like meet new women, so I'm just with my sister all day, and so when we go out somewhere, it's like the girls automatically think, "Oh no,
Think
he's
y'all
with a
dating.
girlfriend."
Yeah.
And so
Well,
she
actually,
doesn't
that
even
probably
get
makes
hit
him
on
like you
either
more.
because they're all like, "Oh no, she's got a boyfriend."
No, that probably makes him like you more. That it's called fuck, there's like a term for it.
Yeah, but it would also require me to actually go and try to approach them.
You got to go
and
raise him up. Yeah.
yeah, I don't really feel like doing that because like 99% of them are fucking retarded.
Yeah, but you probably don't feel like going to the gym either, but you do it anyway. So sometimes you just got to do the
True,
shit
but
you don't feel like
that's
doing.
how I ended up with my last girlfriend. But I didn't like I didn't like her, so like I couldn't. And I
Hey,
don't want to just be
man.
jumping between girls, so like I'd rather be like try to be selective and be like nah, and then maybe this one. So it kind of stretches the gaps between them.
Hey, man, it's like basketball, right? You got to shoot up a few different shots. Some of them will go in and some of them won't. It's literally
Yeah, but
basketball.
you also got to think about it like this. I live in what equates to a tiny little town in America. So if you sleep around too much, it can actually adversely affect your uh,
Your credit score,
yes.
your
And
social
so
score.
like I did that when I was really young, and so all the girls in my age bracket like still have an image of me from when I was young.
Damn, that's brutal.
And
Well,
I
just don't
don't
mess with
Here,
them.
feel
nobody knows me.
and
Fucking, I
I don't
love it.
feel
Nobody knows me here.
and I don't feel like being a creep and like hitting on girls that like look too young. Like, and I mean like
So
to
what?
me because I'm like 41 now. So like
So what?
if they look young, I'm like, are they legal? I don't know. They all look the same, freaking kids. I'm an old
Bro,
man
if you're
now.
41,
Hey, if she's
over
18, she's
27
good.
to 33 is good. No, bro. Anything over 27 to 31, you're probably okay.
Yeah,
Nah, bro, fuck
yeah.
that.
Last I had 33 last time, and the time before that, I think she was actually 23, and that was I couldn't talk to her. Like she was so
You don't need to
retarded, but she
talk
was
to
also
her.
from Africa, so I don't know, man.
Oh, you like them chocolate
She
queens.
didn't understand fucking English. She didn't understand Icelandic. She didn't understand anything I said.
Bro, you
Bro,
don't need to
just
talk
go
to her.
translate for that, bro. Come on.
You don't need to talk to her, bro. It's fine.
But yeah, it gets old though.
Come on, Drace, you're a fucking Chad, bro. You need to stop.
it's just it's not. I would rather go like full on hardcore FE, and then
Fuck that.
find a girl. Like I don't care what she looks like, as long as she can fucking understand my arguments.
Nah,
I'm good.
that's a bad standard. I would say don't worry about none of that. She could be a full on blown normie. We can work with
But
that.
that's your standard, bro. Like
Oh yeah,
I'm
facts.
not attracted to a dumbass. Like I
Yo,
cannot
Drace.
Standard,
stand
CB. Come on.
someone who's too dumb to actually understand when I'm trying to help them, and they
Yo,
just get more retarded. I don't want to deal with that.
There's
No.
like 2 girls in my roster right now that are like full blown
hang the
scientists. Like
bus on my inner voice
they're like
shot.
Rorschach. It's all right. I got two girls in my roster that are like full blown. They're like science nerds. They're like full all that. But it is what it is, man. They don't got to be flat earthers. If you set your standard as flat earthers, you're gonna be alone forever.
I don't care, bro. I like my
Okay.
standard's not getting my dick wet, like Karma says.
I mean, mine is, but it is what it is.
Oh shit. Can you guys hear me?
No.
Wait, is this guy a globetard?
A what?
Victor.
A what?
He's what? Are you a
Okay.
globetard? What?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, sir, that is you. That you're a globe-tard? Do you not believe in the
I
globe?
understand that.
Do you believe that you live on the outside of a spinning, rotating globe?
Yeah, I suppose
Yeah,
so.
so then you're a globe-tard. Great.
Okay, so I'm a globe-tard.
Yeah.
No, it's a globe-tard believer because the globe-tard is the belief, and some people believe in it.
Yeah,
I
it's an
thought that's how it
abbreviation.
worked.
It's like shorthand. No, so why do you believe that the Earth is a globe? What makes you believe that?
He dropped out, I think. That was it him?
Damn it.
L's in the chat. L's in the chat. Guys, drop some L's in the chat.
I was too aggressive. Undeniably so. But I did have up here, so I blame the brain bugs.
Fuck them brain bugs. Fuck the parasites.
That's a funny joke, though. Which has a grain of truth in it.
Okay. Grain, as in like beer? Oh, okay. I see what you did there. Hey, shout out to Dre, shout out to Gemzy, shout out to Hank.
Shut up. Where's the new people? Come on, say something. Talk to CB or to Drace. Go ahead. Ask any questions. Unless you're drunk. If you're drunk, just.
Gemzy doesn't like the parasites. Talking.
Yeah, I want to listen to people, not to the parasites. We had enough of Matthew Learns last night.
Oh shit. Yeah, I can't do Matthew anymore, bro.
It started good because he came in. I was there when he came in, and he started talking, and then some other Glober was talking, and they just started clashing, and so it was like Glober on Glober violence to start with. So it was pretty fun. Have you seen my radio station, CB?
Yes, it's amazing. Good job.
Yeah. Any songs you want on the radio station, just send to me. And if you want the lyrics displayed, send me the lyrics. If you want a link displayed to like where people can buy the song, for instance, or anything like that, you just link that with the song, and I'll add it all into the metadata, add it into the bot, and it'll be on the radio. And then my goal is I have another virtual machine ready, and I'm setting it up to live stream to YouTube the radio bot.
Do a Rumble bot, bro.
You also talked about a Rumble bot. That was the other thing I was gonna work on, but I haven't finished the other project.
Yeah, man. Just make a permanent Rumble bot. Just leave it in the live stream.
I
Also, you
could
should
probably
look up
start by
Lucas
doing that
Gage.
pretty easily.
Yeah, please. But there's a guy that makes AI songs called Lucas Gage, and he makes these AI songs that are anti-Semitic. They're really funny. You check him out, Lucas Gage, Gage. They're hilarious. Look up "Single Life" by Lucas Gage and add that to your playlist. Every single time, every single time, every single life. Oh, it's called Early Life. Early Life by Lucas Gage. Super funny.
Yeah, well, I'm not putting anti-Semite songs on the radio. Uh, it's flat Earth radio,
What?
but
Why?
I mean,
Oh,
each
okay.
to
All
their own, I
right. Fair
guess.
enough. Yeah. See, this month we gotta get more based. That's why we gotta get on Rumble. Also, you gotta come over to Frontline Unfiltered, bro.
Yeah,
We gotta
I
get you
can.
on camera. Yeah, We're gonna start going live again. Man, we got people leaving the call. We're gonna start going live on Rumble again. Me, Miggy,
Yeah, I'm working on
anybody that
figuring
wants
out.
to go on camera.
Yeah, I'm working on figuring out how to get a camera set up and stuff like that. But
Oh,
it's
just plug in your
not
phone.
high priority right now. I have a lot of projects.
Yeah, fair enough. Just use your phone. Just go use your phone.
But I'm looking into it. Like Karma got for me a green screen for Christmas.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Karma.
Well, I technically haven't gotten it yet, but like she ordered it.
Oh, you okay? Oh, but
But I do need to like get a camera or some way to hook up a phone. Um, I hate my phone, so I don't know. I probably want to get
is it
like a
trash?
camera and a lighting system. I'm retarded. Okay.
Fair enough, bro. I got you. Honestly, the phones work pretty well these days.
Yes, but my room has the worst lighting in the entire house.
Yeah, that's too bad.
That's why I want to buy like a little bit of lighting systems. I want to buy a camera so that I can record motion capture videos for the AI stuff that I'm working on. And so like it serves multiple functions, and then I would hook that up into the computer. So like when I get to that point, I'll definitely join you guys.
Yeah, man, you should definitely come. Pause.
Just make sure you set up like an AI filter, and it instead of you, it's like I don't know, like a girl or something.
No, don't do that, bro.
Oh, I could.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Actually, that could be fire, but don't do that.
I could change my voice real time and change myself into a female real time.
No, don't do that.
You could probably do OnlyFans with that or something.
It's a good honeypot. Just let Karma handle the honeypot, all right?
Yeah, but she doesn't like arguing. Like, I don't mind being
Ooh,
a crazy dick. I'm like, yeah, ooh,
ooh.
ooh, boo. I don't know. I'm not a good
I hear
lady at all.
Karma. Tell her I
But
said
I
hi.
would be using a real-time voice clone, so
Hi, Karma. I miss you. Pause. Wait, pause.
yeah. But
Yo, chill with
the,
Karma.
the main reason why I
No,
messing
don't
there's
with
do
no
her.
that,
chill.
the main reason why I don't play around more with real-time voice clones is simply because my stupid accent is so unique that AI doesn't understand what's happening.
Really? You don't? Your accent's not like crazy.
Apparently, I don't say the words perfectly enough, and so the AI is like, oh, garbled nonsense.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell
Hey,
Karma to get on
CB,
it right now.
if you weren't messing with so many girls, I would approve you dating Karma, but nah, you need to do better.
Do better. I mean, what does that mean? What does that look like?
You gotta like save yourself or something for someone good.
No, no.
There you go. You messed up.
He's
Do I look,
young. He's
do I
sowing
look like
his
a woman?
oats.
Do I look like a woman, bro? Save myself. What you mean?
But Jens is a good
Okay.
man. Me and Karma
I gotta,
agree.
I gotta get mad experience so that like a girl really likes my experience. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
You
you
gotta
don't
delude
need you
yourself
don't
in the
need
world.
yeah, you don't need to actually dip the pan to get experience.
Yes, you do.
No, that just desensitizes you and makes it like it after
Hey, I'm still
after
very
a
sensitive.
while it just becomes uh monotonous, and sure, you're seeking the pleasure, that's enjoyable, a new girl, that's exciting, but
Facts.
it doesn't really change the fact that like over time it degrades the actual experience.
That doesn't work the same for men and women, bro. That's true for women,
It
not
do-
true for
it
men.
it does degrade the actual experience over time because
Nah.
you and your tastes degrade over time, and so it takes more and more and more to kind of fulfill your criteria.
Nah, that I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think that's
Let me
cap, bro.
reword it. Let me reword it. Okay. So when you have experience, you develop preferences. And then when you find a good mate, you desire those preferences that you gained from all that
That's
experience.
true for
Whereas
women,
not for men?
not men. No, not for men. No.
So
Oh,
you don't
okay.
want
So we got
head.
a double standard here.
Of course. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so that's your
Absolutely.
preference
There is
because
a
you've
double standard.
experienced it, but if you've never experienced it, then you don't really know
No,
what
no.
that's like.
I want a girl with no experience. That's
Yeah,
fantastic.
like a girl wants a man with not too
With
much
experience.
experience.
No, she wants a guy with experience, bro. Facts.
Not when it comes to being a whore.
No, that's not true. You know what's an ick
No.
for women?
Hang
A
on,
virgin
I have a
man.
lot of experience with not only being a good girl, but all my best friends throughout the years have always been the good girl types. And we share the sentiments of we don't want a man whore.
They're fucking cat, bro. No, they're all liars. Women don't want a virgin man. Man, that is the
Just like
biggest
the
lie.
just like the OnlyFans
Hey, you
girl
heard that in the
pigeonholes
TV. Come
herself
on.
into the simp she
No,
can't
it's
get.
facts.
The same happens to the man who goes overboard in sleeping with all the ladies. The good ladies hear from their slutty friends what you did, and they're like, "Oh no, I'm never taking this guy." And so you close off all of those options, so you end up with
No, it's
bad
cap.
options or a young, naive girl who doesn't know any better
Yes,
because she didn't
we
have
want to
friends who
not.
told her about you.
Yes, we want a young naive girl. Yes.
No, I want a girl that I feel like is my equal. Like
Ew, that's nasty.
Karma is literally my equal or better in some things, just like I am her equal in most things and better in some things. And so we complement each other perfectly.
What's your body
and
count,
that,
Drace?
that makes my life super easy.
Drace,
And
what's
so
your body
I
count?
want that in a woman that I want to marry. I want someone who can complement me and make my life easier and not
What's your body count?
Not be my body count.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
Yeah, so you want an equal. You want a girl with hundreds of body count. Fuck no.
I
What?
don't
Come on
care
now.
about the body count because
man.
I have already tainted myself and corrupted myself in that way. So I don't
Wait, you
care
said
about her body
hundreds?
count that much.
You said
Like,
equal.
It doesn't have to be equal across the board. I said I am less than her in some things. She is greater than me in some things. And so
Well, if she's equal in body count, that's
balance each other
nasty.
out. It's a very simple
It's
concept.
gross. My body count's not that high. Damn, bro. I'm trying to get like you, Jace. Sir.
Yeah, it was a mistake. That's what I'm telling you.
It's cat, bro. So you have experience, so you know better than most men. If you want to equal, then you want a girl that's as experienced as you? Hell no.
I'm not asking for a girl that's experienced in bed as me. She could be as
No.
experienced in cooking as I am in bed. You see
Okay,
how
that's good. That's not equal, though.
see how we can bring different values. She can be better at other things. I might be better in bed than she is. However, that's not.
But she
something
wants you to be better in bed.
No, she doesn't. She might not
Yes, she
care about that at
does,
all. Just
what?
like you're saying, you want a naive girl who doesn't know any better. She doesn't know. She doesn't
Facts.
care. She doesn't know any better.
Yeah, facts. Facts. I want a girl who's not experienced. Yeah, facts.
Yeah, I don't care how experienced she is because
I
I
do.
can fulfill that for her because I have experience. I don't care. So
But you
it
see,
doesn't
if you
matter
didn't
to
have
me. It
experience,
doesn't
that would
matter.
be
What I
weird
care
for
about are
her.
different things in life. I care about, is she loyal? Is she intelligent enough? Is she good to people? That's what I care about.
Yeah, facts. I mean, I agree with that, but you don't want her to be equal in experience. I mean, that's weird.
Yeah, no one is saying she has to be equal in experience. Where are you
No, we
getting
don't.
that from?
She shouldn't be equal in experience.
Do you understand what a straw man is, bro?
We're saying if she was equal, then that's not
If
good.
she had equal experience in bed to me, I would not
That's
object.
nasty.
If she had greater experience in bed than me, I'd be like, oh fuck no. Like I could at least
So if she had
understand.
100
Up to
body
my
count,
point,
she had
I
hundreds
can
of body
forgive
count,
you
you'd be like,
because
ew.
I have already done the same.
No, I'm not going to forgive that.
All right, guys.
I
We
have
need
Christian
more.
values. I have forgiveness in my heart, and so like I cannot
I don't
judge
have
people
that.
for my mistakes.
I don't see it as a mistake, though. You got experience. That's a good thing for men. Experience for men is a good thing. Experience for women is bad.
Well, you can tell yourself whatever you need to justify it. Like, it doesn't
It's not
really.
justification.
Yeah, that's your beliefs. Okay, like I'm expressing my beliefs. Okay,
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
based on my experience, and you're basing it on your
If I
experience.
met a girl who had hundreds of bodies, I'd be like, damn.
Had girls that have hundreds of bodies.
You're making
Where's
special
she at
pleading
now?
with your double standards that women shouldn't be treated the same as men. It works
No, they
both
should
ways.
not be
Sorry,
treated.
bro.
They should not be. They should not be treated as equal, bro. Hell no, they're not equals. Period.
But you can see the same thing. Just like the personality of the woman who sleeps with 100 men changes, she loses her innocence. The same
Yes,
applies to
absolutely.
the man. When he sleeps
Nope.
with 100 ladies and he becomes
Nope.
manipulative and deceptive, he loses his innocence, and that is beautiful to good people.
Nah. See, I think it's different. Men and women are very different, bro. we're so different. We should not be treated as equals. If I had a boy and a girl as like a son and a daughter, I would
You
treat them very
overestimate
differently.
how well you understand women, CB.
I do
So
understand them pretty
often I
well.
disagree with you, and you seem to think to know better what women think. And I
I
literally
do.
have heart-to-hearts with other women, and where they're being vulnerable and shit. So I think I understand a little bit better how women think.
Hey, Karma. Well, if I'm a fisherman and I want to catch fish, do I listen to other fishermen or do I listen to other fish?
Are you seriously gonna try to compare women to fish, and you being a man?
Yes,
You think that's cool?
yes.
Okay, let's
Do you go
put
out?
it this way.
Do you go out and try to like
Have you ever
approach men?
found someone attractive, then found out
Yes.
they're a statistic psychopath or something, and then they're not as attractive anymore?
What I'm saying is like,
Yes or
if
no?
I want to catch,
and you're just avoiding the question, dumbass?
Yes
yeah,
or no? Have you had it happen?
great.
Was that a yes?
What's the question again? Let me answer
Have
it.
you
Let
ever
me
found
answer it.
somebody initially attractive, and then when you find a lot of their negative or disgusting personality traits, do you find them less attractive?
Yeah, my ex. Yeah.
Women operate even more like that. That's why we have those so-called icks. And being a man whore is an ick for a lot of virtuous women.
You know what's also an ick for most women? Virgin men.
The host.
Yeah, bro.
You're talking
bro,
about
That's what the host thinks.
Bro, you're looking at it from a
No.
skewed perspective. You're looking. When you only interact with hosts and only get the perspective of hosts, of course your perspective is
No, it's
gonna
not just
reflect
hoes,
that.
bro.
But the female population is greater than just hosts.
It's not just hoes, bro. Come on.
so CB. You yourself said you don't want a good woman. De facto, that means you want a
No, I
bad
do.
one.
No, I want a good one. Who said that? I want a good woman. Yeah, of
I
course.
thought you said that like 10 minutes ago. Maybe I misheard.
No, I just say good women, like virgin women don't want a virgin man. I mean, it's just it is the way it is. They want a guy who's experienced.
So you've like got some statistics or something?
Personal testimony. I'm going to tell you, I'm a virgin, and I would love to meet a virgin man and marry a virgin man. That's nothing wrong for being a virgin as a man. If anything,
You want to?
that's actually kind of admirable.
Okay, let's just give it. Here's an example. Here's an analogy for you, right? Let's say you get in an accident.
Hey, bro, stop calling my sister a liar just because you cannot accept the reality of the situation, dumbass. I don't like this nonsense. Just because you believe in some red pillars and the nonsense you see on YouTube doesn't actually reflect reality itself.
Let me give you an analogy. All right, you get in an accident. You get hit by a car, for example. Okay, you're just like laying on the street. You're out cold, and you've got some EMT that pulls up. You have an EMT, like a fucking ambulance pulls up, and he's like, "Oh no! Oh my god! 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 You just got hit! I don't know what to do! I don't know what to do." Okay, that's one. It's one EMT. Then you have another EMT that knows exactly what he's doing because he's dealt with lots of different types of people who've been hurt before. And
It's
he's
a
like,
faulty
"Hey,
analogy, dumbass.
I'm here.
Why don't you give us a coherent argument instead of a faulty analogy?
It's a good analogy. It's a good analogy.
No,
One
you
EMT is
saying
like,
it's a good
"Everything's gonna be
analogy
fine."
doesn't make it a good analogy. It's a faulty
It's a good
analogy
analogy.
because it has nothing to. It's not even fucking comparable.
It's a good analogy.
No, it's not at all a good analogy. You saying it is a good analogy is just a bare assertion. Stop being illogical, bro.
The best EMT that you would want to deal with if you were in an accident, you would want him to treat you.
It doesn't relate to the actual issue.
Yes, it does.
You
Yes,
having
it does.
the best veterinary doctor is someone who cares about the animals. Well, how the fuck does that relate to the fucking thing? You're so dumb, bro. How did you accept this?
I was given this analogy by a woman, bro. I got this from a woman recently.
The woman who gave you this analogy is dumb, and why did you accept it?
Because it was a good analogy. I was like, you got a good point there. You got a good point. She told me, she said,
Dude,
If I had to deal
you
with an
sound like
EMT,
one
I
of
would
those
want.
feminists that believe in the wage gap, except like on the other side. You're like a
No,
man, and
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
She
just getting
said,
worse by the month, man.
I would want
Yeah.
an EMT that knows what he's doing, and if he can tell me everything's okay, everything's gonna be all right. I'm gonna take care of you. You're gonna be fine. We do. This is what happened. I'm gonna
You've
take care of
derailed to
you.
the point of being like the ladies who choose the bear in the forest. That's what you
No,
sound like right
no.
now.
It's
Yeah.
honestly a good
Embodying it.
analogy,
Literally.
bro.
I'm so disappointed.
That's what
actually.
you like now.
It's a
CB,
good
have you
analogy.
considered? CB, have you considered that you got infected by the normie parasites and you actually have a bad
No,
infection of that?
no. I'm
No, you
so
haven't
healthy.
considered it. Maybe that might be the
I'm a,
thing. Maybe
I'm a
that's why you're
psycho when
behaving
it
like
comes
this.
to what I eat and what I drink. I don't drink anything that's disgusting or parasite. I don't eat anything
But
that's
when you touch
parasites.
people, you get their parasites.
Yeah, when you kiss
When
them
I,
and exchange
Yeah, when you kiss them,
body
when you
fluids,
sleep with them, you get their
the
parasites. So the
girl,
more
the
people you
girl,
sleep with, the more
the
parasites you
girl
got.
that,
Good job.
the girl,
you might
the
be
girl that
super
told me.
infected at
Hold
this
on,
moment, CB.
hold on. The girl that told me about the EMT analogy. She's a psycho as well. She doesn't drink tap water. She doesn't eat fucking GMOs. She's a fucking organic freak, just like me. She told me this.
So
She told me
she's
this analogy,
psycho,
and I'm
and
like,
that
that's a good
helps
ass
your
analogy.
case. How?
There's no parasites, that I'm trying to tell you. I'm debunking
You touching them, kissing them, and sleeping with them is
Yeah,
what
facts.
gives the connection for the parasites to jump from their body to your
There's no
body.
parasites.
So
Neither of
there's
us
no
have parasites.
parasites.
That's what the
No.
parasites
The
want you
portal.
to believe, CB. That's what the parasites are trying to tell you. We're not here. And you are
They're not there.
saying it.
We're both organic
Yeah.
freaks. She has nothing. She eats only organic like I do, only non-GMO. She's a freak like I am when it comes to like eating food and drinking water.
Uh-oh. CB.
I've eaten with. She cooked me
CB, this
meals,
is like
bro.
being a glober. You're like, well, the stars look curved, therefore the globe, the Earth is curved.
I've been in her kitchen.
But
I've been
what's
in her
actually happening
I've
on
seen her
people level is
fridge.
that you're contaminating yourself and you're not even
I've seen
realizing
her
it.
pantry. I've seen her pantry.
The state of her pantry has nothing to do with the state of her body.
He said that he saw the organic labels, therefore no parasites, though.
There's no parasites, bro. We're both organic freaks.
Yeah. Good job, CB. Good job.
It's confirmation bias because the sanctity of marriage totally different than professions, right? Quite a profession, there might be something wrong with you.
I mean, parasites depend on what you put in your body, right?
With exponentially their partners and their partners and their partners.
Maybe.
Well, I
I
said,
still think
boy,
the
you
analogy
nasty.
was. I mean, the analogy was perfect, though. She made a good point, right? If you have an EMT that pulls up and he's like, "Oh my god, I don't know what the fuck to do.
No, not
I'm
really.
nervous. I don't know what should I do. I don't know
When
what
the
to do."
parasites finish eating your brain, CB, like, just know that I tried to save you.
I don't have parasites, bro. I'm good.
Yeah, that's
I
what the
don't even eat.
parasites
I
are
don't eat
telling you,
sweets.
bro.
I haven't eaten sweets in like over
It's
a
called
decade.
hose manipulation.
I haven't eaten sweets in a decade, bro.
How many of the
It's
girls
okay.
you slept with ate sweets?
None of them.
Hold on, you telling me hoes don't like chocolate? What kind of
you're so
conspiracy
gullible,
theory is this
bro.
guy pushing?
Oh man.
Jewish women like chocolate. I'm going to say it, but hoes
If they
like
mean
chocolate.
if they mean chocolate like me, like yeah, I'm chocolate. So that's the only chocolate they like. I'm black, so
Race.
shut the fuck up. No, the girl I'm talking about with the MT analogy, she only eats like organic chocolate.
Shit.
And that's still sugar. That still feeds the parasites. How is that
She
helping?
said that sugar.
You don't even know how this works, and you're like, "Oh, well, it's organic. I'll just kiss a bunch of girls and get a bunch of parasites that way, and as long as they eat a bunch of sugar, it's gonna be great for the parasites." So
The analogy is still good, bro. She made a good analogy, bro. You want an
no, she
EMC to pull up
didn't.
on
So
you?
no, she didn't.
No, it was good, bro. It was good.
No, it isn't.
Bias.
No, it was a good analogy. I don't know what to tell you. It was a great
I don't know what to
analogy.
tell you, bro. It wasn't, okay? It wasn't, okay?
No, it's a good analogy, bro. Like
no,
you
it
wanted,
wasn't. No, it wasn't, okay?
yeah,
I still don't get the
You
analogy.
see
so
how
I don't know if
dumb you
it's
sound,
bad.
bro? You
I
see how
don't sound
dumb that
dumb.
sounds?
I told you, it's not dumb. It's a good analogy, bro. It's
No,
perfect.
it's really dumb to appeal to repetition over and over again with a bare assertion. You should know better.
No, so Gemsy, let me explain to Gemsy. Right?
You don't. You shouldn't know better. Are you brain dead, bro? Have you not been here for years?
No, and I know a good. Look, I'm the analogy king. I'm the analogy
No, you're a
king.
dumbass. Apparently, you haven't absorbed anything over the last few years. Apparently, that's what
No, I'm the
you're
analogy king,
communicating.
bro. That's what I'm the best analogy person in the server, bro.
No, you just proved you don't even have analogies. You steal them from some idiot
No.
girl who has poor analogies.
No, I'm the analogy king. I've been giving analogies in Flat Earth for years. I'm the analogy king, bro. It is what it is. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's a perfect analogy.
Hey,
if you have
he
an
might be
EMC
giving
pull
this
up
with the
on you,
environment. You gotta give him a handicap. He lives in California, so just
it's
give him
not
a
a
handicap
cab,
there.
bro. I'm not even from here. I've only been here for like 15 months, bro. Come on now.
That might be affecting your behavior.
Anyway, it was a good analogy. You know, you wanted the MC to pull up on you and know what he's doing. He's going to take good care of you.
Anyway, it wasn't a good analogy. It was actually a really bad analogy, and
It is. Tell
repeating
me
it
how it's
over and
bad.
over again
Tell
just
me how it's
makes you
bad.
sound more dumb. Please stop it.
Tell me how it's bad. How is it about analogy?
Because it's not applicable. The two situations are not
It's
applicable.
perfect.
You're not in a burning house, and you don't need a guy to come save you.
I mean, some girls do need that.
Yeah, some girls. If they're in a burning fucking house.
I mean, that's called life.
Yeah, see how you are now making logical leaps with no substantiation?
Life is hard, bro. I mean,
oh yeah, you're dumb. Oh, doesn't fucking matter, bro. Doesn't fucking matter. Like your analogy is not applicable. Doesn't work.
I think it's perfect, bro.
You
I mean,
thinking it works doesn't
give me a
apply
better,
to everything, and you admitted it.
Give me a better analogy.
You want me to give you an
Yeah.
analogy for
Yeah.
your stupid argument?
That's better.
For your
No.
stupid argument. Like,
no.
Are you
Just give me a
acting like
better
a
analogy that's
GoPro on
more
purpose, or are you actually degraded enough to go back to that kind of thinking?
No, just give me a better analogy that's more applicable.
Oh, I should prove your stupid argument, should I?
No. Prove your argument with a better
You
analogy.
should prove my stupid argument.
No. Don't prove my argument. Give your argument with an analogy.
I'm not making an argument. You made a stupid analogy that doesn't actually work.
You're saying that there's something that's more applicable.
You're trying to reverse the burden because you have nothing.
Yes. No, I gave you a good analogy. You just don't accept it.
No,
So
you're
give me a
now
better
appealing to
analogy.
repetition, saying it was a good analogy, but we already went over it wasn't.
It was. You haven't given an example of how it's a bad analogy.
Remember when you were making logical leaps and it didn't actually apply to everyone?
Trace, you're just saying nuh-uh. You're saying nuh-uh.
I'm saying nuh-uh. I went through everything by very specifically. You're just saying nuh-uh. It is good. Nuh-uh. It is good. Nuh-uh. It is good.
Yeah.
Like a fucking broken
good.
record. Do I need to mute
it
you?
is a good analogy.
Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, you can't honestly be acting like this in this forum without the intention of trying to sabotage the forum. So now I will consider you a person of ill intent.
So I can go over why it's a bad analogy. First of all, it's not equivalent, right? If you're dying and bleeding out, pretty much anybody who knows how to do a tourniquet is okay for that. Well, you're sexually compatible with every woman in the world that has a uterus. You want her touching your precious material, your family jewels, right? Especially, you don't want to give her your reproductive essence, right? But if you're bleeding out, do you know how to use a tourniquet? You'll work. So that's why it's a bad analogy. Because anybody who can do a tourniquet and save your life, you should accept that. Whereas anybody who has a uterus doesn't necessarily mean that's a good mate. So on.
Well said. We should go back on topic because CB's derailment is non-relevant.
Going to agree to disagree. So is there anybody in here who has any questions about the topic of the session, which is flat water, flat earth?
Yeah, how does flat water works on a globe?
It doesn't work.
Why, he's unemployed?
Completely unemployed.
Oh.
Like a parasite. Political parasite. It doesn't work because we measure the water being flat and stationary, and that's a problem for the globe. Because when we see too far, then they have to start making up excuses.
Larry, where is the disconnection when the globers said the Earth is a sphere and it's, you know,
Connection is. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's surrounded by water, right? But if I grab water and a sphere and put them together, they don't give me the result of the, you know, the globe thingy. So, is would it be correct to say it's a magic sphere and holds magic water or something? There's gotta be some type of addition to the wording when you say Earth is a sphere. Shouldn't it be a magic sphere or something?
This is intentional or not intentional squatting dog fallacy. So just because the object falls down, right, from the squatting dog, doesn't mean that everything anyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true. So when they say gravity, they automatically know that the poop is going to fall down. So they assume that everything anyone has ever said about gravity. And this is a problem because you should test all things independently and not lump things into a category as, oh, this category is automatically. So people hear that, oh, the reason water sticks to a ball and is because of gravity, they know that the cell phone falls down when it slips out of their hands. Dog poop falls down, et cetera, right? So they equate that truthfulness to the water sticking to the ball like they've seen on TV and other forms of media like books and magazines and chalkboards in the classroom. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. It's kind of like a mental construct that is being completed in the mind, but you cannot complete it like in the physical world.
Thought experiment. If anybody has a different understanding of the squatting dog fallacy, if that's another fallacy that I don't know the name of, I need to be informed because I don't like using that one. Innate reliability fallacy, maybe?
Squatting dog fallacy.
I coined that one, but it's probably another fallacy. I just don't know the name of it. Changed it to innate reliability.
If you cannot demonstrate water and a sphere doing what they claim it's doing on the globe chart, it's like you have to.
Card? What's that? Sorry, go ahead.
They're expecting you to just give it to them. Yeah. Water and spheres. This is how it works. But how? Nobody can demonstrate that or show it.
Look outside, and what they actually mean is on TV and imagine what you're seeing outside is what you see on TV.
Yeah. Where's Dre's at? He can explain some of the fallacies. What type of fallacy is that, Dre's?
Deep in discussion with his sister right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Larry was explaining the squatting dog fallacy. But I'm just saying that the Glober wants you to give him that, when I grab water in reality and I put those two together and they don't give me a spinning globe in the vacuum of space with water attached to it, right? Cannot even demonstrate that. Nobody can demonstrate that. But it's like they actually, you have to give it to them to be able to even have the conversation almost about the globe. Like in their minds, yeah, water is attached to the spheres in the vacuum. That's how it works. And now we can have a conversation. I'm saying when you say sphere, when you say globe, and you're talking about water and a sphere, you're talking about a magic sphere and magic water that do things that they don't do in reality. That's why there's magic attached to that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Are you still there?
Is it
Yeah, say some more. Say some more. Say some more things.
If I understand you correctly with the dog squatting thing, is it kind of like that old joke with Alexander the Great? There's a great general. A great general is forewarned. Forewarned means forearmed. Forearmed is an odd number of arms to have, but the only number that is both even and odd is infinite because he has four arms and that's even. So Alexander the Great had an infinite number of arms.
So the squatting dog fallacy goes like this: because the poop goes down, therefore anything that ever said about gravity is automatically true. So I was wondering if there's another fallacy, because I've coined that one myself. I don't know if it's an actual fallacy, but what it equates to is it's an implied fallacy, meaning that its reliability is innate. So innate reliability fallacy. Or maybe I'm off and I just need some criticism that an implied fallacy is not implied. But when they tell the kids gravity is how water sticks to a ball, implying that, well, we know gravity works because the poop falls down.
Yeah, we drop the pencil, therefore water is attached to a spinning ball in a vacuum. Yeah, because I drop a pen. Right? Can I get an amen?
Sorry, I'm at work.
It's all good. Thanks for the replies to my questions. We got any new people that want to ask questions about the topic? You're welcome to open your mic and ask. I'm not looking at the panel at the moment, so I don't know what's happening.
Okay.
Yet.
Is there like a list of rules of what we're not allowed to post in side chat, or is just mod discretion of who you want to ban?
Yeah, just kind of keep it to the topic. Don't post anything medical, like, you know, any adult content, that kind
Don't
of stuff.
concern troll. Don't just spam the same argument over and over again. Not listening to what people are saying. Then you get muted.
Was I hot mic on that whole thing?
No, you didn't hurt Mike.
Okay. I don't locally mute people. Don't talk over people. Try to be open-minded. Common sense, common decent type things. Does that answer your question?
I'm so cold.
And
Try not
speak
to be as
English. That's another rule. It's an English channel, so try your best to not be like me. Bad
Mexican?
pronunciation.
Did you
But if
guys
I
talk
am
to
what I
Busta
eat,
yet?
Oh, I should go to the Fluent channel.
nah, bro, you ain't fluent in English right now. Trust me.
What the fuck do you mean I'm not fluent in English?
Because you're scouse and you're drunk, which is double removed from fluent English.
Yeah, I'm drunk, but who gives a shit? They're getting an education.
At least half scouse. Scouser. Scouse people are like the Highland people of the UK. Can't understand what they're saying unless you really pay attention. So back to the globe and its shortcomings.
Yeah, the globe is an impossibility, isn't it? When you put all the variables together, it all sounds impossible. The impossible. I coined that one. I think I never heard anybody saying that. Maybe someone did before me, but I think I brought that one into the using it.
Why? What is beef? What is the beef with Drace and Creation Beer?
Oh, it's something
Oh,
that should be handled privately.
Creation Bear is OG flat earther, bro.
they both are. I mean,
Yeah.
Actually, OG will be Larry right here that you're talking to.
Yeah.
And I will say I'm near that timing as well. More than Dre's and Creation Bear. Oh yeah, we can say OGs. But
And triple OG would be
Larry
like
is.
triple OG would be like Mark Sargent, Taters, and them.
You know, and if I just add in, brothers sometimes have discussions that should remain behind private doors because at the end of the day, they're still brothers.
True, that's true. I have a twin brother, and that's 100%.
Yeah, I have twin kids, so I didn't really. Maybe you told me and I forgot. And Brother Larry, it is good to see you again. It's been a little while since I've run across you. So hope you're having a great evening, sir.
You, brother, likewise. Things great on my end. I'm prospering here in Colorado. Things doing good.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Did you move to Colorado?
Turns out the stoners here in Colorado, they order pizza a lot.
Good.
Indeed, they
Good for
do.
business. It's a triple plus, Larry, because you get to make some money and you get to keep most of the meat and the good food. They eat all the bad stuff.
The bad stuff takes, so I eat the good stuff. It works out.
Yeah.
So did you move there?
I did.
Very cool. Yeah, we returned to Florida, so we picked up and came back here in August.
Please state, like Texas. So whatever you do, just keep your nose clean.
Are you talking about in Florida or Colorado?
Florida, like Texas, is a police state. Very strict.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Oh yeah. The highway patrol here. A good example is they will actually pull over local police in their cars. Yeah, they don't play around here.
Cops do not play in Florida and Texas.
Yeah, there was a lady here who she pulled over a local cop and ordered him out of the car at gunpoint, and something like 88 police officers from 25 different jurisdictions started harassing her and looked up her information, and her settlement ended up being well over $500,000, and that happened, I think, about 10 years ago when I was living here, and it cemented the thing that you do not play with the highway patrol. It doesn't matter who you are; they're coming for you.
Patrol, in my opinion, they're like the old East India Trading Company. Nobody is above the regulation of commerce. So, according to the Constitution, Congress has the right to regulate commerce. Basically, what that means is the Commerce Clause to be more supreme than any other clause, as far as I could tell. Anybody tell me what's the limitations of the enforcement arm on commerce? Because as far as I could tell, there is no limitation. But that's just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Ask your lawyer standing over and signing the plea deals, right?
Unless you have like a military force that stops the commerce and.
I will say this, that living in Indiana, where they actually have the state police, that any state where you have a state police, I can't say this with an absolute rule, but I will say this, that they are nowhere near as ruthless as a state with the highway patrol, because, like you say, for them, it's all about commerce, and they're not typically here. And you'll see that on the state, like on the car, you don't even see state police on it, or there's a little small part where it says Florida Highway Patrol, but they make sure you know that that's a state trooper, and they will put you up into the grass or whatever else. If they're not up in Indiana, they'll just say, "Oh, we'll let them drive around a few extra hours, and then we'll catch them eventually."
Well, I think sheriffs are the coolest law enforcement. Really, you're not going to really mess it up. But when it comes to the highway patrol, just comply. They're not playing. They're the East India Trading Company, like I said. That's how I see them.
Oh, yeah, it's yeah, they're not. When I was talking to a sheriff's deputy down here, and I asked him what his thoughts about the highway patrol, he kind of smirked a little bit and said, "They're a no F's given agency." He's like, "Yeah, and you're right. That commerce, and that's exactly where their authority comes from. It's not like the state police. It's different."
So, like I said, in Florida, mind your P's and mind your Q's. Retroactively dot your I's and cross your T's, or if they say you cross your I's and dot your T's, you better do it.
And here's the way I'd like to say it: is it's really hard to actually get their attention. They're not looking for you going 3 miles an hour over. They're not looking for you. But by God, once you got their attention, you're toast.
Yep. Fact.
The postal service is more powerful.
Yeah, I think
they don't even have plates.
Their inspectors, I think, they can just they can go into your house or whatever. I think that's how the postal inspectors are. That they can just whatever, and they're like the marshals. You can't tell them no.
I mean, my rule of thumb is, for order, I'm going to comply with it. I'm willing to comply 100% within the law. But any that's not lawful, I think resistance is how you keep a free state. So, I recently had an interaction with cops. I told him that I didn't want to give my ID. And if he would have been like, okay, well, you're going to have to give me the ID or I'll take you to jail, probably would have just went to jail. But the cop was actually chill and he was like, yeah, you don't have to ID. I was like, okay, I'm glad you said, because I'm not IDing unless I commit a crime or if I'm suspected of committing a crime.
When you said my ID, that's when you fucked up, Larry. That's not your ID. State's property.
This guy who's blocking the road, his truck, my truck, or can't see. Could you turn off your lights? I can't see.
You see, Larry, it's not even your truck. It's state property too.
Trash guy. Okay. But there's case law that says that I don't have to give them their ID. Well, it doesn't say it in those exact words, but I've said that because of what you said. Unless they suspect me of committing a crime. If they suspect me of committing a crime, I can have their ID.
Yeah,
I'll take
their
the
ID.
lawsuit.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yeah,
patient. Yeah. I'm not scared of getting arrested. I got enough money to get my car out of the pound and bond myself out. So, be as scared of getting my rights.
Yeah, just keep it peacefully as possible. Those people that go crazy, start acting crazy and trying to get shot or something. I don't like that stuff.
Don't do that. My MO is to be so chill that if they hurt me, it's going to be obvious that it was their fault.
Yeah. You did this
No,
to
I'm
yourself.
a big goofy.
I had to shoot you because you didn't give me your ID. Damn.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get shot. I don't mind getting arrested, but I ain't trying to get shot. The way that I act around cops, it's, they can see both of my hands because one of them is holding a camera. So if they do anything to me, it's on them.
That camera can be used as a weapon.
Do you remember that, debaucherous movie? Do you remember that?
No.
Harold and Kumar, like all the bad people were like white people. and the cops was like one of the major bad people in Harold and Kumar. They said, only weakness. How did you know? And instead of it being bullets, it should be cameras. Because, use a bullet against a cop, that's not his weakness. He's got 1,000 more people that can show up in like seconds to outbullet your bullets. The
Oh
cop's
yeah.
only weakness is the camera. Because they can't shoot you for having a camera.
With cameras, there's been so many atrocities being made in front of the cameras. I can only imagine what has been done without the camera.
Civil rights lawyer just posted an update on a video where this guy was parked because he was exhausted from driving to see his grandchild. So he pulled over and went to sleep. And the cop pulls him out and punches him a whole bunch of times and hits him in the rib. And the whole time the guy's like, what? Because it was really weird because the guy was putting on his shoes. He's like, oh, you don't need your shoes. I'm not getting out. And then the guy was like, okay. And he was like, get out. And then he's like, you're under arrest. Smack, 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 smack. Which you're supposed to, ground. You're give him time to. Well, that cop is charged. He's actually charged for what he did.
Hello, what are you talking about now?
Oh, we're talking about the non-existent spinning water ball through the vacuum of space. You know, the globe thingy that we saw on the
Sorry.
TV. It's not
No.
real.
Okay, so let's jump into another topic.
Sure. Yeah, the Earth is not curving. Yeah.
So what do you think that we can talk about right now?
The Earth is not spinning.
Another topic.
Okay. Space is fake.
Space is fake.
Outer space is fake.
Explain it.
Exoplanets? That's cartoons.
Explain it.
Oh, explain it. Thanks for that. I thought he said exoplanet.
No, I mean explain it. Okay.
Go ahead, Larry. That's your cue. Just kidding. Explain it because you know when they tell you that you're standing on a ball, on a curving, spinning ball, and next to that ball there's a vacuum of space, right?
Okay.
Have you ever? So the air that you're breathing is a pressurized gases. And if it was the case that the pressurized gas was next to the available unlimited volume of the vacuum of space, the air will be leaving your lungs violently. There will be no air for you to breathe, and no conversation will be happening right now.
So,
because there will be no vocal cords triggered by the airways.
well, it's a complicated situation.
It is not that complicated.
No. So in order to have gas pressure, you have to have containment, right? Like a steak for your grandmother, just for Mother's Day, right? Go to the propane dispensary and be like, "Yeah, I'll take the gas." He says, "Well, you need the tank. I'll sell you the tank so you can have some gas." I said, "No, I don't need the tank. I got gravity, right?" They're going to let, right? Because you have to have containment to have gas pressure greater than the surrounding. Is that true? 250 psi to grill a steak for your grandmother. It might be her last Mother's. Really love your grandmother. You're going to buy the propane and propane accessories, right? Tank, right? Not that complicated.
Okay.
You got that, buddy? You hear that?
Yeah.
In real life, there's gas pressure. There has to be a container because the definition of gas pressure is the force the gas molecules exert against the walls of the container. Is that true?
I can agree with you.
So, are you breathing right now? If the vacuum of space is virtually infinite compared to the minuscule atmosphere of the Earth.
Okay.
Must be containment, right?
Yeah.
You can't put gas pressure on the rim of your car for your wheels. Right? You have to have a rubber container, some sort of container, put the gas pressure in, because if you're at sea level, it's 14.7 psi. If you need to put 30 pounds of pressure around your rim, it's going to be about 45 psi. You have to have a rubber tire for a container, right?
Yeah, it's clear right now.
Pretty clear. So they told you when you look at the TV, hey, look, the Earth is a sphere and there's a near infinite perfect vacuum right next to the Earth's atmosphere. But it's not only the Earth, Jupiter, Neptune, all these other quote unquote gas giants. The atmosphere is not escaping. What if they told you a story and you just believed it because you were only 5 years old going to government school? And they showed you cartoons and pictures, and your young mind was not capable of differentiating between reality and the TV. They tricked you. Possible that you were tricked?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but there's something wrong in your voice. It is go and come, something like that.
Actually, it's not his voice. It's the might be the connection. It was cutting out a few syllables cut out, so the words weren't completed. His voice is fine.
Okay,
Might be
okay.
the
So
connection.
there's my problem. This is my problem of my internet connection. Is that right?
It's not your connection. It's his connection.
Is his connection? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Or his
So
microphone.
first I want to ask, have you ever traveled to any country?
Yes. Too
Um,
many.
where?
Too multiple.
Multiple. Okay. And
Yes.
what is what was the first one?
The first one is called the United States of America.
Called what?
United States.
USA?
Yes, USA. USA, yes.
Okay. And what did you do there?
So I
What
got in
happened?
I got in the car, I got in the airplane, the airplane went up, and then it landed in the airport, and then I got off the airplane, I got in a car, I went to the place I was going to, had
Okay.
dinner, talked to my family that I was
You,
visiting, my friends, did all that.
you started a family. We get it. What's the point of
Yeah.
your question?
Got a job.
Okay, and what was the aim of traveling to USA?
does that have to do with the shape?
It was to, you know, as an adult, just grow up and go into the world and live life.
Okay. And the first point, where are you from?
I'm from America.
You're from America, and you travel to America. How?
Yes, because America has many regions. There's the Caribbean, there's South America,
Yeah,
there's
many
North
states. I know.
America.
I know.
Oh, United States is in America. So you can be from another area of America and go to another area of America.
Okay, so you mean that you are from America, North America?
Yes.
Okay, so
How are we getting any closer to talking about the shape of the Earth? And let's try to get off this line of reasoning. We don't need to be doxing somebody here, so please stop the doxing questions.
Yeah, so okay.
Listen, you know why I'm entertaining this? Because it's obviously like his English is not as good, so he's more like in the basic sense of things. Because I already asked him about, you know, let's talk about the curvature, let's talk about the motion, the spinning, let's talk about gas pressure, and we spoke about those things. And now
What
he's
curvature? What motion? How do you? Where's your proof of that?
the
okay,
lack
sorry,
of that, the lack
that
of it. That's what we were talking about, the lack of that stuff.
that misunderstanding there.
So
But I
so we
don't.
we might bring it around. So what's the next question in relation to the topic? What's the next question?
Okay, let's back to the first question. What was?
Yeah, the first question, remember, was the curvature. That's the first question that we spoke when we started.